The young man's body stretched out on the cold floor seemed small against the huge shadow looming over him, whose silhouette froze with a fist raised to strike. Violence became a habitual companion for the beaten boy since childhood, when his own father, who knew no other way of upbringing, regularly raised his hand against him. Each new blow, each new flash of pain seemed to infuse him with a second breath, making cruelty an integral part of existence. The beatings turned into something so natural for the young man that he could not imagine any other life. Number 7,199 on his chest trembled as two stout fellows held the young prisoner down, and a third drew a slingshot with a clutched coin, heedless of pleas to wait. The victim, swallowing the lump in his throat, suggested that his tormentor use his fists instead of this elaborate method of abuse. The massive figure with the slingshot in his hands paused for a moment, trying to comprehend his victim's unexpected request. The blonde-haired Kim Seon-ho, serving a 2-year sentence for violence, looked down at the victim with undisguised contempt. The blonde reminded his captive of his willingness to take any job for money, stretching the words with a mocking smirk. A picture came to mind, a shivering prisoner in a light prison robe shoveling snow for a measly 301. Song-ho recalled with a sneer how the victim had hugged dozens of pairs of shoes, trying to keep them warm for only 101. The jailer continued listing the humiliations, recalling how for 201 he had made the boy act like a dog all day, demanding that he bark more believably. The blonde-haired tormentor offered a new deal, 501 for being a live target with a red circle on his face. The tensioned bowstring of the slingshot was approaching the face of the guy with the target drawn, who inwardly prepared himself for the inevitable pain. A correctional facility for juvenile delinquents under the age of 19 has become home to many troubled teens. The walls of this prison have gathered some of South Korea's most violent young criminals under its roof. Kim Seon-ho advised his live target to squint his eyes so the coin wouldn't knock them out of his eye sockets. In a place saturated with daily violence and crime, the bowstring of the slingshot in the hands of the torturer suddenly broke. The coin flew off to the side, and the confused Seong-ho only mumbled a short interjection as he stared at the broken instrument of torture. The bounced coin danced around the room like a living thing, from door to wall, until it landed on the floor toilet. The metal disc hit the earthenware surface with force, causing a fountain of splashes in all directions. The blonde-haired ringleader asked his henchmen about a spare rubber band, emphasizing the rarity of such a thing in their confinement. A smile lit up Cha Hui-yun's face when his tormentors called him lucky. The young man actually felt relieved at his accidental rescue. Having received the order to pick up the coin, the exhausted lad rushed forward, showering his tormentor with gratitude. Kim Seong-ho stretched his lips in a sinister smirk, hinting that it wouldn't stop at simply raising a coin. The ringleader's new order made Cha Hui-yun go cold. The coin was to be pulled out of the dirty toilet bowl with his mouth. Sonyo's henchman laughed, remembering the upset stomach of one of the prisoners yesterday. Desperate for money, Cha Hui-yun didn't hesitate to dive his head into the stinking liquid. The observers froze in shock, amazed at the guy's willingness to humiliate himself for the sake of a few coins. Onlookers turned away and covered their noses, not believing their eyes and demanding that the foul-smelling guy stay away. The paint from Cha Hui-yun's face spread out as he triumphantly displayed the coin clenched in his teeth. The young man's thoughts revolved around a measly 501, which, although insignificant, could change a lot of things. A crazy smile lit up the guy's face as he mentally calculated the total amount of savings, 50,000 won. One of the henchmen approached Kim with a suggestion to take a break from the bullying. The ringleader ordered Cha Ju-yong to clean himself up, causing a new wave of laughter among his minions. Kim's henchmen were walking down the corridor, discussing amongst themselves how in just a month Cha Hui-yun had turned into a man willing to do anything for money. The conversation suddenly touched on the real reason for the guy's incarceration, attempted murder, for which Cha Ju-yong received a 3-year prison sentence. The gang leader argued about the insignificance of murder compared to the power of money, wondering why the young prisoner was so obsessed with hoarding it. His musings were interrupted by the warden announcing the arrival of a visitor to prisoner number 7199. Cha Hui-yun turned around with surprise on his face, not expecting to see anyone familiar within these walls. Before the guy's eyes appeared a graceful girl with a bob, whose well-groomed appearance was in stark contrast to his puckered face. Dayan, Cha Ju-young's childhood friend and the main reason for his obsession with money, anxiously questioned about the conditions of confinement and beatings. The frail visitor suddenly launched into an angry tirade, reminding her friend of the importance of a show of force on the first day of confinement. The inmate tried to talk the girl out of frequent visits, worried about her financial spending. A flash of anger lit up Dane's face, offended by the suggestion of her need for money. The girl pulled out a jar of coins, demanding an explanation of the origin of the funds sent to her. Orphan Dane flatly rejected the suspicious money, causing the guy to be perplexed about returning it. The mention of the long-standing promise made Cha Jue-yun freeze in astonishment. Dane recalled plans to start a life together after graduating from high school. The determined girl asserted her right to manage the money, demanding that her friend care only for his own health. The warden interrupted the emotional encounter by announcing the end of visiting time. Dayan pressed her hand to her chest, begging her friend to focus only on getting free from her confinement as soon as possible. Cha Jue-yun waved goodbye affably as the girl reminded the simplicity of their promise to each other. The fake smile instantly disappeared from the young prisoner's face as the door closed behind the visitor. The lone figure of the lad slumped in his chair, sinking into the heavy memories of the past. The memory brought him back to that school hallway where the young man cursed his rogue father for all the suffering he had caused. A battered Dayan sat next to her, covered in bruises and scratches, while Cha Jue-yun tried to find words of comfort. The girl abruptly cut short her friend's attempts to apologize for what had happened. Leaning against the wall, Dane screamed at the inappropriateness of his jokes in this situation. Her friend's indignant voice demanded that she stop worrying about her condition at such a critical moment. Dane broke the terrible news. Cha Ju-young's father has fallen into a coma after being hit by a flower pot, and the police won't let the guy go until they find out. The young man tried to reassure his girlfriend, citing a long history of domestic violence as a mitigating factor. The young man's naive belief in the leniency of punishment was shattered by the harsh reality of the judicial system. A stern judge in a formal suit towered over the courtroom as he prepared to announce the sentence of the defendant, Cha Jue-yong. The cold voice of the officer of the law announced a harsh verdict, 3 years in prison. The shocked boy could not realize the injustice of the sentence for his only attempt to defend himself from years of abuse. Dan, seeing her friend being led away by the police, pleaded to take care of herself and eat regularly. The girl's desperate scream echoed down the hallway, demanding a promise to report any abusers to her. Cha Guiyun's sad gaze was staring off into the distance as his thoughts revolved around the promise he had made, which was now the meaning of his existence. The young prisoner turned away from his screaming friend, staring blankly at the hallway floor. Cellmates warned the newcomer of the risk of an extended sentence for any prison infractions. Understanding the need for exemplary behavior to reduce his sentence did not ease the severity of the 3-year sentence for Cha Ju-yong. Survival and patience became the main priorities of the guy within the walls of the correctional institution. A precious photo of happier times captured a smiling Dane next to a young Cha Ju-yong. Kim Seono, noticing the snapshot, unceremoniously approached the guy, letting go of nasty comments about the girl's attractiveness. The terrified prisoner instinctively clutched the photograph to his chest, trying to protect the treasured memory. The ringleader had mockingly assumed an unrequited crush, despite Cha Ju-yong's attempts to explain a purely friendly relationship. Sonyo's imperious order to hand over the photograph sounded like a death sentence to the young prisoner. Cha Jue-yun's trembling voice betrayed extreme excitement at refusing to obey the ringleader's demand. A sinister smile stretched across Sanho's face, mocking the pointlessness of resistance. The ringleader's massive hand swung up to strike, preparing to teach the recalcitrant newcomer a lesson. The appearance of the warden announcing a new prisoner for Cell 36 interrupted the imminent massacre. Surprise was reflected on the face of the ringleader, who had not received prior information about the addition. Newly arrived prisoner number 3397 entered the cell, defiantly lowering his shaved head. The warden warned of temporary supervision, urging avoidance of conflict situations. The sudden recognition was reflected on the face of a pale Seonho, clearly familiar with the new prisoner. The inmates whispered excitedly, pointing to the newcomer, infamous for killing school bullies. Ma Jaeum, covered in abrasions and band-aids, exuded aggression through his every stern look. The frightened occupants of the cell instinctively retreated to the far corners at the appearance of the new prisoner. Cha Jue-yun mentally shuddered as he realized that the man who took the lives of 7 people was standing in front of him. Sonyo's loud voice cut through the tense silence of the cell, mocking the cowardice of his cellmates. The ringleader scoffed derisively at the presence of the assassin, trying to establish superiority over the newcomer. Songo approached Ma Gyum, commenting with a sneer on his fit appearance for an assassin. The ringleader's authoritative tone demanded obedience to the orders established in the cell. The newcomer remained completely silent, ignoring Sonho's attempts to provoke conflict. Demonstratively turning his back was Ma Gyum's only response to the ringleader's threats. Sonyo's laughter echoed around the chamber, masking the growing irritation. The ringleader, unable to bear the disdain, swung at the silent newcomer with insulting words. Ma Gyum, who had been convicted of 7 murders, turned around lightning fast to counterattack, not intending to endure the humiliation. The shocked onlookers froze in a daze, anticipating an imminent collision. The tense Sonho mentally cursed the agility of his opponent, who managed to dodge the blow. The dodging Ma Gyum was already preparing to deliver a devastating retaliatory strike. Watching the confrontation between the newcomer and the boss, Cha Hui-yun felt inexplicably uneasy. The man who took the lives of 7 people was clearly different from ordinary prisoners. Reflecting on the nature of the killer who had taken 7 lives made Cha Jue-yun realize the gulf between common intruders and true criminals. The enraged Seong-ho, who had lost control of himself, unleashed a crushing blow on the defiant newcomer, wanting to teach him a lesson in defiance. A scarlet trickle of blood flowed from Ma Gyum's nose, whose head jerked to the side from the force of the blow, but there was no shadow of suffering in his eyes. Cha Jae-yun, who was frozen in tense anticipation, couldn't take his eyes off the unfolding scene of violence, trying to understand the motives of the silent newcomer. Sonyo's triumphant roar echoed through the cell, reminding each prisoner of his power and right to demand obedience regardless of past offenses. Bewilderment gripped the witnesses to the beating, who expected the glorified killer to at least attempt to resist the humiliating beating. The battered newcomer rose after each blow, accepting the punishment without complaint, as if testing the limits of his patience or plotting something worse. Cellmates' chuckles and scornful glances accompanied each new blow, and Cha-jun pondered the strange submissiveness of a man with a reputation as a ruthless killer. Prison life returned to normal as a battered Ma Gyum secluded himself in the far corner of the cell, falling into impenetrable silence. The power-hungry Seong-ho delivered another blow to the back of the silent newcomer's head, accompanied by an order to fetch water. Unwavering silence and refusal to follow any orders was Ma Gyum's only response to attempts to break his will. Cha Jue-yong was perplexed, pondering where and under what circumstances the newcomer had learned such unusual behavior in the prison hierarchy. Cleaning the prison toilet, the young inmate pondered the trouble this strange, useless fish could bring. Night silence enveloped the cell, where each prisoner occupied his bunk, sinking into a restless sleep under the weight of the past day. The newcomer Ma Gyum's prison bed was next to Cha Jue-yon's, creating a strange closeness between such different prisoners in the silence of the night. Insomnia plagued both neighbors, and Cha Jue-yun, noticing the newcomer's battered face, dared to break the oppressive silence of the night. The young inmate tried to explain the obvious truth of prison life. The boss's power is absolute, as if he were the king and president of this tiny cell. Practical advice sounded in the silence of the night. Pointless resistance would only make things worse. Better to start obeying orders from tomorrow. The unexpected question about peaceful existence that came from the silent assassin's mouth was Ma Gyum's first words all day. Surprise was reflected on Cha Jue-yun's face, not understanding the deeper meaning of the question asked. The newcomer, without waiting for an answer, silently turned away to the wall, leaving his interlocutor confused after his well-meaning advice. The strange question of peacefulness caused Cha Jue-yong to plunge into contemplation about the nature of his own existence. The inner monologue reaffirmed the determination to stick to the chosen path of humility and patience. As the prisoner contemplated his peaceful coexistence until his release, his childhood friend stood in a snowy crosswalk. The frosty air colored Dane's cheeks a soft pink, causing the girl to wince from the cold. Anxious thoughts about the gaunt friend did not leave the head of the caring girl. The bag of food in her frozen hands was filled with concern for a friend who needs to eat well even while incarcerated. Dayan realized that her stubborn friend would never admit to the hardships of prison life. A soft smile lit up the girl's face as she pondered the need to keep her friend's strength up with at least a proper diet. Suddenly, the silence of the winter evening was broken by the roar of an approaching truck coming straight at the girl crossing the road. The bright light of the truck's headlights blinded Dane, turning the familiar crosswalk into a place of frozen terror. The multi-ton machine was looming over the fragile figure of the girl like a ruthless metal monster on a defenseless victim. At that fateful moment, Cha Juon was sleeping peacefully in his prison bunk, unaware of the impending tragedy. A heavy truck hit the girl, leaving Dane's lifeless body lying on the snow-covered crosswalk. The morning sun brought with it a policeman whose downcast gaze and words of regret foreshadowed terrible news. The terrible truth about the fatal traffic accident at the snowy intersection began to slowly become clear in the cop's words. The lawman painfully chose his words, trying to soften the blow of the terrible news. A premonition of imminent tragedy distorted the prisoner's face, inwardly preparing himself for the terrible news. Back in his cell with a devastated look on his face, Cha Jue-yun barely heard his boss yelling about the uncompleted toilet cleaning. An irritated Sanho approached the frozen guy, demanding an explanation for his strange behavior. The ringleader noticed the photograph in Cha Jue-yun's hands, scoffing at his morning glance at a snapshot of an elderly relative. The cellmates, showing unexpected sympathy, told the boss about the girl's tragic death under the wheels of a truck. The ruthless Sanho, ignoring the guy's grief, rebuked him for lying about his relationship status with the dead visitor. The snatched photo was the last straw when the boss jeeringly inquired about Cha Hui-yun's plans after his girlfriend's death. Sonyo, continuing to sneer, raised the photo in front of him, mocking the great loss to them all, especially the grief-stricken prisoner. The ringleader announced an impromptu auction among the cellmates, starting the bidding for the dead girl's picture at 501. Cha Jue-yun sat petrified as he listened to his cellmates gambling to raise the stakes, 600, 701 for a single picture of his dead girlfriend. The fat prisoner's ridiculous question about the possibility of a date with the girl sparked a new wave of cruel death mockery. Seong-ho, looking at the photo, made a lewd joke about how much fun he would have had with the girl if she were alive. The cellmates, picking up on the boss's mood, discussed his perverted tastes and the risk of being locked up again. Cha Jue-yun's lifeless gaze was staring at the floor while a wave of rage slowly rose in his soul. The night's conversation with the newcomer and his cryptic question about whether it was really possible to live so peacefully came to mind. As the boss continued his dirty jokes about Dane's death, a sudden blow interrupted the stream of abuse. A powerful fist strike made tears spurt from the eyes of the cocky Seong-ho. Cha Gui-yun, no longer holding back his rage, unleashed the full force of his accumulated anger on the boss. The shocked cellmates froze with open mouths, not believing the unexpected transformation of the humble prisoner. Each new blow became revenge for the dirty words about the dead girl, for all the humiliation and abuse. Cha Jue-yun's face had changed beyond recognition, and instead of the usual submissiveness, it was pure, concentrated rage. The silent Ma Gaeom, watching the sudden outburst of rage, froze with his mouth open, unable to believe such a drastic change in his neighbor's character. Memories brought him back to a recent conversation in the prison works as they stood side by side working wood. Cha Juyong's words about his father, the right-hand man of a successful criminal gang leader, sounded like a bitter revelation at the time. The confession of daily beatings since childhood burst out of the boy's chest like a lingering pain. The bitter truth of having to endure the bullying of his own father sounded like a verdict on his young life. The continuation of the story hung in the air with a heavy foreboding of an inevitable denouement. The moment when patience reached its limit changed the young man's life forever. Tension gripped Ma Gyum's body as he listened intently to his cellmate's confession. Touching his girlfriend was the last straw that overflowed the cup of patience. The bloodied Seong-ho, still receiving blows, whispered a curse at the distraught guy. The ringleader's desperate cry for help echoed around the cell, urging fellow inmates to intervene in the beating. Magum remembered Cha Jueyong's words about how his father's beatings had taught him to resist violence. Years of abuse have turned the guy into a skilled fighter capable of facing several opponents at once. A battered Sanho, seeing the defeat of his minions, offered money in a desperate attempt to stop the hail of blows. An evil grin contorted Cha Jueyun's face at the mention of money, for which he had previously been willing to endure any humiliation. Another blow was accompanied by words to the effect that previous priorities had completely changed. Each new blow emphasized the complete indifference to the money for which he had previously had to endure abuse. The admission that there was no reason for further patience sounded like a verdict of former submission. Bitter memories of his father's admonition to follow the gangster's path surfaced in the battered lad's mind. Memories of his childhood brought Cha Jueyun back to the time when he, as a very young boy, was struggling to get up after another beating from his father. The parent's cruelty knew no bounds. Even seeing his son's attempts to get to his feet, he struck again, toppling the boy to the floor. The endless cycle of violence repeated itself day after day, turning childhood into a never-ending nightmare of beatings and humiliation. The fear of his father was so strong that even as a teenager, Cha Jueyun didn't dare to meet his gaze. The realization of the need to become stronger took root in the boy's mind as the only path to salvation. The turning point came the day he first dared to look his father in the eye, earning his father's approving remark. When the police burst into the cell, they were shocked by the violence before them. The amazement on the face of one of the guards was replaced by a grimace of horror as he realized the magnitude of what had happened. The bodies of beaten cellmates scattered around the cell and Cha Jueyun's figure towering over them created a frightening picture. The disbelief in the cop's voice was replaced by consternation when the guy calmly confirmed his involvement in the beating. Sitting alone, Cha Jueyun didn't take his eyes off the photo that captured his and Dean's happy moments. Longing and hopelessness were read in the eyes of the guy, unable to accept the tragic death of the only person close to him. Memory brought him back to the moment his girlfriend's indignant scream cut through the school air. Cha Jueyun's uncomprehending gaze met Dayan's angry tirade about the cruelty of a parent beating his son on the eve of the start of high school. The girl's indignation spilled out in every word about the unacceptability of such treatment. There were words of encouragement on the school street. The battered kid should have fought back against the abusive parent. The boyfriend's attempt to devalue another beating with a phrase about the familiarity of what was happening met with a strong protest from his girlfriend. Dayan's intention to speak to his father came across as a reminder of the promise he had made. The seriousness in Cha-jun's voice emphasized the importance of promising to stay away from his house. The joking threat of being forced to call him Appa forever masked the true fear for his girlfriend's safety. Dean reminded her friend of his ability to bring even homeless dreamers like her back to reality. The girl's dreamy gaze drifted toward the sky, painting pictures of a future life in Seoul after graduation. Disgust at living in a stuffy shelter and depressing neighborhood resounded in Dane's every word. Ambitious plans for a prestigious university, a career, expensive cars, and a luxurious apartment painted a picture of a desirable future. The boyfriend's surprise at his girlfriend's materialistic aspirations was met with a counter-question about his previous lack of observation. The realization of possible loneliness after the departure of his only loved one weighed heavily on Cha Jueyun's heart. Dane's excited question about moving in together suddenly opened up a new perspective in the guy's life. The warm touch of Dane's hand accompanied her earnest words about nothing keeping a friend in this dreary place. The children's rubber band pledge became a symbol of their promise to each other, cemented by sincere friendship. The joking threat of being forced to call her Nuna for the rest of her life for breaking a promise brought a smile to the guy's face. A random passerby, seeing the young couple in the schoolyard, offered to take a photo, to which Dane happily agreed. The moment of their happy friendship is forever frozen in a frame taken by an unfamiliar photographer. The photo, now the only memory, captured the confused face of the boy, bewildered by the unexpected proposal. Cha Jueyong's heartache spilled out into a blow on the wall that left deep cracks in the concrete. The bitter realization that if it weren't for the imprisonment, his friend wouldn't have had to visit him within these walls. Each new blow against the wall was an attempt to release the rage and despair raging inside. Guilt over the death of the only loved one tore at the young prisoner's soul. The unsolicited tears he had held back for so long finally broke through. The warden's voice, calling inmate number 7199, interrupted a moment of deep grief. The warden's sympathetic words about the unpleasant situation sounded like sincere participation in the prisoner's fate. A prison employee, unable to ignore the guy's condition, tried to convince him to eat for the first time in a long time. As he left, the warden uttered a trite but hard truth about continuing to live no matter what. Cha Jue-yun collapsed to his knees, letting the tears flow and repeating the words of remorse like a mantra of despair. The prison canteen was filled with inmates at lunchtime, among whom sat silent newcomer number 3397, concentrating on devouring rice. A curious cellmate tried to engage the newcomer in conversation, wondering about his awareness of the latest prison rumors. The story of Cha Juyong's beating of all the occupants of his cell and subsequent confinement in the punishment cell spread throughout the prison. The prisoners discussed the tragic death of the girl and the abuse by the warders that provoked the young prisoner's breakdown. Ma Gyum, silently listening to the conversations, recalled the events he had witnessed in that fateful cell. The sudden appearance of an aggressive prisoner interrupted the discussion, and he rudely pushed the narrator's head right into the plate of food. The mocking question about gossip sounded menacing in the sudden silence of the dining room. Park Chong-chan's threatening tone was accompanied by a question about the prisoner's excessive fun, creating an atmosphere of impending danger. The story of a guy convicted of a particularly serious robbery had everyone quiet. Park Chong-chan had a reputation as one of the most dangerous prisoners. Park Chong-chan continued to mock his defeated interlocutor, curious about the details of the power shift in the other cell. The hint of a possible plot against his authority sounded like a direct threat to those present. Frightened prisoners rushed to deny any suggestion of an attempt to overthrow Park Chung-chan's authority. The ringleader's mocking question about the condition of the humiliated lad only emphasized his absolute power. The victim of bullying hurriedly apologized, trying to make up for careless words about the events in the other cell. Demonstratively shoving his hands in his pockets, Pak demanded the name of the prisoner who had staged the coup. The silent newcomer listened intently as the cellmates called out the name of Cha Ju-yong, the culprit behind the recent events. A week later, the warden reported that the watcher who had been beaten by Cha Jue-yong was still in the hospital ward. The decision to release him from the punishment cell a week later was made taking into account all the circumstances of the incident. A warning to avoid more trouble sounded as a condition of returning to the general cell. The creak of the door opening caught the attention of the newcomer reading in the corner, who took his eyes off his book. Cha Ju-yong's return to the common cell caused a wave of surprise among the prisoners. The drooping head and faded gaze of the returned prisoner spoke of deep mental trauma. The newcomer watched Cha Ju-yong thoughtfully, pondering the incredible fact of toppling a prison authority figure with one decisive act. There was a foreboding in the air that the other prisoners would not leave such a challenge without consequences. Unexpected friendliness was evident in the cellmate's gesture of placing a hand on Cha Jue-yun's shoulder with feigned concern. The sudden change in the attitude of the former enemies was expressed in ostentatious friendliness and concern, as if there had been no recent enmity. False sympathy was evident in the words about the hardships of the punishment cell and suggestions to rest after the ordeal. Magaeum watched this spectacle of ostentatious care, offers of massages, water, and other signs of attention carefully. The silent newcomer clutched the notebook in his hands, realizing an important discovery about the nature of the prison hierarchy. An epiphany about the only meaningful value in a correctional center, brute force, overshadowing all other virtues of school life. The quiet observer continued to take notes as he stood off to the side during the prisoner's walk. Cha Jue-yun's unexpected address to the silent Ma Geum broke the usual silence. The question about the motives for the act took the newcomer by surprise, making him look at his interlocutor incomprehensibly. The clarification about that very day made both interlocutors tense up. The memory of the attempted reprisal on the mocking beholder hung heavy in the air. The memory of the restrained fist at the critical moment kept Cha Jue-yun on his toes, demanding an explanation from his silent interlocutor. Bewilderment was in the guy's words, not understanding why the killer of 7 people stopped him from committing another crime. The unexpected direct question made Ma Gum tense up, snapping him out of his usual state of aloofness. Bloody memories of the classroom and 7 ruined lives came back to the newcomer with frightening clarity. The endless why echoed in Ma Gum's mind as he stood in the middle of the defeated classroom. A heavy pause hung in the air as the newcomer carefully chose his words for an answer. The first incoherent sounds had just started to come off Ma Guillaume's lips when their conversation was rudely interrupted. The sudden appearance of a stranger interested in Cha Juyong's identity broke the moment of candor. Park Jongchan, notoriously violent, expressed surprise at the modest size of the guy who defeated Kim Seonho. The scornful remark about the former watcher's weakness was accompanied by Puck's studying gaze as he assessed his new adversary. A mad smile twisted Park Chong-chan's face, foreshadowing more trouble for the young prisoner. The direct question about the reasons for rebelling against authority sounded like a test of Cha Ju-yong's intentions. The suggestion of wanting to take the camera watcher's seat came with an obvious sneer in Puck's voice. Cha Ju-yong's indifferent response and demand to leave showed his complete indifference to the prison hierarchy. Cha Ju-yong's unexpected answer made Puck's eyes widen in surprise, not expecting such audacity from the new prisoner. A slow smirk spread across Puck's face, feeling that he had managed to break through his opponent's emotional armor. The prison authority's face bled, veins swelling with anger as he noted the young prisoner's inappropriate manner of speaking. Grabbing the guy by the pecs, Puck hissed his hatred for those who forget their place in the prison hierarchy. The threat to teach a lesson in place of the hospitalized lookout sounded like a promise of imminent reprisal. With a sharp movement, Park grabbed Cha Jue-yun by the hair, intending to slam his head against his knee. The cruel words of punishment for a dog that dared to bite its master were accompanied by a fist raised for a punch. The sudden appearance of the prison warden caused Puck to stop the hand that was raised for a punch. The gaze of the prison worker tried to maintain a delicate balance in the tense situation. Disappointment contorted the face of Puck, whose plan for immediate reprisal was disrupted by the appearance of the warden. Continuing to hold the guy by the hair, Puck gave the employee a strained smile, trying to portray what was happening as an innocent joke. Magem watched the scene intently, listening to the ominous reminder of the overseer's privilege of picking fights under the pretense of maintaining order. Clutching Cha Ju-yong's prison robe, Park explained the unspoken rules of the juvenile detention center. The promise to continue the confrontation, started by the beating of the former watcher, hung in the air under the attentive gaze of the silent newcomer. Puck turned to the silent assassin, trying to understand the reason for the beaten kid's strange behavior. Pak's powerful punch threw Cha Guiyan back against the metal mesh of the prison yard. Bewilderment was evident in Puck's words, comparing the guy's behavior to a beaten dog. Rolling up his sleeves, the prison authority expressed his displeasure at the lack of resistance that threatened to spoil the pleasure of the beating. Cha Jue-yun, who was used to being beaten, looked up slightly, remaining completely indifferent to what was happening. Suddenly, the boy's gaze changed, coming across the green dragon tattoo on his tormentor's arm. The green dragon instantly took him back in time to memories of his tyrant father and his endless beatings. Memory obligingly brought back the scene of his father holding him above the floor by his clothes, making him gasp in fear. The image of his father's massive chest with a green dragon tattoo floated before his eyes with frightening clarity. Puck continued to provoke the guy, noting the lack of fear in his defiant tone. The intentional reference to the dead girl was designed to elicit an emotional response. The mocking question about the impact of the car accident on the guy's character was the last straw. Unable to bear another mention of his dead girlfriend, Cha Jue-yun delivered a powerful kick to the face of his assailant. The unexpected attack toppled Puck onto his back, leaving bloody scratches on his cocky face. Indignation contorted the features of the defeated authority figure, not expecting resistance after so long of silent patience. Che descended upon the defeated Puck, twisting his arm with an unexpected strength and fury for the quiet prisoner. The authority figure, fallen to the pavement, spat out the insult, disbelieving such defiant resistance. Che's slow, venom-soaked words made Puck choke on his own saliva from fear and surprise. A shocked Puck couldn't realize how this quiet prisoner dared to challenge him with such determination. Desperate threats of reprisal burst from the throat of Puck, who was pinned to the bars, promising terrible vengeance upon his release. Cha continued to hold the hand with the green dragon tattoo as if it was a symbol of all his past suffering. The merciless grip made the muscles in Puck's arm contract in an agonizing spasm. The former confidence evaporated from Puck's voice, replaced by panicked pleas for mercy. An unusual expression of surprise appeared on the usually impassive face of the silent newcomer watching the unexpected transformation. Cho recalled how since he was a child, the only way to express his rage was to represent that hated tattoo. The green dragon on his skin became for him a symbol of all the humiliation and cruelty he had suffered. Elderly neighbors whispered in the street about the son of a local gangster, discussing the young man as a new threat to local children. Condemning looks and words about a lousy sheep accompanied every appearance of Cha Jun in their neighborhood. The young man had gotten used to these conversations behind his back, continuing to walk with his head held high despite the beatings and bruises. As he approached the house, the teenager heard screams that made his heart clench with misgivings. Fear drove the young man forward as the only thought of the familiar voice coming from the apartment raced through his mind. His father's ominous greeting met Cha Jue-yun on the doorstep of his own home. The chaos of the trashed room and the massive figure of his father made the picture of a real nightmare. The young man's heart stopped when he saw Dane, his childhood friend, lying on the floor. A desperate scream with the girl's name on it burst from the terrified teenager's chest. Her father's angry tirade about the insolence of a stranger daring to enter their home echoed in the trashed room. Dane's defiant words about the unacceptability of beating her son drove the abusive parent into a frenzy. The young man recalled with horror his girlfriend's determination to talk to his father about the beating. The father's fearful voice announced the need to teach the unruly girl a lesson. Desperate attempts to keep calm were given to the guy with incredible difficulty. His fists clenched to white knuckles and his body trembling gave away the storm of emotions inside the young man. The disbelief in his own father's ability to hurt his only friend tore at the teenager's soul. The son's gaze flickered to the massive figure of the enraged father, whose anger threatened a new outbreak of violence. Her father's eyes glowed an ominous neon red as he gritted a threatening tell-her through his teeth, looming over the shrinking girl. The cruel mockery of Dane's orphanhood, covered by the threat of being sent to her parents, was the trigger that shattered all barriers of patience. The young man, unable to contain his rage at the bullying of his only loved one any longer, grabbed the vase of flowers, preparing to strike. The first blow with the vase turned into a furious flurry of furious fist blows, spewing out years of accumulated pain, humiliation, and impotent anger. The dire consequences of that fatal bout were irreversible. The abusive parent who had once inspired terror now lay comatose. The doctor, with genuine sympathy in his eyes, informed his son of the disappointing prognosis of his father's condition, leaving no room for false hope. The dry medical report sounded like a verdict. There was little chance of the battered father returning to a normal life. The heavy memories brought Cha Jue-yun back to the sterile hospital room where he stood for hours over the still body of the man who had made his childhood a living hell. Clenched to white knuckles, his fist trembled with the realization of the irreversibility of what had happened that had changed his life forever. For the first time in years, the young man was able to look directly into the eyes of a man whose beatings and humiliations had become a daily routine of his existence. The correctional center's sports field quickly filled up with excited inmates eagerly watching the confrontation between Cha Ju-yong and Pak. A wary whisper ran through the crowd, spreading rumors of a lunatic who had barely made it out of solitary and was already getting into serious trouble again. The young man stood a motionless statue in the middle of the courtyard, habitually lowering his gaze to the ground and not reacting to the growing tension around him. His gaze was again drawn to the green dragon tattoo on his opponent's arm, matching his father's to the smallest detail. Deep hatred and contempt distorted the boy's features at the sight of the symbol, a reminder of years of abuse and humiliation. Loud appeals from the warders to return to their cells immediately went unheeded. The prisoners, frozen in pillars, did not take their eyes off the tense scene. The experienced guard who was closely monitoring the walkway was instantly alerted to the unusual noise that disrupted the usual routine. The elderly warden was phlegmatic about the inevitability of conflict among the young prisoners whose pent-up energy sought an outlet in fights. A high-ranking official in a uniform with numerous awards was leisurely sipping his tea, expressing his joy at his interlocutor's recovery. The director of the correctional center, Kwon Chang-seok, surrounded by an entourage of subordinates, assured of his willingness to help with any complaints and problems. Squinting and stretching his words, the director of the juvenile prison suddenly interrupted the conversation as if he had remembered something important. The question about the visitor's identity sounded careless, but there was a latent interest in the unusual guest of the correctional facility. A tense silence hung in the cell, where the prisoners sat still on their knees, trying to make sense of what they had seen during the walk. Awkwardness gripped the cellmates who witnessed the sudden outburst of rage of the normally calm Cha Jue-yun. Ma continued to make notes in his notebook, never taking his eyes off the culprit of the recent incident. The focused face of the silent observer betrayed his deep shock at the scene of violence he had seen. The thought of having to share a cell with other prisoners after what had happened seemed absurd and unbearable to Cha Jue-yun. The sharp voice of the warden calling prisoner number 7199 broke the oppressive silence of the cell. The slow words about having to get out sounded like a sentence in the tense atmosphere. The unexpected announcement of a visitor made the lad shudder with surprise and fear of the unknown. Footsteps echoed down the prison corridor as the young man painfully searched his mind for possible visitors. The bitter thoughts of a runaway mother and estranged relatives only added to the bewilderment of the unexpected visit. The sunlight falling on the prisoner's uplifted face illuminated his confused expression and anxious thoughts about the mysterious guest. Confusion gripped the prisoner when the escort brought him not to the visiting room but to the spacious office of the warden. Unaccustomed emotions were reflected on Cha Jue-yun's normally impassive face as he stepped into the director's office. On the luxurious sofa sat his father, Cha Gong-ren, leaning on crutches and greeting his son with words of long separation. The shock on the young man's face was quickly replaced by a deafening distaste at the sight of the man who had turned his life into an endless nightmare. The scene of Dain's beating instantly flashed before the young prisoner's eyes, making him clench his fists with impotent rage. My father commented with feigned concern about the fight he saw in the yard, calling it child's play with other inmates. His father's words did not reach the boy's consciousness, whose gaze froze on the memory of the lifeless body in the hospital room. Panic and disbelief overwhelmed the young man's mind, refusing to accept the reality of what was happening. Approaching the couch, the young man was finally convinced that in front of him was really his father, carelessly calling him son. A familiar voice that shattered all notions of justice struck Cha Jue-yun's mind like a heavy hammer. Principal Kwon Chang-seok condescendingly placed his hand on the stunned young man's shoulder, smiling at his confusion. Leaning over to the frozen lad, the warden noted with a smile his extreme surprise at what was happening. The news of his father's miraculous awakening from his coma sounded like a mockery of all the young prisoner's hopes. The director's joyful announcement of Cha Gong-ren's full recovery sounded mockingly fake. The doctor's words about his father's minimal chances of recovery echoed in the shocked young man's mind. The veins swelled in the boy's face from the strain as he tried to comprehend the incredible contradiction between the doctor's prognosis and reality. The father's mocking question about his son's mistrust sounded like the beginning of a cruel game designed to break the remnants of resistance. The bodyguard's self-assured words about the invulnerability of the mob boss's right-hand man emphasized the true nature of his father's power. There was pride in Cha Gong-ren's voice as he spoke of the only person who had been able to send him to the emergency room, his own son. The account of waking up in a hospital room sounded like a well-rehearsed story designed to elicit sympathy. His father's theatrical tears and flushed face were only disgusting, exposing the falsity of his ostensible remorse. The empty words of regret that flew from the lips of an abusive parent could not hide the true nature of this monster. His father's crocodile tears, wiped away with a napkin politely given by the warden, completed the picture of the hypocritical spectacle. The confession of paternal love, like a stroke of lightning, fell upon the lad's mind, revealing the true purpose of this visit. Boastful words of power and willingness to fulfill his son's every wish preceded the terrible confession. The carelessly thrown words of murder made the young man's heart sink in anticipation of the awful truth. A brutal clarification of the victim's identity turned a premonition into a terrifying reality. The story of the truck accident in the crosswalk revealed the horrific truth about Dane's death. The excruciating details of the dying girl's pleas to the figure standing next to her painted a picture of indescribable cruelty. The impassioned confession of idly watching a man die exposed Chagong Ren's true nature. The calmness in the father's voice at the description of the little girl's death sounded like a mockery of human feelings. The mocking account of Dane's final moments recognizing her killer demonstrated the depth of her father's cruelty. The final blow, a reminder of the girl's words about the unworthy father, completed the monstrous confession of premeditated murder. The father's cynical words about being willing to do anything for his son sounded like a mocking mockery of a dying girl in a crosswalk. Chagong Ren's last words thrown to the dying Dayan were drenched in the venom of contempt for her orphan fate. Indifferently dropping a cruel phrase about her homelessness, the killer simply turned and walked away, leaving the girl to die alone. Sitting in front of his son, the father admitted with a contemptuous grin that he thought he was a lowlife, capable only of silently enduring abuse. The memory of the day his son first showed his character brought a spark of respect to the eyes of the abusive parent. Acknowledgement of Dane's role in awakening the son's power was accompanied by regret for being an inappropriate catalyst for change. The cold-blooded explanation of the decision to get rid of the girl sounded like a discussion of mundane business strategy. A wry smile twisted his father's face as he bragged about his miraculous recovery for the sake of killing an innocent girl. The cynical justification of the murder by caring for his son was the last straw that overflowed the cup of the young prisoner's patience. Cha Jueon's abrupt movement made the prison director nervous and called for an immediate halt to the conflict. The furious lunge toward his father was accompanied by the principal's shouts for the infuriated prisoner to be tied up and stopped immediately. The hatred that had accumulated over the years clouded the young man's gaze, turning it into an instrument of pure rage. A sudden sharp pain pierced the guy's back as the guards used a stun gun to subdue his anger. The electric shock made the young man's eyes flash with an unnatural light from the pain that pierced his body. Prison officers reacted to the situation with lightning speed, using tasers to neutralize the aggressive inmate. The principal's relieved sigh in order to restrain the lad was accompanied by a nervous acknowledgement of the fear experienced. Cha-jun's helpless body shuddered on the floor from the incessant electric shocks that paralyzed every muscle. Through the electric shocks piercing his son's body, his father's mocking voice broke through, questioning his thirst for revenge. On the cold floor, shuddering from the electric shocks, Cha Jue-yun did not take his inflamed gaze off the green dragon on his father's hand. The feigned tears flowed down the cheeks of Chagong Ren, whose voice trembled with fake excitement at the reminder of the only way to his death. Within the walls of this prison, like poisonous shoots, the members of their criminal organization took root. Fresh tattoos on his young skin marked new wolves ready to join the pack of mature predators. The future of these young men is already predetermined. From a faceless mass of prisoners, they will turn into brutal leaders of criminal gangs. His father's challenge echoed off the walls of the office. Become the leader of the prison. Prove your superiority over these puppies. Electric shocks continued to torment his son's body while his father painted tantalizing pictures of rising to the top of the criminal world. Through the shroud of pain, Cha Joyon's mind was filled with words about the possibility of one day fighting his father and taking his place as the leader. The eyes of the tattooed dragon flashed scarlet in the semi-darkness of the office as the summons to the decisive battle sounded. Manipulative notes rang in his father's voice, speaking of unattainable heights that only his heir could conquer. With a theatrical gesture, Chagong Ren ended his speech with a promise of boundless paternal happiness at his son's successes on the bloody road. A brief exchange of remarks between the director and the father exposed the depth of corruption that permeates the walls of the correctional facility. The guy's sudden movement caused the guards to raise their weapons, watching in amazement at his incredible resistance. The principal's anxiety broke through the commanding tone, betraying a panicked fear of another outbreak of violence. At the very exit, something made Cha Gong-ren freeze for a moment, listening to his son's words. The promise of imminent death rumbled through the electrified air, bursting from the tortured young man's chest. Despite the paralyzing pain, Cha Guoyun rose to his feet with an inhuman effort, throwing the taser wires off of himself. The director of the correctional center was speechless with amazement, unable to believe his eyes. Shaking from the electric shocks, the young man's wounded body somehow miraculously kept moving towards its goal. Through the shroud of pain, his father's mocking words about happiness pulsed through Cha Guoyun's mind, causing only a wave of disgust. The young prisoner's clenched fist was already reaching for the hated face as the single thought of murder raced through his mind. The unexpected appearance of a tall man in an impeccable business suit and scarlet tie interrupted the moment of revenge. The young lord's address made the boy turn around sharply, meeting his gaze with his new adversary. With a powerful punch, the stranger sent Cha Jun to the floor without even straining. The calm voice of the red-haired guard explained his actions as simple duty. The scar on John Doe's face emphasized his words about the sacred mission of protecting the boss. Overcoming a new wave of pain, the young man's battered body stubbornly tried to rise. Astonished by his opponent's resilience, the bodyguard struggled to hold back the lad who was raring to fight. A thought flashed through the guard's mind about the young prisoner's incredible willpower to resist the heavenly dragon commander. Leaning on his crutches, Cha Gong-ren watched his son's beating with feigned sympathy. The mocking call to look around echoed through the principal's office. As the loyal bodyguard held the young man struggling in his grasp, his father continued to mock the futility of his attempts. The cruel words about the pointlessness of resistance dug into the mind with sharp needles. His father's last sentence sounded like a sentence. The only path to revenge lay through absolute power within the prison walls. His father's words about the only way to kill him through control of the prison echoed in the young man's inflamed mind. Powerless rage swelled in the exhausted son's chest, making every muscle quiver with overwhelming anger. The mocking anticipation of the next meeting in his father's voice sounded like a promise of more suffering for the recalcitrant offspring. The ringleader's faithful dogs threw the boy to the floor and left the office after their boss, whose crutches were tapping on the floor. The deafening silence of the director's office was broken only by Cha Guoyun's heavy breathing and the creaking of his shaking body as he tried to rise. In the carpentry workshop, there was the usual working atmosphere. The prisoners were hard at work on a variety of handicrafts. The silent Ma Guillaume was concentrating on carving intricate patterns on a bar of soap, completely immersed in the creative process. The satisfied warden noted inmate 3397's overperformance, allowing the newcomer to complete the work ahead of the allotted time. The admiring whispers of the other prisoners carried stories of the masterful wielding of the hammer with which the newcomer had dealt with the school's abusers. Distrustful glances accompanied the discussion of Ma Guillaume's appearance, in whose frail appearance no one could discern a brutal killer. The clinking of tools heralded the arrival of a new actor. A tattooed fellow entered the workshop carrying a heavy box. The metallic sheen of the piercings in the stranger's lips was as eye-catching as the intricate patterns of the tattoos on his chest. The silent newcomer's keen gaze instantly registered every detail of the entrant's appearance, as if photographing his image. The deafening rumble of the falling toolbox made everyone in the workshop wince. A silver nail gleaming on the floor among the scattered tools caught everyone's attention, while the culprit of the commotion clumsily excused himself with a sore arm. The tattooed guy leaned over the newcomer curiously, trying to see him as the same Ma Guillaume from the news reports. Yoon Gun-min, who was convicted of arson and robbery, tried to resurrect shared memories of middle school in his interlocutor's mind. The former classmate's excited voice was ringing with the anticipation of talking to the infamous killer whose name was in the news. A dry affirmation of familiarity flew off Ma Guillaume's lips, not expressing the slightest bit of joy at the encounter. The cold mention of the old acquaintance's name contrasted with the indifferent expression on the silent newcomer's face. Unhealthy curiosity was evident in the tattooed guy's voice as he prepared to ask a long-standing question. Yoon Gongming's cocky smile couldn't hide his avid interest in the gory details of killing 7 people. Tension gripped Ma Guillaume's body as the question about the truthfulness of the news report sounded. The former classmate's incredulous tone betrayed his amazement at the transformation of a model student into a cold-blooded killer. The mocking reminder of past exemplary behavior sounded like a hidden challenge to the silent newcomer. The timely intervention of the warden interrupted the unpleasant conversation, sending the prisoners to their places. Yun Gongming's careless farewell was accompanied by a feignedly friendly wave of his hand. Ma Gyum's clenched fist began to bleed from the nails digging in, betraying the depth of his emotional turmoil from the conversation. Dusk enveloped the prison walls, trapping the prisoners in their cells until the next morning. Cha Guiyun's habitual posture, head down and gaze fixed on the floor, revealed the depth of his dark thoughts. His father's words about the only path to revenge through gaining power in prison echoed in his inflamed mind. A fierce purple glow appeared in the boy's eyes as his thoughts returned to his recent encounter with his father. Carefully observing his cellmates, Cha Guiyun carefully considered the first step in his journey to power over the prison. Prisoner complaints about the monotonous prison menu consisting of only greens filled the evening air of the cell. The suggestion of contacting a human rights organization elicited only dreamy sighs for a slice of real pizza. There was a bitter irony in the voices of the prisoners reminding each other of the harsh reality of prison life. The approaching footsteps of the warden silenced the cellmates half-heartedly, fearing the consequences. Cha Guiyun's unexpected act of turning to a worker passing by made everyone hold their breath. The shocked cellmates watched the development of the strange situation with bewilderment, not understanding the guy's intentions. The prisoner's calm voice, denying any problems, contrasted with the sudden question about the possibility of ordering. The impertinent request for pizza sounded in the prison silence like a challenge to the entire correctional system. The warden's standard reminder of their location did not bode well for the unusual request. The guard's unexpected agreement sounded like a thunderclap to the hushed prisoners. The aroma of fresh pizza filled the cell, where happy cellmates enjoyed the stretchy cheese and unusual treat. Delighted cheers and thanks merged into a single hum as the ravenous lads savored the human food. The sincere gratitude of his cellmates to Cha Guiyun was the first step in realizing his plan. The realization that the prison guards were subordinate to his father made Cha Guiyun rethink his options within those walls. The special attitude of the staff towards the son of an influential criminal opened new perspectives for achieving the goal. Carefully analyzing the boundaries of what was allowed, the guy began to understand the true scale of his influence in the prison hierarchy. The delighted whispers of cellmates devouring pizza filled the cell with speculation about the mysterious identity of their benefactor. Assumptions about his father's high status ranged from congressman to third-generation tycoon, causing Cha Guiyun to chuckle bitterly. The clenched fist gave away the guy's determination to use any means to achieve his goal. The sudden change in the topic of conversation drew Cha Guiyun's attention to discuss the newcomer's strange behavior. Cellmates noted Ma Gyum's refusal to eat pizza with concern, writing off his behavior as depression. The unusual gloominess of the silent newcomer caused genuine concern among the other prisoners. In the carpentry shop, Cha Guiyun and Ma Gyum worked side by side, wearing rubber gloves. Cha Guiyun's attentive gaze noted the oddities in the silent neighbor's behavior. Yun's regular appearance with his tools was accompanied by feigned apologies about his arm problems. A stream of sharp nails rushed towards the newcomer, creating a deadly situation. Ma Gyum stood motionless, letting the sharp nails dig into his body as if he didn't feel any pain. Yun's fake apology about his hands slippery from the oil sounded mocking in the tense silence of the workshop. Rage flooded Ma Gyum's mind, staining his eyes with a bloodshot glow as he muttered the name of his tormentor. An angry question about the motives behind the harassment burst from the usually silent newcomer's chest. The sudden appearance of a 2-meter-tall ambo accompanied by 2 henchmen interrupted the tense moment. Disappointment sounded in the thug's voice, expecting more from the killer of a few men under his command. The doubt in Yun's words about the school bully's reputation made the man hesitate under the authority figure's heavy gaze. Uncertainty was evident in Yun's voice as he confessed his lies about Ma Gyum's past. The mention of shared childhood memories sounded like an ominous portent of violence to come. The mocking question about a forgotten friendship was accompanied by a growing menace in the former classmate's voice. Yuna's brutal grip on the newcomer's head foreshadowed a repeat of the nightmares of the past. The nail point reflecting in Ma Guillaume's dilated pupils awakened painful memories. A picture from middle school flashed before my eyes, a crying boy begging for mercy as he was bent over sharp objects. The insane smile of the torturer and the demand to repeat the pleas louder were etched in my memory forever. Young Magam's desperate pleas for freedom met only sadistic pleasure in the eyes of the torturer. The preparation of the instrument of torture was accompanied by a foretaste of what was interesting in the distorted mind of the torturer. The methodical hammering of nails into the board marked the beginning of a new act of bullying. The terrified teenager's face froze millimeters from the sharp ends, eliciting wild delight from the torturer. The mocking question about pleasant childhood memories was accompanied by an attempt to bend Ma Guillaume's head to the sharp nails. Sadistic pleasure contorted Yun's face as he continued to bend his victim's head to the nails to the approving glances of the ambo. The mocking laughter of the thugs accompanied every tremor in Ma Guillaume's body, turning his fear into an object of cruel amusement. Disbelief at the cowardly pup's ability to commit multiple murders resounded in the mocking voices of the onlookers. A sudden silence swallowed up the laughter of the ambles as they noticed an inexplicable change in their victim's eyes. Cha Jueyun froze in a daze as he watched the incredible transformation happening to the usually quiet rookie. A gruesome offer to demonstrate a killing technique sounded from the lips of the transformed Ma Guillaume, whose face now radiated cold fury. The stunned Yun couldn't comprehend the sudden transformation of his victim. In just a moment, the look of a hunted beast had changed to a predatory grin. The tense situation was diffused by the appearance of the warden, whose announcement of the end of the break forced everyone to disperse to their workplaces. With a sharp movement, Ma Guillaume yanked his hand out of his former classmate's grip, his icy voice sounding the death threat of further touching. Stepping away from the machine, the trio of big guys glanced around with anticipation. The unexpectedly dangerous newcomer promised an entertaining diversion. Yuna's confused gaze followed his former classmate's every move, trying to understand the nature of the ominous transformation that had happened to him. Ma Guillaume's methodical movements over the unfinished stool gave Yun a strange feeling, his true nature peeking through in this work. A philosophical argument about the superiority of Jesus over Buddha suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere of the prison cell. A furious squabble about religious superiority erupted between the prisoners, each fanatically defending his deity. The joking remark about starting a holy war caused the disputants to disperse into corners, portraying deep meditation. A sepulchral silence enveloped the cell, each prisoner immersed in feigned prayer, oblivious to the recent argument. Cha Jueyun's unexpected gratitude caught the newcomer off guard, causing him to break away from thinking about the past. A sincere confession of salvation from an extra sentence for killing the lookout hung in the air between the two prisoners. Magam's direct question about the reasons for the interest in his act was met with a frank admission of the need to break free. The heavy words about his murderous father hung in the air, filling the space between them with unspoken pain. The thirst for vengeance for his fallen friend pulsed in Cha Jueyun's every word, revealing the true reason for his desire to go free. A brief dialogue about his father's mysterious condition ended with a hint of a complicated story that requires a more detailed explanation. Sincere gratitude resounded in Cha Jueyun's words, recognizing the rookie's role in the possibility of a speedy release from the prison walls. The silent Ma Guillaume accepted the words of thanks without a sound, maintaining his usual stony expression. The emotional outburst of a prisoner with a 20-year sentence caused the guy to turn around apologizing for his misinterpreted words. The promise of repayment came out of the newcomer's mouth with the same impassivity that characterized all his rare utterances. The golden key that suddenly appeared in front of Ma Guillaume's face made him wary, anticipating another twist of fate. The employee's hurried apologies about urgent household matters were followed by the handing over of the key to the silent newcomer. A short order to restore order and a wish of good luck ended the strange conversation with the hastily departing warden. The chaotic jumble of tools in the workshop required careful sorting and cleaning, becoming the last task for the day. Suddenly, something unusual caught Ma Guillaume's undivided attention, causing him to freeze over his desk. A large moth with outstretched wings lay on the workbench, awakening painful memories of the past in the newcomer's mind. The image of a school acquaintance suddenly surfaced in her mind, linked to this innocent creature by some terrible secret. The gruesome picture of a butterfly nailed to the wall surfaced in my mind, making me shudder with memories of my school days. Young Yoon's enthusiasm for showing off his butterfly collection was now seen as the first sign of his perverted nature. Young Ma Gaeum's disgust for insects didn't stop the classmate from showing off his creepy collection. The scale of the collection of dead butterflies staggered young Ma Gaeum's imagination, evoking mixed feelings of admiration and disgust. The bitter irony of his first friendship with Yoon was overshadowed by memories of other classmates' strange looks at his unusual hobby. The general aversion to collecting insects created a halo of alienation around Yoon, imperceptible only to the gullible Ma Gyum. His classmates' mocking questions about his plans to eat the butterflies he caught sounded mocking as Yoon tried to remain calm. The silent Ma Gaeum watched the scene from afar, feeling a growing resentment at the injustice of what was happening. The authoritative voice of the class president interrupted the bullying, reminding the bullies of recess time and the need to return to class. The sudden appearance of the authoritative headman caused the offending men to retreat, fearing possible punishment for their behavior. The bullies' hurried excuses were followed by a hasty retreat, leaving Yoon alone with his unexpected defender. Sincere concern came through in the voice of the class president when he inquired about the condition of his first friend. A reminder of the planned visit came from Yoon's lips, trying to maintain normality in their communication. The sudden appearance of classmates offering a new game disrupted a moment of friendly conversation between the boys. Persistent attempts to get the president involved in the soccer game met with his refusal, prompted by other plans. Bitter reflections of the turning point in their friendship plagued Ma Gyum's mind as he tried to figure out where things had gone wrong. Yoon's empty seat for the new school year made Ma Gyum's heart clench with an inexplicable premonition of trouble. Rare encounters with a former friend have been replaced by an overheard conversation about his stalking in a new class. The brutal details of Yoon's bullying, which included beating him and messing up his desk, came to the ears of a shocked Ma Gyum. The sudden news of Yoon being taken away somewhere made the former friend's heart race in anxious anticipation. Ma Gaeum's swift dash to find his friend startled the students standing nearby who hadn't expected such a reaction. The desperate sprint through the school corridors was accompanied by heavy breathing and growing fear for the fate of his former friend. The ajar classroom door revealed a group of high school students with ill intentions gathered around something. The scornful comments about the loser echoed in the empty classroom, increasing the anxiety in the heart of the seeking friend. Yun's unexpected appearance behind his back, accompanied by a touch to the head, was the beginning of a nightmare that changed their lives forever. An unexpected nudge from a former friend caused Ma Gyum to fly into the ominous emptiness of the office, where a group of unfamiliar high school students awaited him. His shocked mind refused to understand what was happening, how a childhood friend could turn into a cruel traitor pushing him towards the unknown. Instead of answering the desperate question of why, there was only a cold order to shut up, accompanied by an insane smile from his former friend. The metallic click of the lock sounded like a sentence, cutting off the escape route and leaving Ma Gyum alone with the nightmare. Mocking laughter in the hallway was accompanied by jokes about catching bugs, turning a terrible memory into a cruel game. The cynical offer to join in the bullying by bringing his cockroaches sounded especially creepy in the semi-darkness of the locked classroom. Desperate cries for help were shattered by a cold "wait a minute," uttered with frightening calmness by a former friend. A gruesome lecture on the need for immediate dissection of captured insects sounded like a harbinger of torture to come. The insane gleam in Yoon's eyes as he held the hammer was accompanied by hysterical laughter echoing off the walls of the empty classroom. The return to reality was accompanied by a philosophical reflection on the universal love for butterflies and contempt for moths. The appearance of Yoon holding a fluttering moth made the newcomer shudder with surprise and a rush of memories. The fragile wings of the moth crumbled to dust under the merciless pressure of his former friend's fingers. The accusation of pretending met with a strong rebuff from the newcomer, who was tired of his former buddy's manipulative games. Bitter recriminations of ostensible friendship and deliberate estrangement sounded like echoes of a conflict long overdue. The painful comparison to a moth scorned by all and a beautiful butterfly surrounded by universal love revealed the depth of Yoon's resentment. The realization of the bitter truth turned every day into an agonizing ordeal, gradually distorting the consciousness of the offended teenager. The accusation of turning into a monster sounded especially bitter from the mouth of a man who considered himself the only victim of circumstance. The meaningful pause in Yoon's speech made Ma Gyum tense up, anticipating a new round of cruelty. The news of the murder of 7 people, Yoon admitted, was the last straw in his descent into madness. The mocking mention of karma was accompanied by an ominous smile that foreshadowed terrible retribution. Powerless rage shook Ma Gyum's body, whose clenched fist trembled with overwhelming emotions. Blood oozing from the nails digging into his palm colored a tense question about the true meaning of what was being said. The accusation thrown in Yoon's face made him tense up, betraying vulnerability behind ostentatious cruelty. The cynical statement of indifference to the ruined life of a former friend sounded like an attempt to hide his own pain. The sudden appearance of the thugs, pawing the newcomer's arms and clamping his mouth shut, turned the confrontation into physical violence. The mention of trying to bribe the director sounded like an accusation of losing the innocence and purity of the former image. The ominous promise of continued torture was accompanied by an insane smile from a former friend. The eerie analogy of dissecting insects foreshadowed the beginning of a real nightmare for the helpless victim. The path to the metal locker seemed like a road to a personal hell prepared by a former friend. Genuine horror distorted Ma Gyum's face at the sight of the ominous locker, awakening his worst fears. Desperate resistance and pleas for mercy were shattered by the former friend's deafening wall of hatred. The final accusation of responsibility for what was happening sounded like a verdict on their shattered friendship. Ma Gyum's helpless body was squeezed into the cramped space of the metal locker despite the victim's desperate resistance. The click of the lock and the clink of chains wrapped around the locker sounded like the last chord in a symphony of cruelty. The prisoner's furious voice, demanding an explanation for such cruelty, reverberated off the metal walls of his cramped prison. Yoon's cynical answer about the gift sounded especially eerie in the semi-darkness of the workshop where the nightmare was unfolding. A wave of disgust swept through the prisoner's body as hordes of insects sprinkled inside the locker, scolopendras, cockroaches, beetles. The mocking remark about the Bug Brothers was accompanied by the rustling of many paws filling the cramped space. Ma Gyum's desperate attempts to free himself or at least crush the vile creatures were turning into a meaningless struggle in close captivity. A mad smile distorted Yoon's face as he inquired about the victim's impressions of his gift. A sudden uneasiness flashed in the tormentor's gaze, not getting the expected reaction of fear and pleas for mercy. The assumption of silent patience tactics betrayed Yoon's growing irritation at the lack of desired effect. The aide's admiring comments about the real executioner's stamina only emphasized the absurdity of what was happening. An inappropriate question about pity for the murderer was met with an unexpected reaction from the chief tormentor. The mad gleam in Yoon's eyes intensified as he dismissed the suggestion of murder with a sneer. The amble's rude remark about Yoon's stupidity broke the ominous atmosphere of torture. Yoon's threatening posture and his words that it was just beginning foreshadowed a new round of violence. The sadistic anticipation of his victim's screams distorted his former friend's facial features beyond recognition. Cha Jue-on's sudden appearance in the workshop interrupted the ominous spectacle with a question about future plans. The fright of the thugs at the sudden appearance of a new actor was replaced by aggressive interest. Cha Jue-young's lightning strike was the answer to the question of why the newcomer prisoner was being bullied. The furious reaction of the other ambassadors resulted in a hail of blows accompanied by insults against the defender. Training with his abusive father has hardened Cha Jue-young's body, turning him into a dangerous fighter capable of facing multiple opponents. The guy's confident movements and precise strikes allowed him to easily fend off clumsy attempts by the ambassadors to get at him. Horror contorted Yoon's face as he realized that his carefully thought-out plan of revenge was crumbling before his eyes. The metal locker that had become Ma Gyum's prison shuddered with the surprise of his captor hearing a familiar voice. Through the narrow slit in the locker door, the newcomer gazed avidly at the unfolding scene of deliverance. The calm atmosphere of the cell, where the prisoners were discussing the absence of the newcomer, did not foreshadow the coming storm. Cha Jue-yoon's attentive hearing caught a conversation about the warden's alleged request for help with cleaning, instantly sensing a catch. The unexpected movement of the boy, who rose from his seat, caused surprised looks from the cellmates, who were used to his calmness. The address to the passing warden sounded confident and demanding, breaking the usual order. The officer's raised cap revealed the tired face of a man ready for another strange request from an unusual prisoner. The anticipation of a new pizza could be read on the faces of the cellmates waiting for Cha Jun's next culinary miracle. The unexpected request to open the cell sounded like thunder, breaking all prison rules. The amazement of the cellmates at the audacity of the request was replaced by complete disbelief at what was happening. The officer's shocked look betrayed his confusion in the face of the prisoner's unprecedented insolence. Finding himself in the carpentry shop due to his influence, Cha Jue-young prepared to put an end to Yoon's bullying. The defeated bodies of the ambles littered the floor of the workshop, leaving only one blond man against the enraged protector. The 2-meter-tall giant, the last of the remaining opponents, uttered the name of his unexpected savior in surprise. The respectful acknowledgement in the bald, bulky man's voice, calling Cha Jue-young the source of the recent commotion, betrayed an involuntary admiration. Yoon's eyes flashed with morbid interest at the mention of his new opponent's reputation. The sudden insight in the ambulist's words about the reasons for Cha Jue-young's intervention made the newcomer wary. The assumption of a close friendship with Ma Gyum caused a wave of unease in the captive watching through the slit. Yoon's mocking comment about the reliability of friendship sounded bitterly ironic in the tense atmosphere of the workshop. The loud laughter of the bald-headed Ambo was accompanied by an acknowledgement of envy at such a devoted friendship turning to annoyance. The mocking offer of friendship from the bulky man sounded like a prelude to a new round of violence. A huge fist parted the air, along with a mocking offer of friendship, failing to reach its target. Cha Jue-young's unexpected attack caught the cocky Ambo by surprise, sending him to the floor of the workshop. A scornful look from top to bottom accompanied the mocking question of friendship thrown at the defeated opponent. The categorical rejection of the proposed friendship sounded like a death sentence to any future relationship. The tense address to Yoon broke the heavy silence that hung in the workshop after the fight. A direct question about the reasons for the mistreatment of the prisoner in the box demanded an immediate answer. A fair comment on the excessiveness of the punishment met with an unexpectedly violent reaction. The echoed overshoot sounded like the harbinger of a new outbreak of madness. A stream of bitter accusations of betrayal burst from Yoon's mouth, distorted with rage. Painful memories of feigned friendship and indifference overwhelmed every word of the former friend. The comparison with a poisonous viper expressed the depth of resentment and hatred that had been accumulated over the years. The warning about the dangers of friendship sounded like an ominous prophecy of future betrayals. A sudden attack from behind turned the ambulist's massive arms into a deadly lash around Cha Jun's neck. The previously defeated Ambo wrapped a steel grip around Cha Hui-yun's neck, mocking his self-confidence in a quick victory. The chokehold was accompanied by a mocking comment about the warm-up nature of the previous bout. A sadistic smile played on Yoon's lips as he watched the massacre of the uninvited protector. A mocking question about friendship sounded along with the strengthening of the death grip on Cha Hui-yun's neck. A quick analysis of the situation led the guy to realize the need for extreme measures against a professional opponent's grip. With a lightning-fast movement, Cha Jue-yun grabbed the strangler's finger, threatening to cripple him in one move. Yun's warning of the seriousness of the situation sounded ominous in the tense silence of the workshop. The lack of oxygen began to cloud Cha Jue-yun's consciousness, still trapped in the Ambo's deadly embrace. Ma Geum's sudden appearance with chains in his hands and demanding that his friend be released took everyone by surprise. Yuna's shocked gaze darted between the empty crate and the freed captive, unable to comprehend what had happened. A check of the metal locker confirmed the unbelievable. Somehow the prisoner had managed to free himself unnoticed. The moment of release coincided with hitting the locker during the first scrimmage, when the lock appeared to be damaged. While Yoon was comprehending what had happened, Cha Jue-yun's powerful leg kick sent him into a knockout. A brief remark about the proximity of failure showed how serious the situation was for both friends. The chains in Magium's hands turned into a lash around the neck of the 2-meter-tall man, whose painful scream echoed through the workshop. The metal chains in Magium's hands continued to tighten around the ambalist's neck despite his desperate resistance. Sadistic pleasure contorted Yun's face, encouraging his tormentor to increase the pressure on his victim. The newcomer's calm reminder of the warning sounded ominous next to the ambo wheezing with suffocation. The bulky man's rolling eyes and foaming at the mouth indicated a critical lack of oxygen. With a careless movement, Ma Guillaume tossed the chains away along with the bald giant's collapsed body, letting it collapse to the floor. The newcomer's heavy breathing gave away the physical and emotional exhaustion from the nightmare he had experienced. Fury distorted Ma Guillaume's normally impassive face as he turned to face his school tormentor. With trembling legs, Yun pivoted backward, begging his former victim to stop. A desperate attempt to portray himself as a victim of circumstance was accompanied by a nervous stroking of the back of his head. Pathetic excuses about self-defense sounded false in the mouth of a recent tormentor. The slow approach of the enraged Ma Guillaume made Yun cringe in fear. Panic gripped the former tormentor, causing him to crawl backward in an attempt to avoid retaliation. The sudden pleas for forgiveness and low bows showed the complete collapse of Yun's former self-confidence. Yun's desperate attempts to rectify the situation resulted in pathetic excuses and pleas for forgiveness for yet another mistake. Self-deprecating cries of worthlessness sounded like a last-ditch attempt to avoid paying for years of abuse. Ma Guillaume's unexpectedly soft reply that he never thought Yun was a loser caught his tormentor off guard. Bewilderment and confusion were reflected on Yun's face, not understanding the meaning of these strange words of his former victim. The bitter truth of a life ruined because of Yun's selfish delusions sounded the verdict of their past friendship. The confession to the murder of the seven and the long contemplation of the fate of a former friend hung heavy in the air. Realizing that his hatred for Yun hadn't reached the point of wanting him dead, Ma Guillaume allowed Ma Guillaume to simply pass by. Simple words about a former friendship sounded like an epitaph to their shattered relationship. Yun's venomous reply about his gullible friend's foolishness was the last straw that overflowed the cup of patience. Cha Jue-yun's lightning-fast U-turn ended with a crushing kick to the incorrigible trader's face. The calm confidence in Cha Wei-yun's voice spoke of the end of a long history of confrontation. The silence of the chamber was broken by Cha Jue-yun's sudden question to the silent newcomer. A perplexed question about the strange behavior of the killer of the seven met Ma Guillaume's incomprehensible gaze. The firm denial of fear of the weakling sounded sincere in the usually silent newcomer's mouth. A tense silence hung in the cell where Cha Jue-yun and Ma Guillaume sat with their backs turned to each other, immersed in their thoughts. After a long silence, Cha Jue-yun broke the silence with a confession of understanding the true situation. An insightful observation about the complicated relationship between former friends was accompanied by an observation about the lack of real animosity. A bitter rebuke of incomprehension sounded in the newcomer's voice, whose gaze betrayed deep heartache. The moment in the workshop came to mind, Cha Jue-yun's perplexed question about the newcomer's procrastination in leaving. Ma Guillaume's unexpected address caught Cha Jue-yun's attention with its unusual intonation. For the first time ever, a slight smile lit up the newcomer's face as he spoke words of gratitude. Cha Jue-yun's surprise at the sudden display of warmth was expressed in an incredulous question. A huge blond man with the number 2163 burst into the workshop, furiously demanding an explanation from Yun for the unauthorized use of the camera. The big guy's hysterical cries of fear of cockroaches and the need for their immediate extermination sounded surreal. Cha Jue-yun and Ma Guillaume's astonished gazes met at the sight of the panicked thug shaking in fear of insects. The bloody marks of Yuna's beating on the floor caused a new wave of hysteria from the clean-cut giant. Panicked attempts to wipe off the blood were accompanied by cries of hatred of dirt and fear of germs. The sudden grabbing of Cha Jun's shirt by the massive hands of prisoner number 2163 took everyone by surprise. The unceremonious use of another man's clothes to wipe his face shocked more than just the owner. The crazy look and the odd question about the cleanliness of his face turned the situation into a surreal nightmare. The blonde's frantic gaze sank into Cha Jueyun's face as he demanded an answer about the cleanliness of his face, reducing the distance to a minimum. The tense atmosphere of the workshop thickened around the three prisoners, frozen in a strange composition. Cha Jueyun's defiant question about wanting to hear the truth sounded like a warning of trouble to come. The straightforward answer about the lack of cleanliness made the white-haired giant freeze with a shocked expression on his face. Ma Guillaume instantly tensed up, realizing that his comrade's honesty could lead to very unpleasant consequences. A hysterical cry of self-loathing was accompanied by a sharp movement of the arm, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The timely appearance of the warden demanding dispersal from the cells prevented an imminent outbreak of violence. The guard's surprise at the presence of the prisoners after hours was reflected in his irritated voice. The blond man's manic attention to the number on Cha Jueyun's uniform was expressed in the endless repetition of the digits 7199. The beastly fury in the giant's widened eyes was matched by his strange sniffing at the form of his new victim. The next day brought the long-awaited walk, drawing all the prisoners out into the fresh air of the prison yard. Cha Jueyun's calm question about the reason for everyone's attention resounded among the cellmates surrounding him. An unusual picture, a lone figure on the steps, surrounded by a dense ring of suddenly appearing admirers. A smirk on the face of one of the prisoners accompanied an ironic response to a naive question about the reason for their congregation. A confident introduction from Gu Namin, prisoner number 8671 from cell 36, sounded like a bid for a special relationship with the famous Cha Juyong. There were whispers all over the prison yard about a lunatic who had gotten into a fight on a walk, the story growing in detail with each retelling. Gu's frank admission of wanting to use Cha Jueyun's reputation as a shield from trouble gave away his true intentions. The cold indifference in Cha Jun's voice was accompanied by a formal permission to do anything as long as he was left alone. Thoughts about the upcoming business occupied the mind of the guy much more than the attempts of newfound admirers to win his favor. The tattoo of a green dragon framed by red flowers, the famous red flower dragon symbol, did not leave Cha Jueyun's mind. Finding the owners of such a tattoo became a priority to achieve the main goal, revenge on his father. Thoughts of petty henchmen of the mafia organization doing the dirty work within the prison walls occupied his mind. Gu's insightful remark about Cha Jueyun's searching gaze met with unexpected confirmation. The new acquaintance's enthusiasm in offering to help with the search was accompanied by a boastful hint of extensive connections. The mention of the wanted tattoo caused genuine bewilderment on the face of the interlocutor. Clarification of the specific nature of the tattoo being sought made Gu wary. The evening news in the cell reported an increase in juvenile delinquency, gang formation, and robberies. The problem of student violence and crime sounded the main theme of the news release. Cha Juyong's harsh remarks about the need for life imprisonment for criminals sounded unexpectedly aggressive. A tense silence hung in the cell as the cellmates, convicted of similar crimes, realized the full implication of his words. A sudden urge to share a story came from one of the cellmates, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere after Cha Jun's words. Gu Namin's dramatic gesture of folding his arms across his chest prefaced the story of his own journey into the prison walls. The story began with the mention of a popular tteokbokki restaurant that became the site of fateful events in the narrator's life. Nostalgic memories of the great taste of perfectly cooked rice sticks in a unique sauce filled Gu's voice. The appearance of the spoiled son of the deputy with his gang broke the usual course of life of the favorite restaurant. The ridiculous picture of an important visitor surrounded by 6 men posing as bodyguards evoked mixed feelings. The first signs of the impending storm were evident in a disgruntled question from the deputy's son, munching on his portion. Picking on the sticks in the window was the first step to an imminent conflict. An absurd accusation of improper ingredient selection escalated into a pogrom of the restaurant by an angry gang. It took a group of vandals just seconds to turn the cozy establishment into ruins. Gu Namin's heroic appearance, determined to protect the restaurant owner, changed the course of events. The unexpected introduction of himself as the leader of the tteokbokki fan club took the arrogant major by surprise. The pride of having defeated the gang and saved the restaurant still echoed in the narrator's voice. In a bitter irony of fate, a defender of justice finds himself behind bars because of a spoiled son's complaint to his powerful father. A cellmate's scornful remark about the unnecessity of such stories cut short Gu Na Min's emotional narrative. The mocking explanation of Gu Ra Min's nickname because of his habit of revenge with a broomstick with his tongue caused a wave of laughter among the prisoners. The story about the problems in the previous cell due to endless chatter was interrupted by Gu's fervent assurances about the veracity of all his stories. The cellmates' demonstrative distrust of Gu's stories contrasted with Cha Yun's taciturn calmness. The unexpected support from Cha Yun, who believed in the truth of the story, caused everyone to fall silent in surprise. The narrator himself, accustomed to the constant distrust of others, was particularly struck by this faith. Gu's reflections on the symbiosis between ants and aphids demonstrated his understanding of mutually beneficial relationships in the prison hierarchy. The comparison to nature's symbiosis, where everyone gets their own benefits, reflected his vision of the relationship with local bullies. The confidence in his ability to talk teeth to any thug gave Gu a special swagger in his interactions. Dreams of complete freedom of expression alongside the powerful Cha Jueyan occupied the ambitious prisoner's every thought. Fantasies about the position of the right hand of a powerful patron drew pictures of carefree prison life in Gu's imagination. The spring scent of flowers filled the air as the prisoners labored in the prison plantations, planting new plants. Gu's sincere joy of working with the soil and flowers was expressed in his enthusiastic digging of the beds. A random passer-by got a full face of dirt from the energetic movements of a keen gardener. A momentary fall to his knees in front of the beds was accompanied by a dramatic gesture of his hand pressed to his heart. The furious question from Yoon's former cell watcher sounded like a harbinger of more trouble. Hysterical cries of stench and odor were followed by furious accusations, while a frightened Gu recalled past confrontations with the beholder. Painful memories came in waves. The abuse in his former cell for his dirty mouth and constant lying haunted him with nightmares. The violent brushing of the mouth by the hands of the beholder surfaced in my mind as one of the most humiliating moments of imprisonment. The reddish glow in his torturer's eyes and his manic talk of purification made every day in the cell a living hell. The realization of imminent retribution gripped Gu's body as he recognized the furious prisoner as his former tormentor. Paranoid screaming about germs and bacteria supposedly eating the skin gave away the former watcher's serious mental problems. Attempting to calm the situation by apologizing for the accidental dirt was met with the increasing insanity of a psychopath. The angry demand to wash his face sounded like a sentence that left no chance of avoiding trouble. Gu's conciliatory tone and willingness to rectify the situation immediately betrayed his desperate desire to avoid conflict. The unexpected use of a sprayer with plant chemicals turned the punishment into sheer torture. The searing pain in his eyes brought a flood of tears as Gu's exhausted screams echoed across the prison yard. The sudden change of subject and the mention of the real purpose of the visit took the jaded Gu by surprise. Through the tears and mud, Gu heard the obsessive repetition of the number 7,199, not understanding the reason for this interest. The manic repetition of the number betrayed this psychopath's unhealthy obsession with Cha Yun's personality. The question about cell sharing was voiced with a poorly concealed threat. The disturbing realization that the madman's interest was directed at Cha Yun made Gu go cold. A hysterical cry of foul abuse revealed the true reason for the obsession with the number 7,199. A frantic tirade about keeping clean was accompanied by frantic attempts to wipe away non-existent dirt, betraying the depth of mental illness. The imperious order to follow him sent a wave of panic through Gu, all too familiar with the former watcher's purification methods. Manic smiles and talk of sanitizing heralded more bullying in the name of keeping clean. The sudden discovery of a green dragon tattoo on the authority figure's body made Gu even more wary. At this time, Cha Ju-young was methodically performing strength exercises in the cell, showing off his impressive stamina with 100 push-ups. Intrusive thoughts about the whereabouts of such a tattoo lingered as he tried to remember its owner. A cellmate's admiring remark about his perfect muscle development was accompanied by a question about his athletic background. Gu's unexpected appearance with an offer of grape juice interrupted Cha Yun's training. The insistence on offering to refresh himself after training made him suspicious, but Cha Jue-yun still took the outstretched glass. The strange purple hue of the drink instantly caught the experienced prisoner's attention. A direct question about the origin of the insect repellent caught Gu off guard, giving away his involvement. Memories of insane accusations of pollution and harsh punishments from the former overseer surfaced in Gu's mind. The traumatic experience of cleaning my mouth with a watering can is forever imprinted in my memory as a symbol of senseless cruelty. A brutal scene of abuse surfaced in his memory. The trembling Gu was held down by accomplices while the authority figure poured the poisonous contents of the bottle down his throat. The hysterical screams of a crazed onlooker about the gravity of the situation accompanied the violent cleansing of the victim. The white foam at the mouth and Gu's semi-conscious state caused the torturers nothing but indifference to the victim's suffering. Traumatic memories of life in the previous cell were accompanied by a picture of an indifferent authority figure who cared only about the cleanliness of the floor. Instead of answering directly about the origin of the poison, Gu tried to make a joke, alluding to buying the remedy with his own money. Suspicious glances and comments from cellmates about unknown substances increased the tension in the cell. Cha Juyun's serious question about the motives behind such a treat made Gu inwardly shudder. Panic gripped Gu at the thought of possibly exposing his true intentions to a powerful cellmate. Cha Juyun's unexpected act of drinking a suspicious drink in a volley took everyone present by surprise. Shocked Gu couldn't believe that after exposing the poison, Cha Juyun still dared to drink it. The quiet gratitude for the tasty drink sounded like a hidden warning of the consequences of betrayal. A businesslike reminder of tomorrow's cleaning and the need for rest sounded a mundane conclusion to a tense scene. The realization of the seriousness of the situation and his own mistake weighed heavily on the shoulders of the confused Gu. Night silence enveloped the cell, where each prisoner sank into his anxious thoughts before going to sleep. In the semi-darkness of the chamber, Cha Jue-yun diligently reproduced every detail of the green dragon tattoo on paper while the image was fresh in his mind. Seeking to use the moment to bond, Gu snuck up on the drawing guy with a feignedly friendly question about the cutie on the paper. The brief explanation about the dragon in red colors caught the attention of the silent newcomer, following the conversation closely. Gu was feverishly thinking of ways to secretly carry out the poisoning assignment, realizing the need to carefully analyze the situation. Obsessive thoughts of finding the perfect way to accomplish the task without revealing himself filled the anxious prisoner's mind. Cha Jue-yun's direct question caught Gu off guard, making him clumsily justify himself by showing sudden interest. A theatrical gesture with his fingers on his lips accompanied the questioning of the reasons for the inexplicable confidence of the shrewd cellmate. The warning about the dangers of blind trust sounded like a strange mixture of concern and implicit threat. A compliment about the ability to deceive was accompanied by an insightful remark about the true motives behind the communication. The logical conclusion that there were hidden reasons for the friendship sounded like a warning of a game unraveling. Lights out and lights out interrupted the tense conversation as Cha Jue-yong sent his cellmate to bed. A notebook with a dragon drawing abandoned on the floor caused Gu to reflect bitterly on his own boasted intelligence. The announcement of the impending ministerial inspection caused the warden to demand special diligence from the prisoners. The friendly chorus of voices of the prisoners, busy cleaning the corridor and dusting, echoed the warden's order. A trembling Gu stood before the insane authority figure from the last cell, whose rebuke of the unfulfilled promise of disinfection sounded threatening. The looming figure of the blond man with red eyes and his icy voice questioning the reneging on his promise caused uncontrollable fear. The desperate lie about prisoner number 7199's remorse for dirty words was Gu's last-ditch attempt to escape punishment. The made-up story about Cha Jue-yun's shyness and request to convey an apology sounded pathetic even to the narrator himself. A flash of uncontrollable rage contorted the face of the authority figure, whose eyes were bloodshot at the mention of another lie. A crushing blow to the stomach was accompanied by hysterical screams about the falsity of every word of the hapless Gu. The insane laughter and obsessive repetition of the number 7199 betrayed the depth of the former watcher's mental breakdown. Another swinging blow rained down on Gu's body to the accompaniment of cries of unforgiveness. The humiliating pressure of the boot on the face of the defeated fellow demonstrated the absolute power of the tormentor. The ominous sound of a cleaning agent bottle being opened heralded a new phase of brutal disinfection. The jets of water in the shower and the psychopath's foot pressing his head into the floor gave Gu a sense of impending death. Lying in the murky water, Gu could feel the life slowly leaving his body with each new gulp of water filling his lungs. Cha Jueon's unexpected appearance in the shower room and his calm question interrupted the brutal torture. Mad rage flashed in the blond man's eyes as he heard the dirty prisoner's voice again. Cha Jueon's deliberate insults were calculated to provoke a psychopath obsessed with purity. The grateful gaze of a half-choked Gu met the appearance of his savior from the cell. The weak voice of an exhausted lad inquired as to the reason for the late arrival of his protector. The mundane explanation about sweeping the hallway contrasted with the drama of the situation in the shower room. The sudden decision to confess the betrayal made Gu move closer to his failed victim. The frank confession about the threats and demand for pesticide slinging sounded like a confession before possible death. Cha Jueon's uncomprehending question was met with a strong assertion of male pride. The demonstrative gesture of pouring out pesticides was accompanied by a pledge of allegiance to his close friend. The theatrical refusal to give in to threats was emphasized by the dramatic throwing of an empty bottle. The unexpected mention of the dragon drawing sounded like an important detail in Gu's confession. The report of the tattoo on the threatening man's body caused genuine surprise on Cha Jun's face. A wry smile curved Gu's lips as he uttered a half-hearted confession in his own mind, confirming Cha Jue-yun was right. The mocking concern for the cleanliness of the psychopath's hands was accompanied by Cha Jue-yun's demonstrative movements of wiping away non-existent dirt. Hysterical screams about germs and the cursed room 7199 echoed off the walls of the shower room, betraying the former watcher's utter insanity. Creepy threats about burning internal organs sounded especially frightening in the performance of a man who had lost touch with reality. The psychopath's lightning-fast punch and throw was accompanied by a quiet remark about excessive noise. The tattoo of a green dragon was clearly visible on the chest of the defeated beholder, whose body was covered with fresh bruises. The vicious realization of the identity of the murderer's client gave new meaning to confronting a purity-obsessed psychopath. Grateful thoughts of the timely appearance of the savior flashed through the mind of the exhausted Gu, still lying on the wet floor. The demonstrative warming of his knuckles foreshadowed the harsh punishment for attempting to organize a murder. A calm admission of no guilt sounded like a death sentence to the man who dared threaten his life. Memories of the fighting ring surfaced in my mind, two fighters surrounded by spectators, demonstrating grappling skills. The large fighter with a toothpick in his mouth displayed the impressive technique that has become his trademark in bouts. What made his style special was a deadly combination, pinning his opponent with his legs followed by a chokehold. The tricky part of the technique was to completely block the opponent's movements, denying him the slightest opportunity to free himself. This tactic has become infamous as foul play, disgusting most fighters. The last fight was fatal. The accidental vomiting of one of his opponents forever changed the psyche of the once formidable fighter. The cruel irony of fate turned against the master of foul play, rewarding him with a fatal weakness for a fighter. The vomiting incident turned the overbearing fighter into a slave to misophobia, seeing dirt in every touch. Perched on top of his defeated opponent, Cha Jue-yong displayed an understanding of the psychopath's tragic story. Demanding answers from the blond man pinned to the floor was accompanied by a growing tension in the air. The direct question about the celestial dragon sounded like an order that demanded an immediate answer. Mad mutterings about the omnipresent filth gave away the former authority figure's complete loss of touch with reality. The blond man's sudden jerk was accompanied by panicked screams of rotting skin. The hysterical enumeration of bacteria turned into a desperate attempt to attack Cha Jun. The sloppy attack block demonstrated the vast difference in the opponent's fighting prowess. Cha Jue-yun's contemptuous questioning of his opponent's only concern emphasized the patheticness of the once formidable authority figure. Watching Gu's masterful mastery of combat technique, he rejoiced in his decision to side with the stronger fighter. The maddening repetition of the number and death threats betrayed the white-headed psychopath's complete loss of control over reality. The grim warning of impending foul punishment sounded especially ominous from Cha Jue-yun's lips. Shock therapy using toilet water demonstrated a willingness to use the enemy's fears against himself. The brutal order to open his mouth was accompanied by the threat of forcible infusion of dirty water. Memories brought the psychopath back to the fateful moment after the match when the sweat on his body caused the first attack of morbid fear. A traumatic experience with waste falling out of her locker triggered her first serious mental breakdown. The unexpected appearance of the dark-haired opponent behind the back of the terrified fighter increased his panic state. A sudden blow from behind sent the blond man to the floor, showing his complete helplessness. A mocking remark about not being able to use grappling due to illness revealed the depth of his downfall. The gloating satisfaction in the dark-haired fighter's voice confirmed that his guess was correct. A bitter rebuke about the effects of vomiting during battle revealed the true cause of the psychopath's years of suffering. The dark-haired fighter, clutching a dirty piece of paper, gloatingly reminded the blonde of his past dirty tricks in fights. The sadistic intent to shove garbage down his throat caused a wave of panic in the former grappling master. A soul-crushing scream and pupils narrowed in horror betrayed the depth of the psychopath's trauma. Immersed in his memories, Cha Jue-yun didn't notice the sudden change in the situation that cost him an advantage. The blonde's unexpected grip was accompanied by frantic muttering about the man who made him dirty. The psychopath's massive body collapsed onto Cha Jue-yun using a technique he was once famous for. The insane glint in his eyes and his face contorted with rage gave the blonde man the appearance of a true demon. Cha Jun's desperate attempts to free himself from the professional's grasp were futile. Intoxicated by the advantage, the psychopath relished the thought of slowly strangling his opponent. The professional wrestler's iron grip was robbing Cha Hui-yun of the ability to breathe properly. Watching through the crack of the door, Gu realized the criticality of the situation for his defender. An internal struggle between fear and duty tormented Gu, realizing the imminent death of a comrade without help. The shock of defeating the seemingly invincible Cha Juyong paralyzed Gu's decision-making ability. The psychopath's deadly embrace awakened painful memories of times with his father in Chajun. The bitter irony of the situation, the stranglehold on his opponent, reminded him of the lack of fatherly hugs in his childhood. Painful memories flooded Cha Hui-yun's mind. The only fatherly hugs he had received were during training when he tried to strangle him to unconsciousness. Years of brutal training hardened the young fighter's body. Broken bones and constant pain became habitual companions, preparing him for any trials. The experience he gained allowed Cha Jue-yong to turn the tide of the fight, turning the disgusting memories of his childhood into a source of strength for victory. The blond man began to gasp under the increasing pressure of his opponent, whose combat experience, gained in fights with his own father, proved decisive. A victorious smirk appeared on Cha Jue-yong's face as he realized his complete superiority over his opponent, whose techniques seemed like child's play after his father's lessons. A powerful leg kick knocked the blonde aside, showing Cha Jue-yong's complete superiority in this fight. Methodical pressure on the opponent's pain points was accompanied by taunting questions about wanting to increase the pain. The professional grip, twisting the former authority figure's arms, made him squirm in unbearable pain. Stifling screams echoed off the walls. Never in his career as a fighter had the blonde experienced such agony. Cha Jue-yun's cold, indifferent gaze showed a complete lack of sympathy for the suffering of a defeated opponent. The mocking question about asking for mercy emphasized the irony of the situation. The cocky attacker turned whimpering victim. The ominous reminder of his lack of retreat skill sounded like a sentence for a cornered psychopath. Horror reflected in the blond man's reddened eyes as he realized that he had awakened the real demon in Cha Jue-yun's face. Normal prison life continued outside, the inmates diligently scrubbing every corner under the strict supervision of the management. The final humiliation for the purity-obsessed psychopath was a watering can forcibly inserted into his mouth while the brutal massacre unfolded in the restroom. In a grim irony of the situation, the very substance meant to poison Cha Jue-yun was now threatening his failed assassin, wriggling around trying to get away with it. Gu's incredulous questioning of his former tormentor's sudden submission betrayed his surprise at such a quick reversal of roles in their confrontation. A sadistic smile played on Gu's lips as he speculated on the need for more serious shock therapy for his former torturer. Cha Yun's calm acceptance of the need for a stronger substance sounded like a death sentence for the psychopath. The mocking offer to enjoy real lemon juice was accompanied by a demand to open the mouth wider to the defeated authority figure. The gloating interest in the victim's taste sensations demonstrated the complete transformation of the former victim into a ruthless tormentor. The streams of tears from the blond man's eyes betrayed the depth of his suffering, his phobia making every moment of torture a living hell. Gu's triumphant smile at the retrieval of the watering can was accompanied by a demand for full recognition from the broken authority figure. Cha Yun's serious face and the question about the celestial dragon turned torture into a focused interrogation. A detailed description of the process of getting a tattoo that penetrates under the skin was accompanied by a mocking reassurance about hygiene. Memories surfaced in his mind, a beautiful tattoo artist promising to create a masterpiece on the body of a future member of a criminal organization. The girl's masterful movements created on her skin the symbol of belonging to a powerful mafia structure, the Heavenly Dragon. The tattoo artist's hypnotic gaze accompanied her story about the reasons for recruiting minors into a criminal organization. Philosophical explanation of the symbolism of the tattoo revealed the deeper meaning. The dragon personified the power and the flower, life itself. The wise warning of the inevitable withering of even the most beautiful flower sounded like a prophecy about the fate of every member of the organization. The ancient tactics of the celestial dragon were revealed in the search for young blood, fresh seeds that could germinate in the garden of the criminal empire. The cynical explanation of the special prospects for juveniles in the organization emphasized the advantages of youth over the experience of adult criminals. The promise of reaching incredible heights in the criminal hierarchy sounded an enticing lure for ambitious youth. The macabre metaphor of growing young talent in the organization's garden took on literal meaning in the context of their criminal activities. The philosophy of the celestial dragon flowers revealed a cynical strategy of nurturing young criminals under total control. A shocked Cha Yun watched as his fear of the procedure overcame even his opponent's pathological fear of dirt. Desperate confessions of membership echoed off the walls of the restroom, where the former authority figure had become a whimpering victim. The blond man's panicked face contorted with pleas for mercy, showing the complete collapse of his former power. The bitter realization of the true motives behind his father's training struck Cha Jueon, the cruel upbringing preparing him for his role as the flower of the organization. The father's desire to make his son blossom as early as possible took on a sinister meaning in the context of a criminal organization. Gu's satisfied smile accompanied the question about the value of the information obtained, showing his satisfaction with the results of the interrogation. The blond man's unexpected question about wanting to join the organization sounded strangely dissonant after the brutal interrogation. Cha Yong's amazement at the suggestion of his intentions to join the organization bordered on rage. The offer of a recommendation from the blond man was accompanied by the obsessive repetition of the number 7,199, betraying his unwavering obsession. Cha Yun's sincere laughter was the only response to the absurd suggestion to join his father's organization. A sudden burst of rage made Cha Jueon grab the blond man by the throat, turning his every breath into an agonizing struggle for life. Complete incomprehension of the reasons for this aggressive reaction was reflected on the face of the former authority figure, not realizing what words had provoked this fit of anger. Panicked screams were accompanied by sputtering saliva as the blonde tried to convince his tormentor of his complete candor. The iron grip on his throat intensified as Cha Yun muttered the order to shut up, showing utter contempt for his victim's words. Another fist bump, seemingly for no apparent reason, was followed by a cold explanation about a spoiled mood. The monotonous prison life continued in the corridor, the inmates rushing to finish cleaning under the supervision of the guards. Returning to his usual duties, Cha Yun was confronted with a stubborn stain on the floor that defied normal cleaning. The thought of needing bleach flashed through his mind a second before he felt someone's presence behind him. The obliging Gu was already on one knee, holding out the bottle of chlorine with the exaggerated deference and address of Sir. Cha Hui-yun's bewilderment at his cellmate's strange behavior was expressed in a direct question about the reasons for such servility. Avoiding a direct glance, Gu expressed his sincere gratitude, causing his protector to be even more surprised. An explanation about sleeping peacefully after massacring his tormentor was met with a dry remark about the victim being alive. Cha Guiyun's pensive gaze as he held the bottle of bleach was accompanied by a sudden question about his past stay in the other cell. The deliberately careless question about the blonde authoritate's past bullying made Gu tense up, remembering the humiliations he'd experienced. Cha Huiyun's surprise at surviving the poisoning was met with a counter-question of wanting to know the whole truth. Memories of foaming at the mouth and helplessness caused Gu's voice to tremble as he recounted the nightmare he had experienced. The clever ruse of substituting the poisonous substance with ordinary water demonstrated the unexpected ingenuity of the seemingly weak prisoner. The confession of carefully planning the transfer to another cell revealed the true nature of the cunning manipulator. The tremor in his voice at the mention of the psychopathic authoritarian gave away the depth of the trauma still haunting Gu in his nightmares. An attempt to turn the conversation to tattooing was accompanied by a subservient assent to whatever the gentleman said. Talking about the creepy tattoos of the Celestial Dragon members brought up Cha Jue-yun's unexpectedly harsh reaction about plans for deadly revenge. A thoughtful confession about two captured members of the organization was met with information about many similarly tattooed individuals within the prison walls. The leading question about commonalities made Cha Jue-yun think, trying to catch a pattern. The sudden insight into the status of captured members of the organization as cell leaders opened up a new perspective on the investigation. The intention to check every prisoner was met with Gu's cryptic warning that such action was unnecessary. The information about the upcoming meeting of all the chamber leaders sounded like the key to solving the riddle of the Celestial Dragon. The mention of the meeting sparked a clear interest in Cha Jue-yun's eyes, who saw it as an opportunity to get to the members of the organization at once. Gu's feigned surprise at his cellmate's ignorance was accompanied by a sly smile of a man with valuable information. Quarterly meetings of leaders under the pretext of socializing served as a cover for more serious matters, as the knowledgeable Gu explained. The real purpose of the meetings was to coordinate illegal activities inside the prison walls, turning them into a real crime syndicate. Lowering his voice to a whisper, Gu revealed the true nature of these meetings for fear of being overheard by outsiders. The simplicity of the plan to infiltrate the meeting caused Cha Jun to skeptically chuckle, seeming too easy to accomplish. Gu's warning of caution was accompanied by a friendly gesture, hands on the shoulders of a comrade. The reminder of the concentration of the most dangerous criminals from all over the country emphasized the seriousness of the upcoming operation. The advice to avoid unnecessary attention sounded especially weighty given the reputation of the assembled criminal masterminds. The white-haired prisoner inquired about the fate of the blonde phobic, showing awareness of recent events. The mention of Cha Jue-yun's name elicited a strange reaction from those gathered, despite their ostensible indifference. Prisoner 8353's brutal suggestion of dog training revealed the true nature of the assembled authorities. The religious exhortation from inmate 1029 about anger control contrasted with the general atmosphere of violence. The creak of an opening door interrupted the leaders' conversation, making them wary of the unexpected intrusion. Cha Huiyun's appearance with a broken shovel and threatening words instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. The ominous promise to pull out all the sprouts was accompanied by a threatening gesture of a pointed shovel at the head of one of the leaders. The boss's imperious shouts about the need to work off the food forced the prisoners to work harder with shovels under the scorching sun. At the edge of Gu's work area, the newcomer and Cha Jue-yung were having a low-key conversation about the upcoming meeting where the number 7199 was going to play an important role. The newcomer's curiosity about the nature of the meeting was met with an evasive response from Cha Jue-yong, but Gu volunteered to clarify the details. The secret meeting of inmates, authorized by the warden himself, served as a cover for illegal transactions and information sharing. The special status of the assembly was emphasized by the participation of not petty criminals, but real representatives of criminal organizations. A discreet wish of good luck from the newcomer elicited a strong reaction from Gu, demanding a more sincere show of support. The warning about the concentration of the most dangerous criminals in one place sounded like a reminder of the seriousness of the situation. The main advice to avoid excessive attention contradicted Cha Jueyong's subsequent actions at the meeting. Cha Jueyong's dramatic appearance with threats to pull out all the sprouts disrupted the usual course of the criminal gathering. The shocked looks of the assembled authorities gave away their complete incomprehension of the identity and motives of the unexpected guest. A provocative challenge to a fight was met with unexpected silence from the threatened perpetrator. The dragon tattoo on the silent authority's neck confirmed his affiliation with the organization he was looking for. The blond man with white eyebrows' calm refusal to confront sounded unexpected in the tense atmosphere. The obvious surprise on Cha Jueyun's face betrayed his unpreparedness for such a development. The blond man's philosophical remark about believing in strength and missing the main thing sounded like a warning from a more experienced player to an unwise newcomer. An unexpected explanation for the tolerance of battered cell heads for violence revealed a deeper level of prison politics. The mere mention of occasion hinted at a complex system of unwritten rules governing prisoner relations. Cha Jueyun's puzzled look betrayed his uncertainty in understanding the hidden meaning of the blond man's words. The logic of not benefiting from conflict without cause revealed the true mechanisms of power in the prison hierarchy. The warning about the consequences of violating the general order sounded like a final warning before the point of no return. The direct threat of mass retaliation from the cell heads has forced Cha Jueyong to rethink his strategy. The provocative question about the intent to use a shovel was accompanied by the confident smile of a man who knows the answer. The tense moment with the shovel at the blond man's neck turned into a silent confrontation under the gazes of the gathered authorities. Realizing the danger of thoughtless provocation made Cha Jueyong think about the consequences of his actions. Realizing the diminishing chance of survival when confronting all cell heads confirmed previous calculations. Recognizing the folly of his plan, he defiantly withdrew the shovel from the blond man's throat. A deliberate shove with his shoulder as he passed by demonstrated the blonde's confidence in his superiority. The mocking remark about the vaporized desire for murder emphasized the victory in the psychological confrontation. The astute observation about hating the celestial dragon revealed the true motives behind Cha Jueyong's actions. The cryptic remark about unconscious potential sounded like a prediction of future events. An enigmatic remark about the sadness of the situation, thrown in passing, left behind a heavy premonition of things to come. The abrupt start of the meeting by the guy with glasses broke the tense silence that had hung after the blonde had left. The official announcement of the opening of the meeting was followed by ceremonial seating of the heads of the chambers in their seats. The first remark about absentees sounded like a deliberate reminder of recent events. The methodical listing of missing camera numbers emphasized the importance of each loss to the overall order. The mention of injuries as a reason for absence caused a wave of surprise among the assembled authorities. The big guy's demonstrative prayer with the rosary for the poor thing sounded mocking in the tense atmosphere of the meeting. Cha Yueyun's sudden accusation of what had happened instantly turned him into the center of everyone's attention. The unexpected announcement of his appointment as head of cell number 36 caused a wave of whispers among those present. Curious whispers about the cute new chapter and its origins echoed around the room. Cha Jueyun's ostensible indifference to the discussion of his person contrasted with his inner tension. A careful analysis of those present revealed the absence of the dragon tattoos sought among the 15 gathered. Of particular note was the absence of the blond man who had recently been threatened with a shovel. A formal address to the newly appointed head of the chamber required public speaking. A provocative question about the significance of the title betrayed a disdain for the prison hierarchy. The nonchalant expression of hopeful cooperation only added to the tension in the room. Demonstrative indignation at the newcomer's rudeness, accompanied by a nervous clutching of the soda bottle, foreshadowed future conflicts. The transition to the second topic of the meeting, discussion of sources of income, was accompanied by the official tone of the presiding officer in glasses. A methodical explanation of the system for distributing profits from prison stores emphasized the importance of deductions to the warden. Of particular note was the mention of the store with the lowest profit share in the current quarter. The nervous reaction of Park Do-hwan, the owner of the gambling house with the dragon tattoo, gave away his awareness of the reporting problem. A hasty promise to rectify the payment situation met with formal approval from the guy in the glasses. The provocative whispers behind the gambling house owner's back created a tense atmosphere of distrust. Park's abrupt reversal to the prosecutor was accompanied by a philosophical discourse on trust and fairness in gambling. A direct accusation of deceit from the curly-haired prisoner heated the atmosphere to the breaking point. The demonstrative face-to-face confrontation foreshadowed a serious conflict between the two authorities. Park's calm answer about the consequences of cheating sounded like a veiled threat to his accuser. The defiant challenge to slit throats in the event of proof of fraud demonstrated confidence in his rightness. Puck's spectacular exit put an end to a tense standoff. The abrupt transition to a scene in a car repair shop where a white car is being repaired to someone's screams created a contrast to the previous scene. Young prisoner number 9873 clutches his disheveled head in a desperate gesture, begging those around him to stop the game that has robbed him of his last savings. In the spacious room of Park Do-hwan's gambling house, three figures lean over a playing table as the losing prisoner continues to hysterically believe in the chance to win back. Disguised as a machine shop, the dragon-tattooed owner's gambling house is filled with groups of players risking their last money in various card games. A young prisoner with wide-open eyes and the number 2457 on his robe hesitantly approaches professional dealer Ji-Yun-ho for an explanation of the rules of the gambling establishment. An experienced underground casino worker explains the benefits of their simple system of rules with a polished smile, luring another victim into the network of gambling. Ji-Yun-ho's manipulative tactics are evident in his insistence on advising newcomers to start with a primitive dice game, masking the establishment's true intentions. The professional dealer continues to exude friendliness, promising an unforgettable gambling experience to naive newcomers who fall into his trap. The protagonist, who first crossed the threshold of a gambling establishment for the purpose of exploration, decides to play a trial game to study the situation. A hidden smile plays on Cha Ju-young's lips as he realizes that delaying the game only reduces the chances of his secret plan succeeding. Strategic thinking tells the protagonist, killing the owner of the gambling house without good reason will lead to disastrous consequences. Dealer Ji-Yun-ho's attentive eye follows every movement of a new customer whose unusual behavior arouses professional interest. Park Do-hwan's commanding figure, surrounded by loyal henchmen, exudes confidence while the owner is immersed in studying business papers. The gambling house owner's self-assured statement about his willingness to part with his life if fraud is discovered continues to ring in the ears of those present. The unexpected rumble of dice being thrown makes everyone present wince as Cha Ju-young defiantly begins his dangerous game. The professional mask of equanimity falls off Ji-Yun-ho's face, giving way to shock and bewilderment at the strange actions of the new visitor. The protagonist begins to describe in detail the deception he has discovered, the magnet inside the dice becoming apparent after a violent impact with the table surface. Cha Ju-young dismisses the accusation of fraud with disdain as he watches the reaction of the gambling establishment's employees. The history of the juvenile prison takes a dark turn, with Kwon Chang-seok taking over as director and turning the institution into a hotbed of crime. The complex profit system of prison stores run by wardens includes mandatory deductions to director Kwon Chang-seok for supplying goods. Unusual privileges and freedoms become rewards for select inmates involved in a criminal profit-sharing scheme. The shocking transformation of a juvenile detention center into a veritable criminal cartel has exceeded the darkest expectations. Park Do-hwan's gambling house represents just the tip of the iceberg in the system of illegal stores inside the prison walls. Despair grips the losing gambler whose last money has disappeared in the gambling house's cunning system of fraud. Signs of gambling addiction are evident in the inmate's behavior, the ballooning veins in his face, and the manic belief in winning the next round. Predatory interest appears on Park Do-hwan's face as he hooks up with a desperate player with a lucrative offer. The insidious offer of a loan to continue gambling sounds like a death trap for the gambling prisoner. The gambling house owner offers a secured loan with feigned concern, throwing another noose around the victim's neck. An inner protest rises in the player's soul as he realizes the manipulative nature of Park Do-hwan's proposal. The prisoner's mental state is deteriorating, with ballooning veins and hysterical screams betraying a complete loss of control. Returning to the moment of the reveal, Cha Juan feels the satisfaction of discovering magnets in the dice. Ji Yun-ho, in an attempt to diffuse the tense situation, portrays naive bewilderment over the fraud allegations. The protagonist methodically demonstrates the magnet found in the die, explaining the cheating mechanism that deprives players of a chance to win. A wave of shocked whispers sweeps through the gambling house when the players learn of possible fraud in the casino. Cha Ju-young, holding the black magnet carefully between his fingers, challenges the veracity of his accusations with a challenge. In the tense silence of the room, the main character's explanation of manipulating the falling numbers with a magnet is heard. A professional smile never leaves Ji Yun-ho's face as he calmly denies the fraud allegations. The experienced dealer deftly shifts attention to technical details, explaining the difference between center of gravity control and magnetic influence. Ji Yun-ho's demonstrative gesture with a real magnet is meant to dispel the suspicions of watching players. Cha Jae-eun's attentive gaze follows the manipulations of a dealer using a magnet to prove his innocence. The beads fall to the floor is accompanied by Ji Yun-ho's convincing explanation of the lack of magnetic properties in playthings. A visual demonstration with pins sticking to a real magnet is meant to finally convince doubters of the establishment's honesty. The relieved sighs of other players are accompanied by disparaging comments about the motives behind the losing customer's accusations. The dealer's soft smile and the offer of a new game show complete confidence in his invulnerability. Cha Ju-young accepts the challenge to a new party, hiding his true intentions behind his ostensible agreement. Park Do-hwan is wary of the situation, sensing an underlying threat in the new client's actions. Ji Eun-ho's enthusiastic shouts about the incredible speed of the game sound mocking in the face of another loss. The protagonist, propping his head up with his hand, grimly realizes the total loss of all his funds in this devious game. Cha Jae-young nervously wipes the sweat from his face, trying to understand the violation of mathematical probability. The chances of winning and losing should be equal. Inner doubts creep into the soul of the protagonist. Perhaps it is not about fraud, but about his own bad luck. The dealer's feignedly involved question about leaving is met with acquiescence from the losing customer. Disappointment grips Cha Jae-eun when instead of money, only a crumpled piece of paper is found in his pocket. Sudden cries of fraud draw the protagonist's attention to a new conflict in the gambling house. A desperate prisoner swings a screwdriver, shouting accusations of fraud with undisguised fury. Cha Yue-yun's attentive gaze follows the situation, trying to find confirmation of the angry player's words. Prisoner number 7152, sputtering, refuses to hand over the money, waving an improvised weapon. The lightning, quick disarming of the rampage is accompanied by a mocking comment about loving to create a ruckus. The crude pinning of his head against the wall is reinforced by a mocking remark about being overly emotional. Park Do-hwan, with a smug smile, demands proof of the fraud charges from a disarmed client. A desperate attempt to explain away the suspiciously low odds of winning sounds unconvincing in the current situation. The gambling house owner dismisses subjective assumptions with contempt, demanding concrete evidence of fraud. Cha Ju-young watches the dialogue intently while Park Do-hwan speculates about the other visitors' unpleasant experiences. With the prisoner up against the wall, he apologizes and the owner of the gambling house graciously accepts, talking about security measures. A condescending smile plays on Park Do-hwan's face as he allows the offending player to continue playing, hoping for no similar incidents. Other players quietly discuss what happened, condemning the behavior of the scandalous and similar shots in the gambling establishment. A serious expression freezes on the protagonist's face as he recalls his own accusations of fraud. In cell 36, his cellmates greet Cha Ju-eun with curious questions about his impressions of the local underground casino. The protagonist talks with a heavy sigh about losing money and unsuccessfully trying to find evidence of fraud. Cha Ju-young's sudden interest in the accomplice's successes changes the atmosphere of the conversation. Guna Min and Ma Geom synchronously reached for the inner pockets of their robots, preparing to show off the results of the operation. Stolen cards appear from hiding places, proving the success of the plan. Cellmates praise the acting skills of Cha Ju-young, whose dice performance perfectly diverted the staff's attention. The protagonist's distraction allowed the accomplices to steal the necessary cards unnoticed. Gunamin wonders about the next stage of the plan, while Cha Ji-yeon expresses feigned regret for what happened. Carefully examining stolen cards with the image of a king and Japanese symbols, the protagonist expresses hope that evidence of fraud will be discovered. The certainty of success resounds in Cha Ju-young's words as he promises to definitely find confirmation of his suspicions. In the machine shop that serves as a front for the gambling house, the desperate sobs of a prisoner who accused the establishment of fraud are heard. Park Do-hwan, holding the victim by the head, interjects with menacing calm about the fraud charges. A gambling house owner expresses concern about the spread of defamatory rumors about his establishment, clearly hinting at the consequences. By mercilessly pinning the accuser to a car wheel, Park Do-hwan makes him realize the seriousness of the mistake he's made. The appearance of a worried Ji Eun-ho apologizing for the incident at his gaming table interrupts the massacre. The calm gesture of wiping his bloody hands is followed by a condescending dealer's forgiveness from Park Do-hwan. The casino owner's soothing words to Ji Eun-ho hide the sinister undertones of what's going on. The bloodied face of the head of the gambling house contorts into a mad grimace as he speaks of the welfare of the establishment. Park Do-hwan pays special attention to Cha Ju-yeon, noting his inexplicable hatred for the Sky Dragon. The warning about the consequences of damaging the casino sounds like a direct threat to the protagonist. In Cell 36, the three conspirators are scrutinizing the evidence they have obtained when a sudden exclamation breaks the silence. Ma Geom is curious about the reason for his comrade's agitation, hoping for an important discovery. Careful analysis of the pattern on the back of the card reveals a subtle thickening of the pattern, giving away the marking system. The discovery of the card tagging system becomes the first real evidence of gambling house fraud. Cha Ji-young gloomily ponders the nature of justice while holding evidence of criminal activity. At this moment, Park Do-hwan coldly discusses the possibility of physically eliminating anyone who raises the alarm. The protagonist impatiently grabs a labeled card, eager to see for himself the existence of the cheating system. Prisoner number 2658, Kim Sung-soo, walks out with a joyful smile to his long-awaited freedom, unaware of the events to come. Someone's attentive gaze notes the striking change in the eyes of the freed prisoner. An eccentric figure in a white suit and Hawaiian shirt attracts attention with ostentatious friendliness and congratulations. A bewildered Kim Sung-soo bewilderedly accepts a strange gift of tofu from a stranger who mentions prison entertainment. An unexpected mention of a gambling house makes an ex-convict wary, recalling grim events. The stranger's compulsive behavior of shoving food into Kim Sung-soo's mouth is accompanied by mockery of his feigned ignorance. Memories return to the fateful moment at the gambling house, a loan offer against a mysterious collateral from Park Do-hwan. The man in white shows a document that turns out to be the very pledge signed in a moment of desperation. A sinister smile with a glint of gold tooth foreshadows the revelation of the true meaning of extraction. A chill of horror runs down Kim Sung-soo's back as he reads his own medical records, the perfect organ donor. The appearance of a fake ambulance becomes the final act of this gruesome drama. Desperate requests to wait are drowned in the indifference of those around them. A quick loading of the resisting guy into the van completes the operation to capture the donor. A stranger's cynical words about profits from young, healthy organs reveal the true nature of the criminal business. In the dim light of the visiting room, the stranger's gold tooth glistens with a predatory gleam as he savors every word of thanks for the gift of another victim of the gambling house. Park Do-hwan revels in his own impunity, his mocking laughter echoing around the dating room, denying any accusations across the dividing partition. The mirth evaporates from the face of the man in the white suit as if a mask falls off, exposing the true nature of the conversation about the length of criminal activity. The old saying about the long tail that is bound to be stepped on takes on an ominous meaning in the context of the threatened disappearance of the warden. Park Do-hwan's self-assured words about the publicity of his activities only add to the irritation of his interlocutor, whose fingers beat out a nervous rhythm across the table. The philosophy of the omnipotence of money flies off the lips of a gambling house owner as easily as he cheats his customers, unaware of the impending storm. In the silence of the cell, Cha Yuan studies the barely visible mark on the stolen card, marveling at the elegance of the deception that has gone unnoticed for so long. Gunaming can't contain his smugness. His eagle gaze has become the key to unlocking the tag system, and he revels in his own importance. In the silence that ensues, Cha Jueyan's words about the night operation sound like a verdict on the gambling house, the evidence turning a dream of revenge into a real plan. The temperature in the cell seems to drop a few degrees from the cold gaze of the protagonist, making the cellmates involuntarily shiver. Night darkness shrouds the gambling house in its cover as Cha Ju-young slips inside, marveling at the ease of entering the den of crooks. The croupier's duty smile and the fake cordiality of the staff become the first chords in a deadly dance where Cha Ju-young intends to lead until the last beat. The trump card table draws the eye with its deceptive simplicity, the location for the reveal chosen with sniper precision. The anticipation of public exposure pulses in Cha Jueyan's temples as he imagines the house of cards of lies collapsing in front of everyone present. The sudden appeal makes Cha Jueyan flinch. Instead of the planned exposure, he himself has an unexpected encounter waiting for him. Park Do-hwan, like a spider stalking its prey, lowers himself at the table with a friendly smile masking his true intentions. The proposal to play takes the protagonist by surprise. All carefully thought-out plans begin to collapse under the pressure of an unexpected turn of events. Words of personal interest in Cha Jue-yong's person sound from the mouth of the gambling house owner like an exquisite bait in a cunning trap. The protagonist's brain feverishly analyzes the situation. The unexpected initiative of the enemy can completely destroy the plan of exposure. The offer of a bet cuts through the tense air between the adversaries, turning a planned expose into a dangerous game of wah-bang. The winner's condition to know the loser's story sounds deceptively simple, hiding behind a complex web of manipulation. The joy of simplifying the task flashes in Cha Ju-yong's eyes. The direct path to the goal is unexpectedly shorter than planned. Whispers of amazement sweep through the gambling house, the first time Park Do-hwan himself condescends to play with a regular customer. The ostensible generosity of the casino owner in providing a choice of games sounds like part of an elaborate plan. The mention of the previous experience with the bones is accompanied by a barely perceptible smile, hiding the true intentions. Choosing trump cards under the pretext of inexperience becomes the first move in a complex game between two strategists. The croupier's intervention with the suggestion of a simpler memorial game sounds suspiciously timely. The rules of the game, explained with feigned concern for the newcomer, seem simple but hide many opportunities for manipulation. The key point of memorizing the cards is emphasized with great care, as if hinting at a hidden catch. Cha Ju-yong's outward acquiescence masks an inner glee, knowing the marks on the cards should turn the game into an easy victory. The realization of the hopelessness of the situation hits Cha Jueyan with a cold wave. Without the knowledge of the markings on the maps, his plan is doomed to failure. A crowd of curious people gather around the table, anticipating an unusual sight, Park Do-hwan himself, versus a scandalous newcomer who dares to challenge the system. Gun-min and Ma-gyum exchange anxious glances away from the crowd, feeling their carefully thought-out plan begin to fall apart. Cha Jueyan's insides chilled as he peered at the upside-down cards, the familiar markings, their only trump card, absent from the glossy surface. A panicked thought flashes through Gun-min's mind about the possible microscopic nature of the tags, but hope is melting away with every passing second. Ma-gyum squints to see even a hint of familiar markings, but the blank surface of the cards leaves no room for doubt. With each passing second, Cha Jun feels more and more acutely aware of the trap into which he has driven himself with his own self-confidence. Park Do-hwan's mocking question about the beauty of the pattern sounds like a mockery of their revealing plan. The boastful words about the high quality of the cards in the gambling house take on an ominous connotation in light of what is happening. The explanations about the different decks for beginners confirm Cha Jueyan's worst fears. Their card theft has been seen and foreseen. The suggestion to play Catch the Thief sounds like a direct mockery of their failed attempt at exposure. The croupier's luscious smile and the question of readiness only add to the tension of the moment. The announcement of the start of betting turns an already dangerous situation into a potential disaster. The impressive wad of bills carelessly tossed by Park Do-hwan on the table shows his absolute confidence in victory. A casino owner's philosophical musings about the necessity of high stakes for an interesting game sounds like a verdict. Cha Ju-young's confession of lack of money is met with ominous appeasement from his opponent. The croupier's offer of a game on bail hangs in the air like a sword of Damocles over the protagonist's head. The contract form slides across the table to Cha Ju-young, and the words about the signature sound like a death sentence in the silence of the gambling house. Shock paralyzes Cha Jueyan as he reads the familiar lines of the contract. The exact same contract has been the sentence for many victims of this establishment. Disturbing whispers of illegal organ trafficking within the prison walls pass among the observers, causing a wave of horror at the realization of what is happening. Park Do-hwan sits at the table like a spider at the center of its deadly web, enjoying every moment of the unfolding performance. The mocking reassurance from the head of the gambling house only heightens the tension of the moment, his smile becoming more and more predatory. Ma Geom, clenching his fists, realizes the hopelessness of the situation. Against a professional rogue, his comrade has no chance. Gunamin's thoughts flicker between relief at the timely discovery of the card swap and horror at his comrade's stubbornness. A wave of fear sweeps through the crowd of onlookers as they realize the true scale of the tragedy taking place. Unbelieving gazes follow the pen's movement on the paper. Cha Jueyun's signature becomes a one-way ticket. Screams about the insanity of the act echo off the walls as the audience watches the guy's suicidal decision. Steely determination was evident in Cha Jueyun's every movement. Retreating would mean ultimate defeat. The statement of total betting, from hair to toe, sounds like a challenge to fate itself in the sepulchral silence of the casino. The air becomes thick with tension as everyone in attendance freezes in anticipation for the game to begin. The words of acceptance of the bet from Park Do-hwan fall heavy into the ringing silence of the room. Guna Min and Ma Geom exchange confused looks. The knowledge of the fraud makes their comrade's bet even crazier. Cha Jueyan's inexplicable confidence leaves his cellmates lost in speculation about his true plan. The rules of the game spread across the hushed room, the simplicity of finding paired cards sounding mocking against the deadly stakes. The condescending offer of the first move to the guest only emphasizes Park Do-hwan's confidence in his victory. Thoughts of the simplicity of the rules flicker through Cha Jueyan's mind as his hand reaches for the first card in this dangerous game. The Peak 8 opens to the eyes of the breathless audience, the first move in the game for human organs. The 9 of hearts becomes an indication of failure. The different numbers signify the move going to the opponent. The croupier's luscious smile accompanies the announcement of the change of course like the first nail in the coffin lid. Park Do-hwan opens the 9 crosses with theatrical carelessness, showing the start of his winning streak. Cha Ju-young's tense gaze follows his opponent's every move, trying to grasp the connection between the open cards. The unmistakable discovery of the paired 9 of hearts causes a wave of whispers among the spectators. Played-up comments about luck can't hide the obvious. The game is played according to a pre-written script. The audience's whispers about the casino head's inevitable good fortune sound like a funeral march for Cha-hoon's hopes. The smug announcement of the move emphasizes Park Do-hwan's absolute confidence in his superiority. The deuce that emerged from under the casino owner's fingers becomes another link in the chain of his random successes. The realization of the pre-arranged arrangement of cards comes to Cha Ju-young along with the realization of the depth of the prepared trap. The cynical reference to fortune from the mouth of the head of the casino sounds like a mockery of the very concept of fair play. 4 assembled pairs of cards show the inexorable approach of the denouement of this deadly spectacle. The contempt for Park Do-hwan's pathetic self, reveling in his fraud, is reflected in Cha Kyung's gaze. Memories come over Park Do-hwan in a wave. He's a little boy again, and his father asks with feigned tenderness about sonly love. The past comes to a head. Young Puck, still without the dragon tattoo on his neck, answers his father's strange question with childlike naivety. The words of gratitude for the money brought to the family ring in the memory with bitter irony, knowing what would follow. My father's fake laughter and reasoning about the impossibility of not working now seem like the first signs of impending disaster. Lying promises to put herself out there at work for her beloved son turned into a bitter lesson about human hypocrisy. A child's faith in his father as the most trustworthy man in the world was shattered by the harsh reality of gambling addiction. The brutal truth about casinos instead of jobs was the first lesson in betrayal in young Pak's life. The monstrous amount of debt of $500,000 forever changed the boy's idea of parental love. The picture of a father screaming in front of slot machines for his son sticks in my memory as a symbol of pathological lying. His disdain for his father's stupidity, his blind faith in the honesty of the casino, had turned Park Do-hwan into the man he was now. A bitter grin plays on the casino owner's lips as he continues the spectacle of Lady Luck cheating others. An internal monologue of superiority over paternal stupidity is accompanied by a demonstrative counting of the pairs won. The audience's whispers about Cha Ju-young's total bad luck becomes the backdrop for the final act of this drama. The doom of the situation seems obvious to all observers. The game is heading towards an inevitable end. Cha Ji-young's unexpected offer to show something disrupts the usual flow of the play. Park Do-hwan's enigmatic smile and words that what is happening is not a game make Park Do-hwan wary. It's a fraud. Cha Ju-young's words cut through the tense silence of the gambling house like a whiplash. The sudden discovery of paired cards elicits condescending smiles from onlookers who think it's the random luck of a doomed player. The unmistakable finding of a pair of A's makes mocking smiles freeze on the faces of the observers. Cha Ju-young's continued success is met with incredulous comments from viewers still believing in Park Do-hwan's superiority. Tension flickers across the casino owner's face, the sudden success of his opponent disrupting the carefully planned scenario. Bewilderment grips those present. The errorless series of finding paired cards seems impossible without a system. The final game takes Park Do-hwan by surprise. The thought of anyone else knowing the layout of the cards seems unbelievable. The story of the tray and the mysterious note unfolds before the audience as a clue to what is happening. The croupier's confusion in front of a mysterious piece of paper becomes the first link in the chain of events. A note accidentally thrown out by Cha Ju-yeon turns out to be the beginning of a clever, multi-pronged combination. Curiosity causes the croupier to unfold the note, unaware of the consequences to come. A cryptic message with a meeting place leads the croupier to a deserted restroom. An unexpected encounter with Cha Ju-yeong in a secluded place makes the croupier wary. A direct accusation of card fraud sounds like a sentence in an empty room. The croupier's thoughts flit feverishly between denying the obvious and realizing that the thief is standing right in front of him. Cha Ju-young's confident guess about card swapping is met with the standard denial of using sword decks. "I only called you because I know the truth." Cha Ju-yeon's words echoed off the tiled walls of the empty restroom, causing the croupier to wince. The unexpected offer of salvation sounds like a temptation to a cornered man. Confidence rings in Cha Ju-young's voice as he reveals the truth about the debt slavery of the croupiers in the gambling house. The accuracy of the money loan information causes the dealer to freeze in shock. No one was supposed to know about it. Cha Ju-young's look of determination accompanies a promise to repay someone else's debt in exchange for help. Park Do-hwan's fear of revenge erupts in the croupier's desperate words of imminent retribution for betrayal. Cha Ju-young's cold logic shatters the dealer's illusions about solving the debt problem on his own. The brutal truth about the impending organ showdown a week later sounds like the ultimate argument for cooperation. A reminder of the scary alternative, the operating table instead of freedom, makes the croupier think twice. The simplicity of the dealer's current job is contrasted with its deadly consequences in Cha Ju-young's words. The demand to reveal the truth about the gambling house becomes the price of salvation for the cornered croupier. Cha Ju-young's demonstrative luck in the final game sounds like a mockery of the casino system. Horror distorts Park Do-hwan's facial features as he realizes the betrayal within his own ranks. The confession about the dealer's good memory and assistance becomes the final blow to the reputation of the gambling house. Heads bowed in awe at the exposure, the prisoners cannot believe the betrayal of someone who was part of the system of deception. The words of confession come off the croupier's lips, shattering the illusion of honesty like a hammer shattering a fragile mirror of lies. The ancient secrets of the gambling house unfold before the shocked crowd, every game, every cheating technique exposed in the dealer's merciless confession. A wave of righteous anger rises among the deceived, their cries for retribution shaking the walls as Park Do-hwan, once a powerful lord, cowers under the weight of his sins. A shiver runs through the body of the fallen king of gambling, his disbelief at his own fall sounding a pathetic echo of former greatness. Park Do-hwan's desperate laughter echoed through the room like the death howl of a wounded animal cornered by its own lies. The last attempt at denial is cut short halfway through, the punishing fist of justice finding its target. The liar's face meets the table in a cruel kiss of retribution, symbolizing the collapse of his criminal empire. Cha Ju-young towers over his defeated opponent, his presence radiating the power of unrelenting justice. The ancient words of the oath come back like a curse, turning Park Do-hwan's own promise against himself. The smile of fate plays across Cha Ju-young's face as he raises the table, preparing to execute a bloody judgment on the fallen gambling king. The furious banging on the door and the screams of the creditors break the silence of the night, heralding the approach of the relentless debt collectors, hungry for their bloody tribute. Memories come flooding back to Park Do-hwan like an avalanche, the image of his father lost in the gambling abyss haunting his mind. Young Park, who has yet to know the bitterness of betrayal, reaches out to his father with childlike hope, unaware of the tragedy to come. Madness distorts the once noble parent's features, his fingers, bitten in a fit of panic, bleeding as he mumbles excuses. A father's words about his son's desire for more money sound like a curse, echoing off the walls of a shattered childhood. The hospital bed becomes an altar on which the family bond, severed by the demon of gambling, is sacrificed. In this moment of revelation, young Puck learns the brutal truth that only gold can protect against the demons of poverty and humiliation. Cha Ju-young's rage collapses into the void, his victim dissolving like a ghost into the shadows of the gambling house. Park Do-hwan's punch shatters his opponent's illusions, reminding him of the real balance of power in this realm of vice. The anger of the casino owner falls on the betrayer croupier, his words sting harder than acid, promising a terrible retribution. The steel grip on the dealer's throat becomes a harbinger of imminent punishment for betraying the sacred laws of the gambling house. The croupier's desperate attempt to mention the evidence only strengthens the executioner's grip, turning every breath into torture. The gaze of a hunted beast darts around the hall looking for escape, only to see the betrayal of the second dealer. The bag of evidence disappears with the fugitive, taking away the last hope for justice. A brutal thud against the floor sobered the traitor, the realization of the depth of his fall coming with the physical pain. The casino owner's rage tears the air with accusations of betrayal, his voice soaked with the venom of an offended deity whose temple has been desecrated by outsiders. The oath of protection pulsed in Cha Ju-young's blood like an ancient vow, pushing him into the epicenter of a furious confrontation. Park Do-hwan, like a dark oracle, utters the cruel truth of gold's power over the souls of mortals as he continues to torment the fallen servant. The blows are heaped like ritual torture, each accompanied by words of inevitable retribution for betraying the sacred laws of the house. The crowd of prisoners freezes like petrified statues, witnessing the battle of the titans within the walls of the mortal realm of gambling. Cha Ju-young bursts into battle like a punishing spirit of retribution, his foot strike carrying the power of heavenly justice. The table topples over in holy wrath, bills fly like fall leaves, and the hero's voice rings with the blade of justice. An ancient thirst for retribution breaks through the ages. The chance to punish evil becomes a warrior's sacred duty. The defeated lord of gambling falls on his back, his gaze staring into the abyss of the past, where the ghosts of long ago sins lurk. Memories unfold like a scroll of fate. A lonely mattress becomes the altar on which a father's consciousness is sacrificed. Young Puck's tears fall onto the hospital sheets, each drop carrying an ocean of unspoken pain. Curses against the demonic games come off their lips like ancient spells, accusing them of destroying his father's soul. The memory of his father's nobility pierces Park Do-hwan's heart like a red-hot blade, reminding him of his lost honor. The image of a gaunt father, like the victim of an ancient ritual, haunts the consciousness of a son whose body has been given over to dark forces. The demonic laughter of the man in the white suit turns tragedy into farce, mocking the sacred bond of father and son. The cruel smile of the demon in the white suit cuts through the air, his words about the meaninglessness of parental love sounding like a curse from the ancient gods. Poisonous questions about the pointlessness of caring for a comatose father ooze contempt for the sacred bonds of blood. The demonic tempter plays on the strings of belated remorse, turning filial duty into an object of ridicule. The fateful question of being able to capitalize on someone else's tragedy becomes the point of no return where Park Do-hwan's soul finally sinks into darkness. The battle between Cha Ju-yong and the Lord of the Gambling House turns into an epic confrontation between light and darkness, where despicable money becomes just a pathetic excuse. The impact against the wall is accompanied by a thunderous questioning of the blindness of the opponent, whose mind is clouded with golden brilliance. The raised fist becomes a weapon of justice, while the question of the importance of pain hangs in the air like an ancient prophecy. The crowd of prisoners freezes like the silent chorus of an ancient Greek tragedy witnessing the Battle of the Titans. A moment of inattention turns into a blow of fate. The fist of the Lord of the Casino finds its target. Each block becomes a dance with death as Park Do-hwan's furious attacks continue to rain down like a hail of stone. The force of the blow throws the hero back, as if the wrath of an ancient deity had caught up with the mortal warrior. Words about the power of money over souls sound a funeral bell on humanity, turning the battle into a ritual of a dark cult. Cha Ju-yong's body crashes into the car, shards of glass raining down on the defeated warrior of justice. Cruel chuckles from the audience accompany questions about the survivability of the brave warrior who dared to defy the Lord of Darkness. Park Do-hwan's apology sounds like a ritual formula that masks the demonic nature of what's going on. The voice of the Lord of the Gambling House booms over the crowd like a fake blessing, his words about a small conflict sounding like a blasphemous prayer. The sudden objection cuts through the air like lightning, breaking the sacred ritual of lies that the master of the realm of gambling weaves. Defeated but unbroken, Cha Ju-eun defies the self-appointed deity, his words of deceit ringing with the pure steel of truth. On the altar of a wrecked car, a prostrate warrior proclaims the sacred right to retribution, his voice full of righteous fury. An ancient truth is revealed in the dialogue of the Titans. The grounds for revenge have existed since the beginning of time, like the eternal laws of the universe. The invitation to a deadly game of hide-and-seek sounds like a ritual challenge, where the stakes are not money, but life itself. Numbers tumbled from Cha Ju-yong's lips like an ancient incantation, each digit striking the bell of destiny. Childish words about the rules of the game turn into a death sentence in the mouth of a warrior of justice. The madness of righteous vengeance distorts Cha Ju-yong's features. His promise to turn the foundling into a corpse sounds like the oath of an ancient god of vengeance. Park Do-hwan's consciousness sinks into an abyss of despair as he bows his head to his adversary, feeling his empire of lies crumble like a house of cards. Dice in trembling fingers become the last anchor of reality, while memories of accomplishments turn to bitter ashes of unfulfilled hopes. A desperate jerk of his fist splits the air. His last attempt to retain power turns out to be a pathetic pantomime of former greatness. Cha Ju-eun's cold chuckle cuts through the silence, his words about the hopelessness of the situation penetrating into the heart of the defeated gambling king. The steel grip on Park Do-hwan's hand becomes a symbol of inexorable retribution. The promise to turn achievements into ashes sounds like the sentence of an ancient deity. The madness in Cha Ju-yong's eyes mirrors the darkness in his opponent's soul. A childish game of hide-and-seek turns into an execution ritual. The dice dance in the air like the dice of fate. The rolled 3 becomes a sentence for fingers that have learned the taste of someone else's pain. The world shrinks to the size of a dice table, where each roll of the dice determines the measure of suffering for the fallen lord of gambling. A shadow of understanding flickers in Park Do-hwan's eyes, his attempts to find amusement in his own beating only emphasizing the depth of his fall. Through the mask of bruises and abrasions bursts a last attempt at manipulation, words of similarity of natures sounding like a drowning man's plea. The poisonous lure of joining forces dissolves into thin air like the smoke of unfulfilled ambition. The reflection of the foursome in dilated pupils becomes the harbinger of a new wave of pain. The bitter irony of fate is evident in the fallen six. Luck turns away from someone who has manipulated it for years. A final cry of protest escapes his shattered lips, but retribution has already brought its merciless fist to bear. 6 beats fall like the strikes of a bell, counting down the last moments of the gambling king's power. Park Do-hwan's consciousness flickers like an extinguished candle as his gaze dissolves into the infinity of the ceiling. The luxury that flooded every corner of the room pressed on the mind like a suffocating aroma, a woman's voice cutting the silence with a question about a mother's blessing while shadows of the past danced on expensive trinkets. The tattoo master, whose eyes blazed with the scarlet flames of ancient legends, wove references to youth trends into the conversation as if masking the true nature of her art. Her silky hair flowed like the ink of fate, while the piercing gaze of her red eyes read the souls of those who dared to ask the dragon. Wearing a business suit as a mask of respectability, young Puck appeared to ask for the stigma of belonging to the Dark Brotherhood, his soul already poisoned by a thirst for revenge. The sly glint in the master's eyes gave away her true identity as a celestial dragon scout, while Puck exposed his cards in this deadly game. The money poured out of the bag like blood from an open wound, each bill a testament to his willingness to sell his soul for revenge. The revenge plan unfolded like a poisonous flower in Puck's words, promising endless riches under the auspices of the dark cult. The offer of untold treasures hung in the air like incense smoke, imbuing the atmosphere with the scent of impending betrayal. A philosophy about the superiority of mental sacrifices over material sacrifices comes off the master's lips like an ancient prophecy. An obsession with money distorts young Puck's features, his pupils narrowing like the eyes of a predator smelling prey. The touch of the instrument to the neck becomes a ritual gesture, the willingness to give one's soul becomes a blood oath. The master's handshake seals the contract like a seal on an ancient scroll of destiny. The question of true motives hangs in the air like a sword of Damocles, ready to fall on the head of the petitioner. The guy's gaze burns its way into the very soul of the tattoo master, his every word about the beginning of the journey vibrating in the air like a string of fate stretched to its limit. Panic spreads through the corridors of the correctional center like a poisonous fog. The terrified screams of the prisoners merge into a single chorus of doomed souls. The running guy's face, distorted with fear and drool dripping from it, becomes the living embodiment of primal terror before the impending disaster. Despair drives the second croupier through the crowd of fear-deafened prisoners, his cries for rescue drowning in a sea of chaos and incomprehension. Manga materializes out of the chaos like an ancient spirit of retribution, his hand flying above the fleeing traitor's head, ready to grab the bag of evidence of years of deceit. Ma Guillaume instantly grabbed the bag, but the sudden movement caused the contents to scatter on the floor, the bills spinning in the air like autumn leaves in a whirlwind of retaliation. The tense gazes of the prisoners are fixed on the scattered evidence, dice, speckled cards, and other instruments of deception flickering treacherously in the dim light. Ma Guillaume, whose voice exudes cold confidence, urges everyone to take a closer look at the evidence of the gambling house's years of deception. The croupier, squeezed in the doorway, realizes the inevitability of retribution. His crimes are now open to all, and his past life is crumbling like a house of cards. Ma Guillaume's heavy words about the irrefutable evidence of fraud hang in the air, turning the luxurious hall into a place of terrible judgment. Guna Min's eyes flash with approval as the newcomer pronounces sentence on the dealer, whose face contorts with the realization of imminent retribution. The air is heated with the angry voices of cheated players demanding their lost money back, their rage like an approaching thunderstorm. Park Do-hwan, clutching wads of bills in his white fingers, dismisses the demands for the stolen goods with disdain, his eyes burning with a feverish glint. The owner of the gambling house turns every move into a show of force, leaving behind him a trail of shattered destinies and trampled hopes. Park Do-hwan's words about the sanctity of his possessions sound like a sentence as his fingers frantically clutch the fraudulently obtained money. Cha Ji-young disturbs the delicate balance with the appearance of a gasoline canister, the liquid spreading across the floor, spreading the choking smell of imminent disaster. Horror freezes in the eyes of witnesses to this scene, tension reaching a critical point as the gasoline continues to spread across the expensive parquet. Park Do-hwan's dilated pupils reflect realization. His empire of deception could turn to ashes in a matter of seconds. Cha Ji-young, whose eyes glow with a dangerous luster, offers one last game, an electric shock test where the stakes are no longer gold, but life. Park Do-hwan, whose face is contorted with rage and fear, shouts out words about his right to start first, trying to hide the trembling in his voice. In desperation, the gambling house owner begs for the madness to stop, his eyes darting between the money and the sputtering gasoline like a hunted animal. Cha Ji-young utters the words of a prophecy that has become a reality. The life of the gambling king will end amidst the flames and ashes of his empire of lies. A promise hangs in the air to turn all accumulations into ashes, each word sounding a funeral bell for the gambling empire. Ma watches with cold determination while Guna Min is frozen in mute shock at the unfolding tragedy. After a crushing blow, Cha Ji-young towers over his defeated opponent, whose consciousness has already fallen into the darkness of unconsciousness. A crowd of prisoners, gripped by a thirst for profit, rushes to the scattered bills, turning the hall into an arena of chaos and greed. Park Chong-chan, with snow-white curls, speaks the bitter truth about cheaters, his words falling into the void of the ruined temple of gambling. Winner's gaze slides over the prostrate body of the former gambling house owner, whose empire has dissipated like smoke from his own lies. As time winds forward 14 months, prisoner 7849 prepares to leave the walls that have witnessed his rebirth. His spirit remains unbroken. Despite months of imprisonment, each day in prison was a stepping stone to a new understanding of life. Confidence is maturing in his mind. A new beginning will be the foundation of success, because now he looks at the world with different eyes, cleansed from the illusions of the past. On the threshold of freedom, the ex-convict is greeted by a man in a white suit, a human organ trafficker smiling with the cold politeness of a predator. There is a cruel irony hidden in this simple gesture of handing over the tofu, the merchant reminding the guy of his utter loneliness in this ruthless world. Park Do-hwan, who has lost his former arrogance, tries to justify his lack of documents to the man in white, his voice trembling with poorly concealed fear. The merchant's smile grows wider, revealing a predatory grin as his words of trust hang in the air with an ominous omen. The time of reckoning catches up with the former owner of the gambling house. The words about the debt dig into the consciousness of poisonous thorns of inevitable fate. Despair shows through on Park Do-hwan's face as the merchant sadistically ruins his attempts to lie about his financial situation. The mention of an ambulance sounds a funeral bell, every word the peddler says bringing Puck closer to the horrifying denouement of his story. Horror distorts the features of the former king of gambling. Fate prepares him for the same fate that he has for years to his victims. The man with the gold tooth pronounces the amount of the debt as a death sentence. 1,000,000,000 won becomes a noose around the debtor's neck. Park Do-hwan's brain refuses to accept the monstrous reality of what is happening, his protests drowning in waves of rising panic. Ruthless hands drag the resisting Puck into the van, turning his last moments of freedom into nightmarish agony. The debtor's desperate struggles shake the car while cynical words about waiting customers finally seal his fate. Guna Min rambles down the prison corridor with a feverish gleam in his eyes, his words about the fall of the head of the gambling house ringing a triumphant note. Gu's boast about his keen eyes is interrupted by Ma Gyum's fair comment about the evidence, and Cha Ju-young wisely recognizes everyone's contribution to the overall victory. Cha Jun's thoughts are filled with grim satisfaction. The third agent of the Heavenly Dragon has fallen victim to his unrelenting vengeance. Pondering the next target is interrupted by a sudden sight. The camera that has witnessed so many events now holds a new secret. Tension thickens in the air as the prisoner's gazes stop on the curly-haired stranger whose appearance disrupts the usual order. Time seemed to freeze when the stranger casually mentioned the girl, and every muscle in Cha Jueyan's body instantly poured with leaden heaviness. The new inmate's insolence reaches its limit as he holds a picture of Cha's childhood friend to his face, his words about the accident sounding like provocation. Fury clouds Cha Jueon's mind, and the mention of a loved one by a stranger becomes the spark that ignites the powder keg. Cha's steel grip digs into the provocateur's face, his fist freezing in the air like a sword of Damocles ready to collapse. Cha's quiet order for a pillow sounds ominous in the tense silence of the cell, every word imbued with the promise of imminent retribution. Holding back his victim's screams with an iron grip, Cha pins the insolent man against the wall, his whisper for silence sounding like a final warning. The stranger's gaze slides over the walls of the cell, where countless references to mothers are folded into a bizarre mosaic of longing and loneliness. The curly-haired prisoner throws back his head, mechanically counting the words mama, each of which is like a blow to the strained nerves of those present. The new prisoner's body sways in an ominous rhythm on the chair as his words about counting mothers' names echo off the cell walls. The boredom of the curly-haired guy sounds a false note in the tense atmosphere, his every word imbued with anticipation of the coming chaos. Cha Jueon's appearance in the doorway coincides with Curly's cynical remark about dopamine, as if fate had brought the two predators together in the same cage. Curly's mind flashes back to his first encounter with Cha when the one clutching the broken shovel radiated pure, undiluted menace. Memories of the brutal massacre of the head of the gambling house makes Curly's pulse quicken. Violence without reason attracts him like a magnet. A smile spreads across Curly's face like a crack on a porcelain mask, life finally taking on a welcome flavor of danger. Cha's grip on Curly's throat doesn't loosen as his irritated voice demands a pillow from his slow cellmate. Cha's raised fist reinforces his demand for silence, but something akin to triumph flashes in Curly's eyes. The drawing in Curly's hands makes Cha freeze, each line on the paper like a blow to the breath, knocking the air out of his lungs. Through a constricted throat, Curly whispers a surprise, his words imbued with the poisonous promise of revealing something important. The question of the dragon tattoo hangs in the air like a sword of Damocles. Every word hits the target, getting to the heart of the mystery of Cha. Cha's grip loosens, but the tension in the air only thickens, each second of silence filled with anticipation of the next move in this dangerous game. Curly breaks free from his grasp with the grace of a predator, his tense muscles playing under his skin as he offers assistance with a note of dangerous seduction. Confusion flickers across Cha Jueyun's face, every feature betraying an internal struggle with growing anxiety about the stranger's intentions. The curly-haired boy's voice sounds deceptively soft as he speaks of the need to clear up misunderstandings, each word like a step on thin ice. Excuses about an accidentally dropped photo hang in the air like poisonous fog as Curly holds out a sketchbook. Words of benefactor come off Curly's lips like a mockery of fate, every syllable imbued with dark promise. Cha Ju-young snatches a precious photo of his childhood friend, his order to leave sounding like the last warning before the storm. A smile stretches Curly's lips into a bestial grin, exposing his tongue in a gesture more akin to threat than friendliness. The disparaging words about Cha's stupidity fall into the silence of the chamber like drops of poison, each remark calculated to maximize its effect. The truth of the prison's discretion and impending murder cuts through the air like a blade, exposing hidden threats beneath the mask of routine. The darkness in Curly's words thickens as he speaks of dangerous people lurking within the walls of the correctional center, every word a harbinger of the coming storm. Tension grips Cha's muscles in an iron vice. Intuition screams of danger from an uninvited helper. Distrust of the suddenly psychopathic man throbbed in Cha's temples, every instinct warning of the dangers of a rash alliance. Curly's twisted hilarity manifests itself in a childish tantrum over a bent grate, his tears a caricature of real emotion. Cha's question about his true intentions cuts through the air like a dagger, demanding that the price of the offered help be revealed. Curly turns with theatrical slowness, licking his finger in a sinister gesture, his brooding mask concealing his true motives. Curly's words about dopamine hang in the air as an ominous omen, his obsession with brain chemistry, a dark parody of human desire. The prison's assembly hall fills with a resounding echo of anticipation as the young inmates freeze in anticipation of something extraordinary beyond the gray routine. An electric current of excitement runs through the ranks of the prisoners. The very thought of the appearance of girls within these walls seems to them a sweet mirage in the desert of loneliness. The sacredness of the moment permeates the space as the girls' choir fills the air with divine sounds, transforming the prison hall into a temple-like setting. The purity and innocence of the singing girls in white robes creates a stark contrast to the grim reality of imprisonment, like a ray of light in a realm of shadows. The words about Jesus and Saint Mary penetrate Chajueon's soul, awakening dormant memories of a time when faith was not yet tainted by the pain of betrayal. The memory takes Cha back to the past, where sunlight played in his childhood friend's hair and the church vaults held their childish laughter. The warmth of memories envelops Cha's mind, the game of hide-and-seek within the sacred walls, the sincere joy in the eyes of the girl who found his hiding place. The echo of her triumphant cry still rings in his ears, mingled with the gentle reproach of a poorly chosen hiding place, a moment of pure, uncontaminated happiness. The confessional becomes a refuge for young Cha, and his girlfriend's question about sleep is imbued with the anxiety and concern that has been sorely lacking in his life. The boy's confusion breaks through the bravado when he admits to waking up, and her concern for the cold touches the deepest strings of her soul. The bitter truth about preferring the church pew to a home bed comes off his lips, exposing the wounds he tried to hide. The gravity of understanding his domestic situation darkens the girl's face, her heart shrinking at the realization of the depth of his loneliness. The creak of opening doors pulls them out of an intimate moment of understanding, making their hearts freeze in anticipation of the intrusion into their little world. The eyes of her childhood friend widen in mute amazement, and Yunha's name echoes in the space of the church, awakening a wave of anticipation. The girl's golden hair streams in the sunlight as she hurriedly calls out to Da Yen, her words about the orphanage hanging in the air as a bitter reminder of reality. Despair rings in the girl's voice as she warns of the consequences of being late, every word imbued with fear of inevitable punishment. Da Yen's silent warning about cleaning the cathedral makes young Cha hold his breath, turning their conversation into a secret plot against the system. Memories of her lost friend envelop Cha like a ghostly shroud as the choir fills the prison hall with divine sounds. Cha's consciousness is pierced by a sudden epiphany. Reality falls away before the miracle that materializes right in front of his eyes. A divine radiance, like a blessing from above, envelops the singing girls, transforming the prison scene into a vision of paradise. In the midst of the chorus, like a vision from the past, she, Yunha, stands surrounded by a halo of light as if descended from an ancient icon. Cha's gaze fixed on the familiar silhouette, every feature of her face echoing with pain in his scarred soul. An electric current of recognition runs between them, turning a chance meeting into a moment of fateful reunion. The shock of recognition dilates her pupils, past and present merge into one moment of mute shock. The prison canteen hums with muffled voices as inmates and guests take their places in this strange spectacle of life. The girls of the choir, bearers of faith, share their sacred mission, their voices sounding hope in a realm of despair. A bitter realization of hopelessness permeates the words of one of the girls, exposing the futility of their noble intentions. The lustful gazes of the prisoners slide over the girls as their vulgar jokes defile the sacred atmosphere of the moment. The girl's innocent question about the menu sounds dissonant against the background of hidden meanings and dirty innuendos. The outstretched box becomes a bridge between two worlds, innocence and depravity, faith and sin. Curiosity and anxiety intertwine in tense anticipation as the two girls peer into the mysterious box, each second of delay increasing their inner turmoil. One of the girls' furious whispers about psychos and hell cuts through the air as her friend, gripped by fear of exposure, tries to quiet this dangerous outburst of emotion. A sudden prayer interrupts the flow of bile words, turning a moment of hatred into a surreal picture of ostentatious piety. Tears of remorse stream down the cheeks of the big guy from the meeting, his ostentatious humility turning the prison meal into an eerie parody of a sacred ritual. The gratitude coming off his lips sounds a false note in the prison cacophony, every word imbued with the bitter irony of insincere faith. The girls' shocked whispers about Catholicism ring through the air as their eyes widen from realizing the depth of this religious notion. The theatricality of the boy's sign of the cross turns the sacred gesture into a grotesque mask that hides the abyss of his true nature. A prayer to Buddha bursts from his lips like a blasphemous hymn, mixing religions into a monstrous cocktail of pretense. The yellow glow enveloping his figure turns the scene into a surreal spectacle, causing the girls a mixture of horror and mesmerization. Worry about the missing Yunha enters their minds with a poisonous needle, while the explanation about the break hangs in the air as an unverified alibi. The heat of the small room envelops Yunha in a suffocating cocoon, making every breath a struggle against the stifling reality of the encounter. The tight space of the den witnesses their reunion, where every glance furtively carries the weight of unspoken words. Cha's apology for her choice of location mingles with her careless answer about her clothes, creating a fragile bridge across the chasm of years separating them. Awkwardness hangs in the air with a heavy fog as Yoon-ha speaks the words of the past tense, each syllable imbued with the bitterness of missed opportunities. Memories of shared moments are woven into the present like a ghostly web, binding their souls with invisible threads of the past. Da-en's name comes off their lips at the same time, turning the accidental synchronicity into a moment of painful unity between their scarred souls. Panic distorts Yunha's features as she speaks of the loss, but Cha stops the flow of her words, trying to protect them both from the surging wave of pain. Words of intimacy with Da-Yun stab into Cha's heart with sharp shards of the past, while Yunha continues to tear open old wounds with his revelations. Awkwardness creeps into Cha's mind with icy fingers, the word close echoing in the emptiness of his loneliness. The question of loneliness after Da-en's departure pierces Cha's soul like a red-hot blade, exposing the depth of his loss. Unha's eyes, devoid of the mask, delve into Cha's soul, reading in her a story of endless sadness and unspoken pain. The memory pulls Cha into its embrace. The school corridor comes to life, where young Unha floats through time like a vision. The fascinated gazes of the young men follow her like moths following a flame, their whispers about the chrysalis spreading through the corridors like a prayer. Admiration streaming down the hallway following her dancing hair, the freshman turns an ordinary school day into a moment of collective enchantment. Her classmates' bewilderment at her appearance on someone else's floor dissolves into thin air as Cha, immersed in her microcosm, packs her backpack. Her appearance in his space is like a sudden ray of sunshine in the realm of shadows. The question rings in the air with notes of playful reproach. Surprise dilates Cha's pupils as he raises his gaze to the source of the voice, and her words about his inattention hang in the air in a light haze. The playful gesture with the hair on her finger becomes a weapon of seduction while Yoon-ha is talking about gift coupons. Every movement is designed to awaken deeply hidden desires. Unha fragile hopes are shattered against the iron wall of loyalty when Cha rises from his desk, his words about meeting Da-un sounding like a verdict on her dreams. A careless goodbye and the promise of another time hang in the air like a poisonous fog, each step Cha takes away echoing in the void of her dashed hopes. The bitterness of rejection permeates every cell of Yoonha's being. The inability to accept reality distorts her perception, turning the moment into an eternity of pain. The touch of Cha's neck becomes a bridge between past and present, words of loneliness penetrating under the skin like the slow poison of seduction. Drops of sweat appear on Cha's face as his mind is torn between duty and temptation, every second becoming a battle with his own demons. Words of loneliness come off Yoonha's lips like bitter drops of poison, each syllable drenched in the darkness of her own unspoken suffering. The touch of hands becomes an anchor in a raging sea of emotions. The promise you are not alone sounds like a spell against the ghosts of the past. Yoonha's gaze pierces through Cha's soul, the three words you have me coming down like an avalanche, threatening to bury what's left of his resolve. The numbness shackles Cha's consciousness with icy vice. The reality of what is happening does not fit within the limits of his understanding, leaving only a void of shock. The pressure builds with each word about the unanswered letters, while a pathetic excuse about the circumstances hangs in the air like a death rattle. Cha's incomprehension borders on denial of reality. His question about what happened becomes his last attempt to stay on the edge of the precipice of revelation. A playful gesture with his hair turns into a mirror of the past, where every twist on his finger is a spiral of time leading to the abyss of the unchanging nature of his nature. Yunha's words hang in the air with understatement, each pause between syllables imbued with the electricity of unspoken feelings. A rude intrusion of reality in the form of a worker talking about dinner breaks the intimate web of the moment, causing Yunha to go silent for half a word. The workers' everyday conversations about food echo down the hallway, their simple words about hunger becoming an anchor that brings them back to the reality of prison life. Panic runs across Yunha's face as she hurriedly pulls on her robe, a mask of piety hiding a storm of emotions underneath her ostensible calm. The moment of parting at the door is imbued with the bitterness of understatement, her confession of the true purpose of her visit hanging in the air like a ghostly promise. Cha's words about meeting in 3 years on the outside sound like a spell of hope, trying to turn an uncertain future into a promise. A smile lights up Yunha's face like a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds as her lips form a parting phrase. A promise to return next week becomes the lifeline that binds their time-torn fates together. The joy at the possibility of frequent meetings masks the underlying longing in her voice. Every word about the church service becomes an excuse for future dates. The ostensible concern for order in the dining room becomes a shield behind which Yunha hides the confusion of her soul from their recent encounter. The prisoner's condescending remarks about pigs cut through the air, their faux gallantry imbued with the venom of hidden intentions. The sisters' jealous glances drill into Eunha's back, their silent disapproval thickening in the air like storm clouds. The bitter realization of Eunha's true nature poisons the sisters' minds, as her every gesture becomes a confirmation of their worst suspicions. Disdain for their friend's new level oozes from the sisters' every word, turning righteous indignation into a mask of envy. Whispers of nasty rumors spread a poisonous fog, turning the pious atmosphere into a swamp of gossip and judgment. Shock paralyzes Cha's mind as the words about hanging out in hotels penetrate his mind with poisonous needles, destroying the image of the Yun-ha that lived in his memories. The bitter irony of words about holiness eats away at Cha's soul as he listens to the whispers of girls turning the sacred into filthy gossip. Every muscle in Cha's body tensed as he turned his head to see the one whose image in his heart was scattered in shards of broken stained glass. The nun's hysterical cries of contrition cut through the air like a rusty knife, turning a sacred moment into a grotesque spectacle. The prisoners huddled in the assembly hall emit waves of boredom and irritation, their fake prayers of repentance drenched in the venom of sarcasm. The words of Christ's love and freedom dissolve into the air like incense smoke, not reaching the hardened souls of the listeners. The appearance of the choristers in tight-fitting clothes explodes the atmosphere of ostentatious piety, their tracksuits turning the prayer hall into an arena of base desires. The inmates' feigned religious ecstasy distorts the assembly hall space, turning sacred cries into masks of lust. The dancing girls are bathed in divine light, unaware of how their innocent performance turns into fodder for dark fantasies. The prayer postures of the prisoners become a caricature of true faith, their gazes devouring young bodies clad in athletic uniforms. The two prisoners' whispers about going to the restroom ooze with the venom of hidden intentions, turning an innocent excuse into a mask for something sinister. Cha's consciousness becomes a sensitive radar, picking up every word, every whisper, every hint of an impending storm. The nun's words about prayer hang in the air with bitter irony, her praise of the dancers mingling with the muffled echo of the prisoners' lustful cries. The two prisoners' base desires distort the sacred space, their whispers of peeping at the girls oozing with the poison of lust, defiling the sanctity of the moment. Trembling fingers reach for the doorknob while twisted thoughts of a real deity turn their souls into a cloaca of sinful intentions. Cha materializes behind their backs like an angel of retribution. His words about a different angle of vision sound like a verdict on their lowly designs. Terror distorts the faces of the prisoners as they turn to face their punishment, reality crashing down on them like a rockfall. Cha's blows become the punishing sword of justice as his voice demanding the commandment be repeated penetrates their darkened minds. The huge figure of a Buddhist joins the sacred punishment, his warning about peeping rattles like a thunderclap. Huge palms become a symbol of the inevitability of punishment, while words of the baseness of the act penetrate to the very core of their sinful souls. The cruel irony of the prayer for unforgiveness turns the religious gesture into an instrument of psychological torture, driving fear deeper into the minds of the punished. Anxiety creeps into the souls of the churchgirls like a poisonous fog. Strange sounds turn their sanctuary into a source of fear. Anxiety pierces Yunha's heart as she walks out of the locker room, her question hanging in the air like a premonition of trouble. Reality outstrips explanation. Every second of delay is filled with the weight of inevitable revelation. The picture of the defeated bodies on the floor crashes into Yunha's mind like a frame from a nightmare, turning the moment into a frozen eternity of horror. Fear runs an electric current through Yunha's body, causing her to seek refuge behind Cha, whose surprise colors the air with shades of incomprehension. Words of remorse fall from the lips of the girl like autumn leaves. Each syllable is imbued with the bitterness of realizing what she has done, turning the moment into a confession without absolution. The assembly hall fills once again with the monotonous recitation of the nun, whose words of absolution dissolve into the air like incense smoke. The prisoner's complaints about the heaviness of the charity items become a mask behind which lurks the sinister intent of the violence to come. The air around Cha thickens with tension, the stares of the other prisoners piercing his back like poisoned arrows. Time stands still the moment he turns, and a mocking question of understanding cuts through the silence like the blade of a poisoned dagger. The rage of the rejected voyeur spills out with a shiv. His words about the freak are soaked with the venom of revenge for past humiliation. The three shadows merge into a single vortex of hatred, their sharp objects becoming extensions of their blood-thirsty black souls. Cha's voice, quiet as the rustle of autumn leaves, cut through the space like the tip of an ice blade. A plastic bottle shield becomes the boundary between life and death as his warning of punishment hangs in the air as an ominous prophecy. The words about church donations turn into a verdict on their souls. Each syllable is imbued with the realization of the depth of their fall. A fountain of water turns into a cleansing stream, while the command to refresh sounds like a ritual incantation against the demons of rage. Fury distorts the faces of the attackers as the water washes over them like acid rain, turning a sacred gift into an instrument of their humiliation. Contempt oozes from Cha's every word as he calls them pawns, his voice cutting through the air like a surgical scalpel, exposing the wretchedness of their existence. Cha's steel grip turns the twisting of his arms into a ritual of retribution, each movement filled with the cold methodicality of an executioner who knows his job. The threat of pain ripples through the air like a poisonous mist as the question of the customer hangs between them with the invisible blade of the guillotine. The sudden appearance of a worker tears the warehouse space. Light bursts into the darkness like a ruthless spotlight, revealing a picture of chaos. The shadows part before the beam of light, exposing a figure in the corner whose presence turns the air into the leaden heaviness of unspoken secrets. Cha's world shrinks to the point of recognition, his pupils narrowing like black holes that absorb the light of hope at the sight of Yunha. Betrayal comes off her lips like a poisonous snake. Her accusing finger turns into a dagger aimed straight at the heart of truth. The words of abuse hang in the air like deadly poison, turning the moment into a nightmarish travesty of justice. The unknown man's fingers glide across the phone screen, weaving a web of impending encounter, each word imbued with the anticipation of dark intentions. Unha's voice in the motel rings with business-like notes as she reminds the old man of his promise, every syllable imbued with cold calculation. The figures of the sum of money come off her lips like a trade deal with the devil, cash becoming the price of her downfall. The unpleasant man's smile distorts reality, his words about money oozing with the poison of lust, turning the room into a torture chamber for the soul. The lustful compliments of a third client in a bathrobe spread through the room like a stinking slurry, his gratitude to heaven sounding like a sacrilegious prayer. The invitation to sit down from another man hangs in the air like a hangman's noose, every word imbued with the darkness of his perverted desires. An unsettling premonition distorts reality as the man in the robe stares at the ajar door, every second stretching into an eternity of waiting for imminent punishment. A massive figure invades the space of the room like the punishing right hand of fate, turning the haven of vice into a torture chamber for the sinful soul. A scream of horror stuck in the false pastor's throat as the words of the illegal meeting fell like lead bullets of retribution into the space of the room. Desperation pushes the hypocrite to the last line of defense. The church cross in his trembling fingers turns into a pathetic symbol of the broken faith. Disdain distorts Yunha's features as her gaze burns through the shaking pastor, every second of his fear becoming vengeance for the innocence that was violated. A blow to the nose becomes the first seal of retribution. The threat of exposure to the police drowns in a flood of blood and humiliation of the false minister of the church. The vigilante's fists become instruments of divine wrath, each blow hammering into the false pastor's mind a lesson about the cost of betraying the sacred ministry. The question of the consequences of the police investigation hangs in the air like a poisoned blade, every word imbued with the promise of inevitable retribution. The camera in Eunha's bag becomes the key to earthly hell, and the threat of exposure turns the proud pastor into a trembling semblance of a man. Pleas for mercy are shattered by the iron logic of extortion. The figure of a large prisoner towers over the defeated hypocrite like a mountain. A cynical offer of a suitable sum turns the sacred ministry into a bargaining chip. Faith becomes a bargaining chip in the game of human vices. The words of release sound like a sentence to the soul. A heavenly attack turns into an earthly blackmail, where everyone gets what they deserve. Solitary confinement for 10 days becomes a temple of redemption for Cha, the number 7199 becoming his new name in this purgatory of justice. The worker's words about the recklessness of the act sink into Cha's mind with poisonous thorns, each syllable imbued with the bitterness of inevitable consequences. The mention of the principal's special treatment cuts the air like a razor, exposing the fragility of privilege in the face of an inexorable system. The gravity of the civilian charge hangs in the cell space like a leaden cloud. Every word about the inevitability of punishment stabs into the soul. The impassioned mention of a ministry cell turns solitary confinement into a cage with no hope of parole. The worker's figure dissolves into the semi-darkness of the corridor, leaving behind an echo of perplexed words about prison misdemeanors. Loneliness falls on Cha like an avalanche, the reality of what is happening throbbing in my temples with a painful reminder of betrayal. The memories of the false accusation become a torture of the mind. Yunha's image is distorted in the mirror of misunderstanding, leaving behind only the bitter taste of unanswered questions. Church chants fill the assembly hall like a haze of incense, hiding the dark secrets of human souls behind the sacred sounds. The parking lot becomes the scene of a sinister encounter. Prisoner number 6127 and Yunha turn a casual date into an act of sacrilegious mockery of God's will. Yunha's feigned surprise at the prisoner's freedom of movement sounds a false note in the symphony of their carefully planned deception. Cynical words about purchased freedom come off the prisoner's lips like poisonous drops that poison the very notion of justice. Danger becomes a spice to their twisted game. Every word of calm is imbued with the anticipation of new victims. Memories of motel scams resurface in the mind like rotting corpses on the surface of a swamp, every frame soaked with the poison of their shared past. Sadistic pleasure oozes from the words about punishing sinners. The sibling bond turns their duet into a perverse likeness of the punishing right hand. The words of Namgun Joseph's unsolved crimes spread a poisonous fog in the mind, each figure pulsing with a dark reminder of the impunity of evil. The phrase about a faithful helper comes off his lips like a deadly poison, turning the kinship into a twisted union of two predators. A smile distorts his features as words of hope ooze with feigned tenderness, each syllable imbued with the anticipation of new victims. The loneliness of the camera presses on Cha's mind with a leaden weight, while the image of the girl on the grass throbbed in my memory like an unhealing wound. Thoughts turn into an endless labyrinth of unanswered questions, eyes fixed on the ground, searching for truth in the dusty patterns of reality. The realization of the trap breaks through the fog of doubt, every detail adding up to a mosaic of carefully planned betrayal. The bitterness of understanding poisons the blood. Yunha's image becomes the perfect weapon aimed straight at the heart of his freedom. The girl's last words ring with dissonance in the symphony of deceit, her finger pointing to the truth becoming a ray of light in the darkness of betrayal. The confession of salvation rips through space like lightning, every word about the attackers turning a lie into an unexpected truth. The promise to sort things out hangs in the air like a foggy haze. The caped worker's gesture becomes a symbol of the uncertainty of the future. Cha's consciousness turns into a battlefield where every thought of Yunha becomes a new unanswered question. Reflecting on her sudden change of sides pierces the soul like red-hot needles. Salvation becomes a new mystery. The weight of the request presses on my tongue like lead, each step toward the door echoing in the emptiness of solitary confinement. The tension between prisoner and employee thickens in the air like a storm cloud, and words of prohibition hang between them like an invisible wall. The request to call someone comes off Cha's lips like a prayer, each word imbued with the weight of unspoken hopes and hidden intentions. Joseph's voice cuts through the air like a poisoned dagger as his words about the first day of visiting plunges Yunha into an abyss of dark memories. Accusations of heart-stealing by a heretic penetrate the girl's mind with poisonous needles. Every syllable is imbued with jealousy and her brother's underlying rage. The mention of a chance to judge turns brotherly concern into an ominous sentence that oozes a dark anticipation of inevitable reprisal. The weight of Joseph's gaze presses a leaden weight on his sister's shoulders, her eyes fixed on the floor, hiding a storm of emotion beneath a mask of submission. A shiver runs through Yunha's body like an electric current, and a plea to stop the trial falls from his lips along with the last drops of feigned humility. A scathing reminder of past obedience dug into the girl's soul with sharp claws. Joseph's threats envelop the space like a suffocating fog, shock dilating Yunha's pupils, turning reality into a nightmare. A fake smile contorts her brother's face as his words about past successes stab into her sister's heart like poisoned arrows. The mention of her mother becomes the last straw, the memory of her successes becomes a dagger aimed at her daughter's heart. Fury bursts through the dam of fear, Yunha's voice ringing with steel as the threat of exposure rolls off her lips. The cry to catch nasty people rips through the space like thunder, all soaked with years of accumulated bitterness and disgust. The scattered rosary beads become a symbol of shattered power. Rage distorts Joseph's features, turning his pious mask into the grimace of a demon. Joseph's brutal grip seals Yunha into the table as his words about losing his faith ooze with the venom of frustration and poorly concealed rage. Despair grips the girl's throat like a steel vice. Promises freeze on her lips as her gaze fixes on something that changes the balance of power. The threat of a phone call turns the space into a torture chamber. Joseph's movements exude the confidence of a predator cornering his prey. Tears streak paths down Yunha's pale cheeks as her brother's cynical words about the futility of crying stab poison needles into her consciousness. The brutal truth of isolation presses on the girl's psyche. The sounds of the church choir become an ominous backdrop for the unfolding tragedy. The seclusion of the bus stop becomes the perfect backdrop for a nightmare, the words about only two sounding the funeral bell of hope. A sudden noise rips through the space like lightning, tension thickening in the air as Joseph turns his head toward the source of the sound. The vague figure of the prisoner materializes from the shadows like a ghost of retribution. The uncertainty of what is happening turns reality into a shaky haze. Unha's sobs freeze in her throat like a frozen scream. Recognition turns despair into a spark of hope. Cha's appearance tears the space like a lightning strike. His presence becomes the embodiment of the inevitability of fate. Perplexity distorts Joseph's features with a grimace of shock. The reality of what is happening is not within his grasp. The question of solitary confinement hangs in the air like a poisoned fog, every word imbued with fear of the inexplicable. The thread of unfinished business rolls off Joseph's lips like a curse, each syllable pulsing with the anticipation of the inevitable denouement. Words of comfort drown in an ocean of fear. The order to wait turns even a second into an eternity of agonizing waiting. The heavy metal of the bus doors lower behind Cha's back, turning the interior into a cage for the final confrontation between the two predators. A coldness of determination flickers across Cha's features as his words of unfinished business dissolve into the tense silence of the confined space. The crazy gleam in the curly-haired lad's eyes flickers like swamp lights as he speculates on the delights of solitary confinement. Manic head movements freeze under the weight of Cha's gaze, whose words about the seriousness of the moment turn the buffoonery to ashes. The memory of a past promise of help cuts through the air, turning Curly's usual bravado into the semblance of a sacred oath. The call to prove the words true pierces the space of the bus, causing time to stand still while waiting for the inevitable choice to be made. The feverish gleam in Curly's eyes is replaced by the predatory interest of a professional gambler ready to make a decisive bet. An uncharacteristic calm envelops the curly-haired man's figure as his voice turns the offer of help into an overture to the chaos to come. The willingness to act trickles into the air with a toxic fog, turning the bus into a stage for an unfolding tragedy. The anticipation of madness blooms on Curly's face like a poisonous flower blooming in the pre-dawn twilight. Wunha's gaze from the back seat pierces the space of the bus, recognizing in the new protagonist the ghost of past nightmares. A plea for rescue escapes the girl's lips, crashing against the walls of the bus like waves against coastal rocks. Cha's demand to move away from the girl cuts through the steamy air of the salon, turning it into a battlefield for the human soul. A demonic smile distorts Joseph's features as his words of misunderstanding are woven into a web of false piety. The perverse reference to a religious act hangs in the air like the death rattle of dying innocence. A fiery rage bursts through Cha's mask of calm, manifesting itself in the swollen veins on his temples and the steely determination in his voice demanding he back away from the girl immediately. Unha freezes in mute amazement, watching the transformation of the once restrained Cha into an embodiment of pure rage as Joseph continues to exude the venom of his threats. Joseph's massive figure squeezes through the narrow aisle of the bus, his words about the religious act turning sacred concepts into a vile parody of faith. A heavy body squeezes between the seats, while cynical words about sinners and their lack of understanding spill over the cabin like a poisonous fog. Cha's patience breaks like a taut string, his fists rushing towards the target despite the enormous difference in size between him and his opponent. Joseph's block stops the obvious blow, but a shadow of surprise flickers in his eyes at the unexpected speed and power hidden in his smaller opponent. Self-confidence oozes from Joseph's every word about the impossibility of victory, but his voice betrays the first notes of doubt in his own superiority. The promise of being torn apart for the evil done to the girl comes off Cha's lips like a battle cry, heralding the carnage of an abuser. A barrage of blows rains down on Joseph's massive body, turning the quiet bus interior into the arena of a merciless battle between two implacable adversaries. Hatred lends force to Cha's blow, while words of his opponent's criminal nature cut through the air like a poisoned blade of justice. Rage clouds Joseph's judgment, causing him to tear his prison robe, an act more akin to the ritual of reincarnating a beast before a deadly fight. Praise for his punching technique sounds inappropriate dissonance in the heat of battle, giving Joseph the appearance of an experienced fighter capable of assessing his opponent's skill. Professional interest slips into Joseph's words about the accuracy of strikes on vital points, turning the brutal bout into a kind of exam. A kick interrupts the flow of unnecessary words, showing Cha's utter contempt for idle chatter at the moment of decisive confrontation. Cha's words of self-study cut the air like an untold curse, while his eyes emitted the cold calm of a man who had learned the depths of his own darkness. A fanatical conviction in the divine origin of his skills distorts Joseph's face with a bestial grin, turning his words into a macabre parody of scripture. Unha's heart clenches in the grip of helpless terror as he watches the deadly dance of two implacable opponents in the cramped space of the bus. Joseph's massive figure rises like a dark mountain, while his blasphemous words of divine blessing desecrate the very concept of faith and holiness. The steel walls of the bus shudder with the fierce fight, and Unha's tears turn into mute prayers that shatter against the indifference of the indifferent sky. The triumph of the victor oozes from Joseph's words of divine mission, while the defeated Cha is sprawled on the floor like a victim on the altar of insane faith. The self-proclaimed envoy sounds a hymn of madness from Joseph's lips, turning sacred concepts into tools of psychological terror. A twisted smile contorts Joseph's face as he seeks confirmation of his righteousness from the frightened girl cornered on the bus. False tenderness seeps through the mask of piety when Joseph turns to his sister, turning the bond of kinship into chains of spiritual slavery. Memories of Bible camp pierce Yunha's mind like poisoned arrows, bringing her back to the moment when innocent faith turned into a nightmare. The purity of a child's prayer to be reunited with her mother is shattered by harsh reality, turning sacred words into a bitter mockery of fate. The final amen lingers on young Eunha's lips like a goodbye kiss of departing innocence, leaving behind only the ashes of dashed hopes. The hypocritical sympathy of others tears the girl's soul apart while the truth about her mother's debts turns into the first lesson in the cruelty of the adult world. Joseph, not yet familiar with prison walls, absorbs every word of another's grief, turning it into fuel for his future crimes against humanity. The quiet amen from Joseph's lips turns into an ominous prophecy of the trials to come as his eyes absorb every detail of another's despair like a predator stalking prey. The corridor shadows distort Joseph's massive silhouette as his nurse-voiced voice penetrates the darkest corners of the girl's unformed soul. Eunha's innocent curiosity turns to clammy fear at the sight of the huge figure of Joseph, whose words about Bible camp sound like a prelude to a nightmare. The mention of an overheard story hangs in the air like a poisoned dagger ready to plunge into the heart of a girl's hope for a better life. The promise of help spreads poisonous honey through Eunha's mind, turning her surprise into the first step toward her inevitable fall into the abyss. Words about a quick solution to debt problems penetrate the girl's soul like the seeds of a poisonous plant, ready to take root in the fertile soil of despair. A twisted philosophy about the judgment of sinners shrouds Eunha's mind in a fog of false hopes, turning good intentions into tools of darkness. Joseph's touch leaves invisible marks on the girl's fragile soul, while his whisper of inevitable success becomes the first link in the chain of future slavery. Sneering accusations of defacing innocence cut through the steamy air of the bus, turning a sacred rescue mission into a farce of twisted justice. The steel grip on Cha's leg turns the bus into a torture chamber, where every movement is imbued with the anticipation of an unrighteous judgment on a supposed sinner. Joseph's charged fist freezes in midair like a guillotine ready to come down in the name of a twisted understanding of divine justice. An unexpected pulse of pain pierces Joseph's consciousness, turning his triumph into a moment of confusion in the face of unexpected resistance. Confusion distorts the features of the self-proclaimed judge as his hand automatically reaches for the stricken back of his head, searching for the source of the sudden pain. Eun-ha's determination materializes in a raised umbrella, transforming a submissive victim into an unexpected defender of justice. Joseph's stubbornness manifests itself in an iron grip on his opponent's leg, demonstrating a fanatical devotion to his twisted understanding of righteousness. Cha's broken body flies swiftly through the interior of the bus, crashing into the driver's seat with such force. The clinking of broken glass merges with Joseph's triumphant voice, whose words of responsibility fall like drops of poison on the wounded mind of a defeated opponent. Eun-ha's helpless scream cuts through the heavy air of the bus as her heart clenches with horror at the sight of the ruthless massacre of the person who risked to stand up for herself. The threat of punishment for depravity rolls off Joseph's lips like a death sentence, turning the bus into a creepy temple of his twisted justice. A maddening smile illuminates Joseph's face with demonic light as his mind bathes in the glow of supposed divine grace and absolute impunity. Eun-ha's approach is accompanied by sweet promises of purification, turning Joseph's every step into the sinister dance of a predator cornering its prey. An unexpected blow shakes Joseph's massive body, causing the reality around him to become a maelstrom of incomprehensible sensations and mounting anxiety. The incomprehension of what is happening clouds the mind of the self-proclaimed righteous man while his body treacherously refuses to obey the usual commands. A scarlet trickle of blood dripping from the nose becomes the first sign of impending defeat. Control of his body slips away like water through his fingers as Cha's words about the cause of what is happening penetrate the falling giant's clouded consciousness. The bitter truth of pinpoint hits on vital points bursts into Joseph's mind, shattering the illusion of invulnerability of his blessed body. Joseph's observation is shown in his final attempt at resistance when he points out his opponent's obvious weakness, clinging to a phantom hope. Eunha's comparison of physical pain to mental anguish rolls off Cha's lips, turning every word into a verdict on Joseph's twisted philosophy. The quiet words of the decision hang in the air as an ominous omen, promising the final outcome of this bloody confrontation. Joseph, who has fallen to his knees in the middle of the bus, hears for the first time the firm determination in Cha's voice as he explains that such perverts must be removed from society. The dim light of the cabin is reflected in the glass bottle of poison that Cha pulls from his pocket, showing the seriousness of his intentions to put an end to the atrocities. Cha's voice sounds like steel as he explains that he's going to permanently stop the man who has turned so many girls' lives into a nightmare. A luxurious restaurant comes to mind, where Eunha insistently suggests Cha enjoy expensive dishes, calling it his gift. Cha's attentive gaze notices the pallor and lack of appetite in Eunha, whose condition betrays the depth of worry hidden behind a mask of calm. The girl's gaze rests on the customers of the restaurant, especially mothers with children, awakening in her painful thoughts about her own family. Quiet words of motherly love escape Eunha's lips as she watches happy families at the restaurant, dreaming of reuniting with her mom. Eunha's unexpected candor strikes Cha to the core, making him realize how much the girl trusts him with her innermost thoughts. Cha's attempt to share the pain of being an orphan is met with a mild rebuff from Eunha, who explains that her situation is completely different. Her mother is alive but unavailable. Memory takes Cha back to the past, where his classmates' taunts about his orphanhood have become a constant source of pain and alienation. When asked about the difficulty of living without a mother, Eunha answers unexpectedly firmly, showing strength of character tempered by the trials of fate. The words of the promise to her mother sound in the silence of the restaurant like an unbreakable vow, for the sake of the fulfillment of which the girl is ready to make any sacrifice. Eunha lifts her clothes off her shoulder, revealing a tattoo whose meaning holds the story of her struggle to reunite with her mother. The tattoo on Eunha's shoulder folds into the poignant promise, "I'll wait for you, Mom," turning her body into a living letter of maternal love and hope. The memory of the tragic fight on the bus comes back like a wave, reminding us how the cramped space of the cabin became the arena of confrontation between good and evil. Eunha's quiet words of imminent closure to her mom echo throughout the bus cabin as the battle around her reaches its climax. The realization of defeat distorts Joseph's features with a vicious grimace as his gaze, full of hatred, burns through the figure of the opponent who ruined his plans. Joseph's massive body rises slowly, leaning against the back of the chair, and his words of annoyance sound the threat of a new wave of violence. Amazement grips Cha at the sight of a rising foe whose supernatural stamina defies the laws of human physiology. A moment of reflection costs Cha dearly. Joseph's fist rushes towards the target, taking advantage of his opponent's second confusion. Block stops Joseph's attack while Cha's words of false religiosity tear away the last vestiges of his opponent's pious mask. The internal injury manifests itself with a stream of blood from Joseph's leg, causing him to realize for the first time the seriousness of his injuries. Disappointment echoes in Cha's voice, questioning Joseph's lack of understanding of the obvious, despite the time that has passed and the injuries he has sustained. A simple explanation about the connection between movement and damage escapes Cha's lips as his opponent continues to aggravate his own wounds with pointless resistance. A new blow reaches its target, distorting Joseph's facial features with a grimace of pain and surprise at his opponent's unexpected strength. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth accompanied Joseph's realization of the enormous difference in the level of fighting prowess between them. The promise to show the true peak of his abilities rings out in Cha's voice as a final warning to a doomed opponent. Joseph's stubbornness manifests itself in futile attempts to strike, while his body treacherously refuses to obey the commands of his clouded mind. An endless dance of blocks and punches unfolds in the cramped space of the bus, turning the bout into a grueling marathon on the edge of human capabilities. Exhaustion seeps into every muscle of Joseph's massive body, making him realize the nearness of death. Joseph's instinct for self-preservation pushes him to one last desperate decision, to use Yun-ha as a human shield in an attempt to avoid imminent defeat. Contempt resounds in Cha's words about the so-called blessed body of the enemy, whose true nature is revealed in the cowardly decision to hide behind the girl. Leaning back against the seat, Cha prepares to deliver a double leg kick, looking to end the protracted bout with one decisive move. A powerful kick finds its target, Joseph's neck, sending his massive body into a short flight through the interior of the bus. Cha's calm voice recognizes the need for time to adjust to the dimensions of an opponent vastly outnumbered physically. Memories of his father, whom Cha never recognized as family, help him realize the insignificance of his current adversary compared to his past trials. Joseph's last attempts at resistance resemble the agony of a wounded animal cornered by a stronger predator. Joseph's heavy breathing mingles with the sound of Cha's approaching footsteps, whose clenched fist promises an end to this drawn-out drama. Fury erupts in Cha's voice, demanding an explanation for his opponent's mirth in the face of imminent defeat. The mention of the crimes against the girl and the video evidence sounds like Joseph's last attempt to keep control of the situation. The threat to reveal the truth to Eunha's mother becomes Joseph's final trump card in this hopeless game. The words about the precious criminal daughter cut through the air like a poisoned dagger aimed at the heart of the family bond. Joseph's insane laughter fills the bus as his words about his mother's reaction turn the moment into a macabre parody of human relationships. A menacing tone permeates Cha's every word as he lists Joseph's crimes: 5 counts of violence, 9 counts of attempted, and 4 counts of battery. Words of unsolved crimes fall into the silence of the bus as Cha demonstrates his awareness of the self-proclaimed righteous man's dark past. A shiver runs through Joseph's body as Cha promises to reveal all his misdeeds, and the question of how did you know gives away the panic in his clouded mind. Cha demonstrates the object in his hands, advising Joseph to be more careful in the art of threats if he is going to continue his criminal activities. Terror contorts Joseph's face at the sight of the stun gun, making him beg for negotiation while fear completely paralyzes his praised blessed body. The discharge of the stun gun interrupts the stream of pleading, turning Joseph's threats into helpless convulsions on the floor of the bus. A promise to stop the dirty deeds sounds a sentence while Joseph's body shudders with electric shocks. Satisfaction slips into Cha's voice as he notes the accuracy of his blow, forever disabling Joseph from continuing his crimes. Yun-ha's sudden shouting makes Cha turn around, distracted from his defeated opponent. Sincere concern resounds in the voice of Yun-ha, who is running toward him and whose words about his well-being are filled with genuine concern. Tears of remorse fill the girl's eyes as she apologizes for everything that has happened, unable to lift her gaze from the floor. The tenderness comes through in Cha's gesture of taking the girl by the shoulders to look into her face and see if her concern is genuine. The issue of threatened silence hangs between them, demanding an explanation for the long lack of trust. Nervous finger movements in her hair betray Yun-ha's confusion as she tries to comprehend Cha's awareness of her situation. Calm words about habit and flair leave the girl confused, but her desire to say something breaks through the fog of misunderstanding. Cha's insight is shown by observing Eunha's nervous habit of rubbing her hair when she's trying to hide something from others. Regret for his past inattention is heard in Cha's voice as he apologizes for not noticing the signs of her suffering sooner. Worry about the wound on Eunha's face is met with her embarrassed attempts to downplay the severity of the injury, calling it a simple scratch. Attempts to reassure Cha with promises to use the ointment at home resound in Yun-ha's voice, eager to minimize his anxiety about her condition. Admiration for the girl's courage to risk hitting a huge opponent with an umbrella is mixed with worry in Cha's words. A strict prohibition against such risky behaviors in the future rolls off Cha's lips, backed by a promise to deal with the dangers on his own. Cha's insistent gaze demands confirmation of his request, permeating the space between them with the tension of anticipation. Confusion and a gentle smile lights up Yun-ha's face as she promises not to risk herself anymore to protect him. A sudden noise causes them to synchronously turn their heads in search of the source of the sound that has broken the moment of their closeness. The inexplicable appearance of a curly-haired stranger behind the driver's seat turns the situation into a new round of unpredictable events. The philosophical question about the possibility of a solitary existence sounds a strange dissonance in the tense atmosphere of the bus. Bewilderment froze on Cha's face at the sight of Curly's mysterious appearance and his inexplicable actions. Bus horns break the silence while Curly defiantly ignores questions about the reasons for his behavior. The mad intent to test the brakes is evident in the actions of Curly, whose foot presses the pedal with increasing force. Shock paralyzes Cha and Yunha in the face of potential disaster as Curly prepares to crash the bus. Curly's increasing insanity turns the situation into uncontrollable chaos beyond any reasonable argument. The bus rushes at full speed against the concrete wall while the insane laughter of the curly-haired man behind the wheel mingles with the screeching of brakes and the screams of terror of the remaining passengers. The theory of body disposal unfolds in a grim monologue as the massive figure of a blonde-haired captive shudders in terror, chained to a chair in a semi-darkened room. Cold-blooded words about covering his tracks come off the lips of a businessman in a dark suit whose red tie flickers in the dim light like a bloody omen. Chu Gangchan, the leader of the Celestial Dragons, radiated the calmness of a professional executioner as his words about the futility of hiding bodies hung in the musty air. The Celestial Dragon's philosophy on the use of bodies is revealed in blood-chilling detail, turning every word into a sentence for a bound captive. One last chance at confession is offered to the blonde-haired giant whose gaze, filled with primal terror, wanders the dark corners of the room. Words of unwillingness to share tumble from the captive's trembling lips, turning into a desperate attempt to delay the inevitable retribution. The blonde captive's threats dissolve into thin air as the businessman's hands rest on his shoulders with the weight of a death sentence. The body of the blonde-haired giant tied to the chair sinks into the dark waters, taking with it the last bubbles of air and hopes of rescue. The businessman's everyday calm after the execution emphasizes the routine nature of what is happening, turning the murder into a simple business transaction. A phone call cuts through the silence, causing the entrepreneur to be distracted from contemplating the consequences of his work. The entrepreneur's voice exudes professional attention as the interlocutor on the other end of the wire reveals the details of the new operation. An entrepreneur's silence during a conversation makes him or her a perfect listener, absorbing every word of new information. The entrepreneur's clarifying question sounds like a scalpel dissecting the information received with surgical precision. Shock distorts Cha Joyan's features on the rushing bus, turning his normally unperturbed face into a mask of primal terror. The crazed cry of the psychopath behind the wheel about flying to freedom merges with the scraping of metal as the bus rushes toward imminent disaster. Cha Juyong's inner monologue about not being involved in the escape dissolves into the chaos of what is happening as the bus continues on its inexorable path to destruction. The mad laughter of the psychopath at the wheel cuts through the space of the bus, his words of wisdom drowned in the scraping of metal and the screams of terrified passengers. The church bus, turned into an instrument of chaos, crashes into the concrete barrier with such force that the metal groans from the inexorable collision. Anxiety for Yunha pierces Cha Juyong's mind as the girl falls from the blow, but her quiet reply of well-being becomes a life-saving anchor in a sea of chaos. Anger and bewilderment pulsate in Cha Juyan's words to the psychopath whose face rests on the airbag after the monstrous collision. An ominous silence envelops the figure of the madman, turning every second of waiting into an agonizing ordeal for the surviving passengers. An anxious foreboding clutches Cha Juyong's heart, but the psychopath's cry for escape breaks the shroud of uncertainty, pushing them into action. The screams of the wardens echo throughout the area, turning the rescue from disaster into the beginning of a new ordeal for the fugitives. A hideout in the bush witnesses the revelation of a psychopath whose plan for revenge using transportation is revealed in all its twisted genius. The found stick turns into the conductor's cane of the final act when the psychopath announces the inevitable parting of the participants in this drama. A mocking wish for fun sounds the last chord in a symphony of madness orchestrated by the unpredictable mind of a psychopath. A stupor restrains Cha Juyan as the reality of the psychopath's plan is revealed in all its cruel simplicity, leaving behind the bitter taste of manipulation. Anxiety ripples in Cha Jueyon's voice as he hurries Eunha to escape, realizing that every second of delay brings them closer to an imminent encounter with the searching nuns. Eunha's resolute ascent is suddenly replaced by nervous hand movements as the importance of the forgotten moment breaks through the shroud of haste and fear. Excitement colors Eunha's voice as she stops to share something intimate in this moment of hasty goodbye. The warmth of Eunha's palm conveys more than just a keychain, turning the moment of transmission into a sacred ritual of trust and remembrance. Cha Jueyun's gaze locks onto the tiny bear figurine lying in his palm as the reality of the present dissolves into a haze of memories. The past bursts into Cha Guiyun's mind to the accompaniment of distant screams of a chase, turning the present into a blurry picture of uncertainty. Dayen's admiration for Dayen's success at the toy vending machine colors the memory with the warm colors of carefree happiness, when the future was not yet darkened by the shadows of betrayal. Cha Juyong's uncertainty in front of the slot machine becomes an occasion for lighthearted camaraderie, turning an ordinary moment into a precious memory. Three tiny bears witness the beginnings of an unbreakable union as the friends' gazes intertwine in silent understanding. Dayen's suggestion of keychain distribution turns a child's toy into a sacred symbol of their unbreakable bond. Words about family and loneliness penetrate to the very core of their relationship, turning simple trinkets into anchors that hold their souls together. The promise of eternal friendship comes off the girl's smiling lips, turning the moment into a vow sealed by the invisible bonds of fate. A slight smile touches Cha Huiyun's lips, reflecting the echo of that carefree moment forever imprinted in his memory. The humorous threat breaks the shroud of memories, bringing them back to reality, where every second could be decisive in their fate. Memories shrouded Cha Jueyun's mind in a warm fog as his fingers gently touched the worn keychain that held the imprint of former happiness. Dayen's insight is evident in her words about the resemblance to toys, as if the cubs really do reflect the underlying essence of the three intertwined destinies. Cha Juyong's gaze is fixed on the keychain in his palm, given to Eunha, while the prison walls press the weight of unspoken words and missed opportunities on his shoulders. A chance find in a room turns into a bridge between past and present when Eunha recounts a fateful encounter with an old keychain. The sacred words of eternal friendship echoed in Cha Jueyun's heart as his gaze absorbed every feature of the worn bear cub. The simplicity of finding the keychain on the table sounds bitterly ironic in Eunha's words, as if fate had purposely kept this symbol for the moment of parting. The joking words about the ugliness of the keychain mask the depth of Cha Jueyun's emotions, turning the moment of parting into an attempt to preserve the lightness of the past. Concern for Eunha's safety slips into Cha Juyung's voice as his heart clenches with anticipation of the importance of this moment. The figure of the fleeing Eunha dissolves into the gloom, taking with it a piece of Cha Jueyun's soul, frozen in silent observation. The girl's sudden rush awakens anxiety in Cha Jueyun's mind, forcing him to analyze every detail of their goodbye. Embarrassment stains Eunha's cheeks with a blush as her heart shrinks from the weight of unspoken words and missed confessions. The ghost of her dead friend hovers in Eunha's thoughts, turning every step into an agonizing reflection on loyalty and duty. Meeting the nun in the courtyard becomes a test for Eunha, whose thoughts of confessing her feelings are intertwined with memories of her dead friend. The cruel news of the prisoner's castration escapes the lips of the curly-haired visitor, penetrating through the bars of solitary confinement like a poisonous mist. The weight of realizing his own role in what happened weighs on Cha Guiyun's shoulders, turning every word of response into an acknowledgement of inevitable retribution. The gloomy walls of the solitary confinement cell witness an unexpected truth. The curly-haired psychopath turns out not to be a visitor, but a new neighbor, deliberately seeking privacy. Cha Juyong's curiosity collides with the manic enthusiasm of a curly-haired neighbor whose love of interrogation sounds an ominous dissonance in the silence of the prison cell block. Disbelief permeates Cha Jueyun's question about the impossible escape, while the curly-haired neighbor plays riddles, hiding the true nature of his abilities. Cha Juyong's insistence on finding the truth crashes against the curly-haired manipulator's wall of mystery, turning the interrogation into a dangerous game of cat and mouse. A forced acknowledgement of the curly-haired man's usefulness escapes Cha Juyong's lips as his mind analyzes every detail of the strange alliance. The curly-haired prisoner's frantic energy spills out in a rumble of blows against the walls, turning his offer of cooperation into a macabre carnival. Silence becomes the only answer to Cha Juyong's question about the benefits of cooperation, turning the moment into a test of patience. Growing irritation erupts in Cha Jue-yun's voice as his neighbor's silence tightens like a noose around his neck. A loud snore breaks the tense silence, demonstrating Curly's ability to instantly fall into slumber in the middle of an important conversation. Doubts plague Cha Jue-yun's mind as his gaze through the bars tries to unravel the mystery of his unpredictable neighbor. The keychain in Cha Juyong's hands becomes an anchor of memory, linking him to the pain of losing his childhood friend and the weight of unspoken words. Night darkness envelops a red sports car, lurking in an unknown place like a predator before a leap. A tattooed female celestial dragon scout breaks the silence of the night with words of rebuke addressed to her enigmatic brother. A luxurious mansion grows before the girl's eyes like a material embodiment of the power of the celestial dragons, turning an ordinary house into a symbol of power. The Girl Scout's heavy footsteps echo in the luxurious hallways as her words of high position among dragons fill the space with the bitter irony of power. The exquisite carvings of the massive doors become a mirror of the owner's tastes, while Scout notes the specificity of his enigmatic brother's choices. Impatience oozes from the girl's every word of frantic speed, turning her appearance at headquarters into a demonstration of boundless devotion. The apology hangs in the air with understatement until a sudden revelation causes the Girl Scout to freeze on the doorstep in mute amazement. Rocks scattered everywhere turn the luxurious room into a training arena, causing the Girl Scout to involuntarily question her brother's training. The celestial dragon entrepreneur pours tea with the honed grace of a warrior who has completed another round of grueling exercises. The delight of the mountain air resounds in the Girl Scout's words, masking the true purpose of her swift arrival at the residence. A question about business comes off the lips of the interlocutor, along with the steam from the hot tea, turning small talk into a prelude to important news. The entrepreneur's words about the news connection to the gentleman fall into the silence of the room like the first drops of an impending storm. Cha Gang-ren's attention focuses on the upcoming news, turning his massive figure into the epitome of restrained power. The luxury of traditional Korean architecture envelops Cha Gang-ren Villa, transforming the residence into a material embodiment of power. The imperious gesture of his father's hand demands the immediate disclosure of the news, while silence thickens around those present like a storm cloud. Impatience ripples through Cha Gang-ren's words about his son, turning a graceful tea ceremony into a prelude to family drama. The voice of the celestial dragon entrepreneur spills over the room like bitter poison, describing the prison conflicts between the Lord's son and the managers. Admiration for the young warrior's incredible speed and strength permeates the speaker's every word, turning victories over dragon followers into legend. Scout's wounded pride breaks through her mask of calm as the girl recalls the defeat of her chosen warriors. False praise about his son's upbringing crashes against a wall of paternal silence, turning a moment of pride into a prelude of disappointment. Her father's heavy words about not meeting expectations fall in the silence of the room, shattering illusions of familial understanding. The metaphor of the unopened flower turns the father's disappointment into a judgment, leaving only hope for the future transformation of his son. The comparison to a sprout that has barely broken through the ground sounds like a mockery of all of his son's accomplishments in the cruel world of the celestial dragons. Contempt for petty prison victories oozes from his father's every word, demanding greater greatness and ambition from his heir. Waiting for his son's true awakening turns into an obsession for the father, causing him to plan new trials for the heir. Memories of Kim Yoon-seok's words echo in the prison air as the three inmates discuss the mysterious father figure. Cynical words about punishment and becoming a man dissolve in puffs of cigarette smoke, turning prison philosophy into bitter irony. The metaphor of turning garbage into nuclear waste sounds a verdict on a system where even smoking becomes a symbol of resistance. Hopelessness permeates the words of inmate number 3128, turning the prison dump into a metaphor for their broken fates. The desire to be remembered as a madman becomes the last act of resistance to a system that has turned life into a meaningless existence. The philosophy of arson as a human act perverts the paternal admonition into a justification for the chaos to come. The unexpected appearance of an eavesdropping stranger breaks the usual flow of conversation, causing the trio to freeze in bewilderment. A provocative suggestion to light a fire falls into the silence like a spark ready to ignite the gunpowder of their suppressed rage. The ominous figure of Cell 37's headman, Choi Yoon-taek, looms over the prisoners as the smoldering cigarette in his lips becomes a harbinger of the violence to come. The nervous laughter of the trio of prisoners dissolves into the heavy air as the headman's words about the insolent men turn a joke about fire into a grim prophecy. The headman's transformation is lightning fast, the human mask slipping away, revealing the abyss of madness lurking in the depths of his distorted consciousness. Memories of school cruelty resurface in the headman's mind in a poisonous fog, where the smoke of a cigarette mingles with the bitterness of words about discrimination. The teacher's unconscious body on the classroom floor becomes the first victim of the unbridled rage of the future headman, whose soul was already then poisoned by violence. The classmates' animal fear feeds the dark nature of the headman, whose words of idle chatter become a sentence for the weak. A twisted smile cuts across the headman's face as his gaze rests on the defeated teacher, turning the moment of triumph into a display of absolute power. An obsession with the moment of violence pulses through the headman's mind as his record of crime becomes proof of uncontrollable aggression. Tension thickens in the air as one of the prisoners dares to break the silence, drawing the attention of the headman's predatory gaze. The mention of Cha's name penetrates the headman's mind like a poisoned dagger, awakening the dormant instincts of a hunter. Irritation bursts through the headman's mask of calm as a new cigarette becomes the last barrier between control and rage. Disgust at the endless provocations distorts the headman's features, turning the tossed cigarette into a symbol of coming retribution. Paralyzing fear stiffens Gunamin's body in the hallway as his mind frantically searches for a way to avoid an imminent encounter with a demon in human form. The silence splits with the sound of multiple bodies bowing in unison, the occupants of the cell sprawling on the floor in a sign of absolute submission. The prisoner's return from solitary confinement brings a wave of subservient greetings, but embarrassment colors his face at the sight of such servility. Prisoner number 3397's gaze pierces the space as his words about Cha's external changes turn into a strange form of greeting. The warmth of Cha's smile becomes a rare glimmer of humanity amidst the cold prison walls when he reciprocates the compliment. The professional leader's caution is evident in the matter of incidents, while a loyal follower rushes to assure that order is maintained. Cha's attention freezes like a hunting dog smelling prey when his gaze focuses on an unfamiliar element of a familiar picture. The leader's insight is shown in the instant detection of rookie number 7583, turning a simple observation into the start of a new investigation. Gu's diplomacy manifests itself in an attempt to smooth the first impression of a newcomer whose rudeness masks an as yet unknown entity. Cha's strategic thinking dives into analyzing possible stories of the newcomer, turning every detail into a potential clue. The warden's metallic voice cuts through the air, calling the number of room 36 like a sentence of fate. The announcement of outside jobs causes a wave of surprise among the inmates, turning an ordinary day into a potential point of no return. Philosophical musings on loneliness spill poison into the prison air, turning simple words into ominous prophecy. The metaphor of poisonous snakes in a confined space reveals the brutal truth of the prison hierarchy where the strongest survive. Comparing the prison to a serpentarium exposes the true nature of the system, with the celestial dragons acting as catalysts for the evolution of poison. A father's cruel ambition manifests itself in his desire to turn his own son into the most venomous snake capable of surviving the deadly game. Understanding the metaphor is reflected in the Girl Scout's eyes as the meaning of the word snake reveals new depths of intent to her. The father's heavy words cut through the air like a guillotine as his certainty about his son's whereabouts turns an ordinary statement into an ominous prophecy. Terror distorts Choi's features as the words about working behind the scenes creep into his mind, turning ordinary information into a frenzy trigger. The information about the whereabouts of Cha and his group at the fifth house spreads poison through Choi's veins, making his heart throb in time with his growing thirst for revenge. Fury bursts through Choi's mask of calm, turning his gaze into a mirror of inner flames ready to spill out. Choi's patience scatters in shards as his folded arms betray an inner tension ready to explode with uncontrollable rage. Contempt for hierarchy and authority oozes from his comrades' words, turning simple disrespect into a call for carnage. The lust for murder crystallizes in Choi's words while his gaze is already painting pictures of the violence to come. The bloodstains on Cha's prison robe turn his prostrate body into a living canvas of human cruelty. Horror distorts Gu and Ma's faces as their cries for the cause of the bloodstains dissolve into the heavy air of the prison yard. Cha's faint movements only add to the fear of his comrades, turning the moment into a torture of uncertainty. The unconvincing explanation about the red paint sounds a false note while the signs of violence speak their terrible truth. The weariness of forced labor is mixed with the bitterness of awareness of disenfranchisement, turning common complaints into a philosophy of resistance. A red stain in the hallway becomes an ominous omen, disrupting the routine of their prison existence. The bewilderment of Cha's comrades before the mysterious blur turns into a premonition of impending tragedy. A terrible hunch crystallizes in Cha's mind, turning suspicion into a terrifying certainty. The battered body of the headman of room 37 becomes the first victim in an unfolding drama of violence, whose finale is still hidden in the mists of the future. The words of a father's greeting cut through the night air like a katana blade, turning the moment of meeting into the beginning of a new challenge for his son. The moonlight envelops the father's massive figure in a silvery veil, while his gaze, fixed on the tree, is filled with anticipation of the coming bloom. The wisdom of an ancient warrior slips into the quiet words about the cherry blossoms, turning an ordinary observation into a metaphor for life's journey. The warning about the cut stem dissolves into the night air like incense smoke, hiding the depth of his father's concern. The shadow of a new inmate materializes behind Cha's back as the embodiment of his father's plan, turning every moment in prison into a test of character. The fluid composition of the 36th chamber reflects the fickleness of fate, where every change can be the beginning of a new tragedy. The appearance of the tall newcomer with the number 7583 during Cha's solitary confinement days becomes the first act of a carefully staged drama. Awe at the imposing figure of the newcomer ran through the prisoners' bodies like an electric current, turning curiosity into primal fear. The collective realization of madness in the newcomer's eyes spread across the chamber like a poisonous fog, making everyone shudder with a premonition of disaster. Gu's bravery is shown in directly asking about the reasons for the imprisonment, turning ordinary curiosity into a test of the newcomer's character. The prisoner's grim speculation about the newcomer's crimes turns the cell atmosphere into a suffocating cocktail of fear and morbid curiosity. The newcomer's deep breath cuts through the silence of the chamber, turning the moment of waiting into a torture of the unknown. An incomprehensible chirp, instead of an answer, plunges the inhabitants of the cell into an abyss of confusion, where fear mingles with the absurdity of what is happening. The appearance of a sparrow from behind his long hair becomes the surreal finale of the first act of a strange play played out by a newcomer within the prison walls. The tension in the cell reaches a climax when the unexpected appearance of a sparrow breaks the usual reality of prison existence. A touching story of an abandoned chick rolls off the newcomer's lips, but something more lurks deep within his words. The sparrow's chaotic flight around the cell becomes a metaphor for the uncontrollable events ready to descend upon the prisoners like a storm. The grotesque contrast between the newcomer's huge hands and the fragility of the bird creates a sinister picture where tenderness borders on potential violence. Gu's deceptive joy at the childlike directness of the newcomer is shattered by an intuitive premonition of a hidden threat. Ma's distrust of the newcomer ripples like an open wound as his instincts scream at the danger lurking behind the mask of innocence. Ma's gaze dissects the newcomer's every move, trying to penetrate the veil of lies and uncover the true motives behind his appearance. Fate plays a cruel joke, a sparrow lands exactly where Cha's most treasured relics are kept, a dragon tattoo, and a photograph soaked in the pain of the past. The newcomer's greedy attention to photography becomes the first crack in his masquerade, exposing the true purpose of his presence in the camera. The shocking news of the 23 fractures of the headman of Cell 37 spreads through the shower room like a poisonous fog, turning an ordinary place into the epicenter of disturbing speculation. Cynical calculations about recovery times and lack of evidence turn a brutal attack into a cold game of the system where truth becomes a bargaining chip. Poisonous conjectures run through the minds of the prisoners of Cell 36 as their tortured minds try to comprehend the cruelty that has turned the headman into a broken victim. The examining gazes of the prisoners involuntarily turn to the tall figure of the silent newcomer, whose appearance is now colored with anxious forebodings. The animal instincts of experienced prisoner Ma Gyam pick up on the falseness of the quiet alien's behavior, while the rest of the inhabitants drown in the illusion of tranquility. The hunted gaze of a former inmate takes in the silhouette of a mysterious alien as he cleans up, piecing together the clues into a mosaic of the terrible truth. Bloody marks on the white shoes of the newly arrived prisoner become mute witnesses to his participation in the brutal massacre of the headman. The treacherous contrast between clean shoes and scarlet footprints crashes into the mind of the experienced observer, lighting the way to the grim truth. The battle scars and fresh wounds covering the mysterious alien's body tell the story of a fierce battle within the walls of a correctional facility. A friendly touch from a former player pulls the attentive observer out of the abyss of dark reflection on the nature of human cruelty. The searing truth sticks in the throat of the shrewd prisoner as his mind weighs the consequences of exposing the lurking predator. The cry of a blonde-haired prisoner breaks the shroud of silence, turning secret suspicions into an open interrogation of the insidious alien. The marks of a brutal fight on the body of a silent newcomer become the center of everyone's attention, raising questions about the dark forces behind the prison walls. The barrage of questions rains down on the cold-blooded alien like a rockfall, leaving no room for dodgy lies. The mask of icy calm does not leave the face of the enigmatic prisoner, as his words about the scars hang in the air with a poisonous mist. The fateful mention of his father in the cold-blooded alien's story makes the former player's heart clench with a terrible hunch. Distrust of the mysterious prisoner ripples through Cha Juyong's mind as his gaze tries to penetrate behind the newcomer's mask, eager to uncover dark secrets. School memories pop into the mind like dim photographs, a gym class where a tall student struggles with the need to show off his scarred body. Curious glances from classmates burn through the classroom space, turning an ordinary moment of cross-dressing into the torture of public exposure. Young Cha Juyong's scars become a source of searing gossip, where the shadow of a powerful gangster father turns an ordinary schoolboy into an object of fear and scorn. The bitterness of the school's rumors of Cha Gang-ren's power poisons the young prisoners every day, turning ordinary conversations into a source of endless pain. Cynical quips from classmates about the possibility of going to the police cut through the air like knives, exposing the victim's powerlessness in the face of parental tyranny. Drops of water in the shower mix with the bitterness of memories as Cha Juyong's consciousness sinks into the abyss of childhood traumas and incurable wounds. The hurried movements of the prisoners under the jets of water turn the last minute of the shower into a dance of rushing and anxious anticipation. Doubts torment Magayum's mind, turning every observation of the newcomer into an agonizing attempt to separate truth from paranoid fantasy. The long hair of a mysterious alien becomes a veil that hides more than the simple story of a new prisoner. The observant prisoner points out the silent newcomer's lack of shampoo, turning a mundane detail into a reason to bond. Cha Juyong's gesture of goodwill with the shampoo cuts through the usual atmosphere of suspicion, creating a moment of unexpected humanity. Confusion envelops the figure of the mysterious alien, whose mind is not ready to accept a simple act of kindness in a world of perpetual cruelty. The newcomer's tears dissolve into streams of water as his wounded soul tries to comprehend the unexpected display of sympathy. Bitter irony rings in Cha Juyong's voice as he shatters the illusion of his own capacity for compassion. The broken spirit of the new prisoner erupts in words about a sordid and miserable life. turning a moment of gratitude into another act of self-abuse. Chagweon's demand for a hasty end to his water treatments cuts through the humid air of the shower room, emphasizing the tension of the two prisoners' sudden seclusion. The mysterious newcomer's curiosity about the fate of the other prisoners is met with Cha Ju-young's cold response about the deliberate emptying of the room. An unsettling premonition causes the silent alien to lower his gaze as his voice quivers at the reasons for this decision. Cha Ju-yeon's shrill question about weirdness hangs in the air of the locker room, turning a normal conversation into an interrogation. Pointing out the scars comes off the lips of the former prisoner, exposing the first layer of a carefully constructed plan of exposure. The demonstration of identical markings becomes a silent accusation, turning a casual resemblance into proof of a sinister connection. A heavy silence envelops the two figures in the empty locker room where every second turns into an eternity of unspoken accusations. Cha Ju-young's steel grip on the spy's throat becomes the first act of violence in the unfolding drama of exposure. Words about the lack of coincidence roll off the lips of the enraged prisoner while his victim is sprawled out on the cold locker room floor. The bitter truth about the single source of the scars turns a mere resemblance into irrefutable proof of paternal interference. The lack of a tattoo becomes the final piece of the puzzle as Cha Ju-young's fingers clench on the throat of his abusive father's envoy. A baleful look from beneath his long hair finally breaks through, exposing the true nature of the insidious lurker within the prison walls. Cha Ju-young's demand for recognition of his father's interference hangs in the spritzy air of the locker room, turning every second of silence into a tightening of his grip. A threat to test the limits of patience escapes the furious prisoner's lips as his fingers clutch the silent lurker's throat in an attempt to force out a confession. The elegant figure of Yu Hee-won appears in a lavish residence where the celestial dragon scout's every step exudes deadly grace. Yu Hye-won's sneering appraisal of the numerous fighters spills venom over the training room, turning each of them into potential victims. The cynical words about sprouts without a host cut through the air like a blade, turning the assembled fighters into will-less pawns of the big game. The suggestion to use young fighters comes off Yu Hye-won's lips like a death sentence, while horror distorts the faces of those present. A diverse group of potential warriors stiffen under the heavy gaze of the leadership, turning the training room into an arena of natural selection. The ringleader's scornful gaze dissects each candidate, turning the selection process into a cruel game of death. A disparaging assessment of the assembled fighters like garbage rips away the last vestiges of hope, turning their ambitions to ashes beneath the feet of the ruler. The requirement to find a real hunting dog sounds a verdict on the other applicants, turning their existence into a bargaining chip. The young age of the recruit becomes a silent witness to the brutality of a system where even childhood is no defense against bloody games. Words of deliverance penetrate the young fighter's mind like poison, turning the moment of selection into a prelude to mass murder. Yu Hye-won's indignation at the wasted effort is shattered by the cold logic of the ringleader, turning living people into expendable material. Cha Gong-ren's keen hearing picks up the agony of screams as his predatory gaze scours the space for the source of the animal frenzy. Cha Ju-yoon's beastly nature bursts out as he attacks his chosen fighter, turning the training hall into an arena of primal rage. Satisfaction flickered across Cha Gong-ren's face at the sight of such a display of cruelty, as if finding the missing element of his plan. The bloodthirsty gleam in the young fighter's eyes becomes a pass to the world of the celestial dragons, where humanity gives way to animal instincts. The offer of paternity comes off the ringleader's lips like the seal of a deal with the devil, turning the young fighter into an instrument of someone else's will. Cha Ju-young's steel grip on the infiltrator's throat turns the locker room lockers into instruments of torture, squeezing a confession out of the recalcitrant victim. The hoarse words about the hunting dog burst through Cha Ju-yoon's clenched throat, becoming the first acknowledgement of his true role. Madness distorts Cha Ju-young's features as the words about the hunting dog's master penetrate his mind like poisoned arrows. The issue of tattoos turns into an accusation of personal loyalty, exposing the depth of paternal interference in his son's life. A creepy smile distorts the face of the infiltrator, turning his silence into confirmation of Cha Huion's worst suspicions. A demand for an explanation escapes the lips of the enraged prisoner as his mind tries to piece together the mosaic of his father's scheme. Analyzing missed opportunities to attack becomes an agonizing puzzle where every moment of procrastination has a hidden meaning. Questions about her father's orders hang in the air like a poisonous fog, poisoning every breath with the bitterness of betrayal. The infiltrator's stubborn silence becomes a new form of torture, turning every second of silence into a test of Cha Weion's patience. The metal of the locker sags under the pressure of rage, leaving deep scars as evidence of a confrontation between two hunting dogs. A death threat tears from Cha Jueyong's lips as his fingers dig into the scout's throat with a force capable of wrenching a confession from his last breath. Ruthless blows alternate with blows against the metal of lockers, turning the interrogation into a brutal dance of violence where every movement is drenched in rage. Beastly strength is put into every blow against the lockers as Cha Jueyon's consciousness demands to wrest the truth from the mysterious alien's stubborn silence. Bitter memories of his father's beatings break through the veil of rage, turning the present moment into a mirror image of past suffering. Madness distorts the former player's gaze as his demand for answers rolls off his lips like a death sentence for a silent victim. The remnants of their strength are invested in a last-ditch effort to extract a confession, turning every second of the confrontation into torture for both participants in the drama. Consciousness leaves the tortured body of the infiltrator, leaving Cha Jueon alone with the bitter realization of the senselessness of the violence used. Tormenting questions about the victim's strange behavior torment Cha Jueon's mind, turning every missed opportunity to counterattack into a new mystery. Anxious thoughts of his father's plans creep into the prisoner's mind as his gaze takes in the unconscious body of the mysterious alien. The sparrow and breadcrumb scene is bursting with indignant cries, turning a moment of peace into another test of patience. Suspicion colors Cha Jueon's every observation of the newcomer, turning ordinary actions into potential clues of betrayal. An everyday situation in the cafeteria is filled with the tension of surveillance, where every word about a cutlet may conceal a double-bottomed plot. The lack of clear evidence turns into a new form of torture for Cha Juyong's mind, while Gu Namin's clumsiness creates a new turn of events. The contents of the tray fall on the mysterious alien like a sudden rain, creating a moment of unforeseen chaos in the prison routine. Gu Namin's hurried apology crashes against the mysterious alien's wall of silence, turning an ordinary incident into yet another display of strange behavior. Memories of futile threats torment Cha Jueon's mind, while the unperturbed calm of the canteen lurker turns into a new mystery. The mysterious prisoner's inexplicable lack of aggression in his behavior makes his every action a piece of a complex puzzle. Doubts about Cha Gong Ren's involvement in the appearance of the strange alien sprout in his son's mind like poisonous flowers of distrust. A sudden torrent of water falls on the face of the prisoner immersed in thought, pulling him out of the abyss of troubling thoughts. Surprised exclamations from fellow inmates cut through the air, making the unexpected dousing the center of everyone's attention. Gu Namin's defensive impulse collides with Ma Gyum's cynical observation of their leader's strange submissiveness in the face of provocation. Cha Ju-yoon's close attention to the trio's interactions turns an ordinary moment into another element of his mysterious mission. Night darkness envelops the four prisoners as their footsteps through the woods are accompanied by anxious questions about the strange task of cutting grass. The heaviness of the scythe in Cha Ju-young's hands becomes the physical embodiment of suspicions about the non-randomness of what is happening. Bewilderment at the guard's unusual order thickens in the air like a poisonous fog, turning the night's work into a foreboding trap. An unsettling foreboding thickens in the night air when a mysterious infiltrator addresses Ma Gyum with an ominous simplicity that disrupts the usual order. An unexpected question about intimacy with Cha Ji-yeon catches Ma Gyum off guard, turning an ordinary conversation into a prelude to a bloody denouement. The scythe in Cha Ju-yoon's hands becomes an instrument of betrayal when a sudden blow cuts through the silence of the night. Madness distorts the features of the lurker, while his words about the consequences of intimacy turn friendship into a death sentence. Ma Gyum's blood soaks the night grass as Gu Namin's hurried footsteps approach with an offer of help, interrupted by a new wave of violence. Horror distorts Guna Min's face at the sight of the treacherous blow, turning a moment of comradely concern into a nightmare scene. An alarming scream breaks the silence of the night, causing Cha Jue-yun to turn around to face the inevitable tragedy. Despair drives Cha Ju-yong through the night forest to the scene of the tragedy, where questions about what happened hang unanswered in the air. Cha Ju-yun's sinister figure looms over the bloody field as his words about being late turn the moment into the finale of a bloody drama. Shock narrows Cha Hui-yun's pupils to the point where the question of procrastination plunges into his consciousness like a poisoned dagger. A confession of true purpose rolls off the lips of the murderer, turning the mystery of his appearance into the brutal truth of his father's scheme. A memory of training with Chagang Ren pops into his mind, where the words about teeth in his opponent's neck become a prophecy of today's tragedy. A shadow of a smile appears on the young assassin's sweat-wet face as he recites words of loyalty to his father after a grueling workout in a stuffy gym. The room is made colder by the satisfied grin of Chagang Ren, whose teeth gleam in the dim light like the grin of a satisfied predator. The silence of the training room is broken by the heavy words of the head of the organization about a new assignment for his faithful dog. The night field witnesses the terrifying confessions of Cha Ju-yun, whose words of possible interference cut the air sharper than any blade. The blood runs cold in Cha Jue-yun's veins at the mention of destroying loved ones, while the moon indifferently illuminates this scene of betrayal. The gruesome demand to kill in front of the victim echoes off the trees, turning the night forest into the arena of a monstrous spectacle. The murderer's words about strengthening his son's spirit cut through the silence of the night, exposing the true purpose of the father's scheme under the cover of darkness. The ghost of the deceased Dine rises before Cha Ju-yong's eyes as the familiar scenario of paternal cruelty unfolds in the present. Confusion shows on the killer's face at the sight of the rising victims, whose survivability defies all the laws of fatal blows. The heavy smell of pigskin floats over the field as the two rescued men shed their protective armor under the light of indifferent stars. In Cha Jue-yun's voice, there is an understanding of the twisted logic of a father trying to make his son stronger through the new loss of loved ones. Disgust at the repetition of the old pattern of manipulation erupts in the words of Cha Ju-yong, whose heart overflows with rage at his father's parenting methods. Cha Ju-yong's fist slams into the traitor's face with such force that he flies several meters away, leaving a trail of crumpled grass behind him. Resentment overwhelms Cha Ju-yong's voice as he utters words about the primitive and intolerable methods of his father, whose cruelty is repeated time after time. The eerie scene of the first betrayal comes to mind, where the man in the white suit points his finger at the little boy, giving orders to get rid of him. A mother's indifferent words about the impossibility of ruining her life for her child become the first lesson of rejection in a long chain of betrayals. A school psychologist's cold verdict of a threat to other children turns an ordinary child into an outcast whom the system rushes to push away. The cruel taunts of the orphanage inhabitants about orphanhood and child trafficking sink into the child's soul like rusty nails. Baffled conversations about the boy's healthy appearance are replaced by cynical discussions of his value in the human commodity market. Metal Pipes witness an inhumane bargaining session where the fate of a child is decided between local gangsters and Chinese buyers. The gangsters' strong hands appraise the goods, while the moment of the first serious betrayal is forever imprinted in the little boy's mind. A desperate struggle for freedom turns into a moment of epiphany as a young soul vows to seize any chance to find her place in this cruel world. Celestial Dragon Scout's mocking words about a stray dog become a turning point in the fate of a lost boy. A fateful decision to take the foundling to his brother comes off Yu Hee-wan's lips, setting a new path for the lost soul. The girl's psychological insight reveals the real reason for the young man's canine devotion, a panicked fear of another betrayal. The elegant silhouette of a sports car cuts through the night as conversations inside the cabin concern the mysterious bond between the head of the dragons and his faithful dog. Through the silence of the night, Cha Jue-yong orders his loyal comrades to descend and bring guards, though every word is difficult for him to say. Ma Gyum and Gu Namin freeze in a daze at the sudden order to call the guards, but their commander shakes his head, calming the growing panic. The hard truth comes off Cha Jueyan's lips when he reveals to his friends the true nature of what is happening, another cruel scenario of his father. Amid the threatening darkness, Cha Ju-young warns his comrades of his father's willingness to bury someone here and now amidst the shadows of the night. The final instructions about the corpse sound an ominous prophecy in the night air as the team prepares to confront the Dragonhead scheme. A red sports car cuts through the night darkness, and inside, Yu Hee-won wonders to her companion about the outcome of the inevitable fight. The smoke of a cigarette rises to the ceiling of the cabin as the passenger ponders aloud the only thing that unites the adversaries, the Big Brother. Two silhouettes twirl in a deadly dance under the light of the moon, their movements so identical it's as if one is a reflection of the other. The night air is filled with the sounds of blows and blocks, where each fighter seems to be battling his own shadow that has materialized out of the darkness. Simultaneous blows reach the target, blood staining the faces of the fighters, proving the absolute equality of their fighting skills. For the first time in a long time, Cha Bueyun's breathing is hitched from the exertion, facing an opponent who can read his every move. Under the cover of night, the two warriors once again converge in deadly combat, their fists cleaving the air in search of their opponent's vulnerable point. In the interior of the car, the observer leisurely lights a new cigarette, noting the remarkable similarity of the fighting styles of the combatants. Yu Hee-won's impatience breaks through the smoke screen of the parlor as she asks for the third time about the eventual winner of this fight. In the midst of a fierce battle, Cha Ju-yoon stops to voice the obvious. Their similarities cannot be a mere coincidence. A sharp denial bursts from Cha Gueyan's chest as his fingers dig into his opponent's throat, rejecting any comparison of their fates and skills. Cha Ju-young's steel grip on his opponent's arm becomes the first proof of their differences as the joints crunch under the merciless pressure. Muscles tense to the max as Cha Ju-young twists Cha Ju-yoon's arm, turning every movement into a lesson in superiority over his father's dog. Cha Jun's words about the difference in their skills rang out in the frosty air as his body prepared to confirm this truth with another strike. The concrete wall shudders from the force of the blow that Cha Ju-yoon used to seal the body of the infiltrator into it, leaving a web of cracks in the gray surface. Pain pierces through Cha Ju-yoon's jaw, causing him to grit his teeth until his consciousness refuses to admit defeat. Through Cha Ju-yoon's parted lips, a sudden recognition of his opponent's prowess, colored by the bitterness of his own impotence, bursts through. Contempt rings in Cha Jueyong's voice as he rebukes his opponent for using brute force instead of true martial arts prowess. Confidence in his own superiority fills Cha Ju-young's every word as his body prepares for the final strike. The sharp fangs of the lascivious man sank into Cha Jueyun's fingers with unexpected pain, turning an ordinary grip into a bloody trap. A lightning-fast leg kick throws Cha Ju-yoon away, breaking his death grip on his opponent's wounded fingers. Cha Ju-yoon's hoarse voice resounded over the battlefield, reminding one of the meaninglessness of skills in the face of absolute obedience. The killer's determination erupts in words about his father's order, turning their fight into the ultimate test of filial loyalty. Rage clouds Cha Jueyon's mind at the mention of his father, making every drop of anger into a source of new power for the final blow. The threat of an agonizing death rolls off Cha Ju-young's lips as his foot flies up for a crushing kick at his father's unruly dog. Cha Ju-young's final blow sends his opponent's body flying, causing the ground to shudder from the force of the collision while the night wind spreads the echoes of the fall. In the interior of the red sports car, Yu Hai-won lets out a trickle of smoke as she ponders aloud the inevitable defeat of the orphan in the face of the true heir. The silence of the cabin is broken by the calm voice of a passenger whose words about guns make the air thicken with the foreboding of a bloody denouement. Cha Ju-yoon's memory snatches the moment of his first lesson with the blade when his father's hand left a scar on his face as a reminder of the price of skill. A sinister smile contorts the assassin's face as his fingers clutch the hilt of his weapon, turning each movement into a deadly dance. The steel gleam of the machete in Cha Ju-yoon's hands reflects the moonlight as his father's words about the double grip become a prophecy of the coming carnage. The scars on the lascivious man's body tell a story of brutal training as his voice trails off in a confession about the science of wielding a blade. The night air fills with the whistling of blades, forcing Cha Jueyun to dodge the deadly blades in a desperate dance of survival. Cha Juyung recoils from another attack, keenly aware of his vulnerability in the face of an armed opponent in this deadly waltz. The venom of contempt for Cha Juyong's origins oozes through the words of an assassin whose blades continue to find their way to his opponent's heart. Steel blades cut through the air to the accompaniment of words about the meaninglessness of blood ties, turning each swing into an attempt to prove superiority. The grass becomes the last refuge for the defeated Cha Jueyun, as the assassin pronounces the sentence with the cold certainty of an executioner. The machetes in Cha Juyun's hands turn into silver flashes of death as his body moves to the rhythm of a blade dance honed by years of experience. The grip on the handles tightens as the words of his father's will come off the killer's lips like a last prayer before execution. Cha Juyong's hoarse voice comes from the ground, a reminder of something important that could change the entire course of this deadly confrontation. Confusion flickered across Cha Juyun's face as his opponent's cryptic words penetrated his mind, causing his blades to freeze in midair. Cha Jueyun's cold warning about the price of mentioning his father cuts through the night air as the spoken word meter turns into a death sentence. Terror flashes across the assassin's face when Cha Juyun reveals his blade skills, inherited from a man whose name cannot be spoken. The steel gleam of the saw reflects the moonlight as Cha Juyun describes the terrifying capabilities of his tool with the intimidating calm of a master. The threat of quartering escapes Cha Jueyong's lips, whose hand clutches the handle of the saw with the confidence of an experienced executioner. The ancient story of the greatest swordmaster, Miyamoto Musashi, resurfaces in the minds of fighters, reminding them of the price of true skill. The legendary art of Itoryu comes to life in the movements of opponents, turning the night field into an arena of ancient traditions. The deadly techniques of ancient masters take on new life in the hands of modern warriors, making the air ring with tension. Father's shadow looms over the duel between two masters of the blade, whose weapons cut through the night air in a deadly dance. Cha Juyung watches his opponent's technique closely as his mind analyzes each move looking for a familiar style. The unpredictability of the infiltrator's attacks forces Cha Juyung to retreat into a deafening defense while his opponent's blades draw patterns of death. The twin pressures of the blades create a deadly symphony where each swing can be the last note for a careless fighter. The reality of the fight exceeds Cha Jueyun's darkest expectations, turning every move into a fight for survival. Cha Juyong's body tenses up, waiting for the perfect moment to attack while his saw is eager to meet his opponent's flesh. With the experience of wielding two blades, Cha Juyun can create an impenetrable defense against his opponent's deadly saw. A sneer at the primitiveness of the saw escapes Cha Juyun's lips as his hands habitually clutch the noble steel of the ancient blades. A deep disdain for the industrial tool permeates every word of the infiltrator, whose body remembers the age-old tradition of the true art of the sword. The weight of confronting the two blades weighs on Cha Juyong's shoulders as his opponent boasts about the 1,000-year history of his weapon. Arrogant words about noble swords cut through the night air as the first blood stains the blade of Cha Juyun's victorious blade. Memories of childhood training break through the shroud of battle while a fresh wound reminds you of the superiority of a true master of the blade. A father's gift of deadly swords comes to life in the hands of an assassin, turning every move into a deadly threat to the enemy. Anatomy lessons come to mind as the blades dance around vital points ready to deliver the final blow. Cold knowledge of the lethal points of the human body distorts the killer's face with an eerie smile of anticipation of the inevitable denouement. The teacher's wisdom about resisting a live target echoed in the mind, reminding us of the difficulty of defeating lethal points in real combat. The brutal strategy of wearing down your opponent with a series of blows turns every move into a piece of a deadly puzzle. The harsh words about the fate of an unfaithful dog sink into the students' minds, turning their uncertainty into a determination to kill without hesitation. The tension before tomorrow's exam drives students home as their minds digest the brutal lessons of the day. The rumbling of the newcomer's hungry stomach breaks the silence of the training room, drawing the attention of the older students. The older apprentice's curiosity about his father's new recruit turns into an unexpected display of friendliness amidst the brutal training. An unexpected offer to share a meal becomes the first bridge of trust between the would-be mortal enemies. Kind words about fried rice and cabbage spill into the air of the dining hall when, for the first time in their lives, someone shows genuine concern for a hungry newcomer. Awkwardness stiffens Cha Ju-yoon's movements as his wounded soul comes in contact with the warmth of human kindness for the first time in years. Sincere concern resounds in the voice of the older student, whose smile becomes the first ray of light in the endless darkness of the newcomer's loneliness. An insightful question about family penetrates the heart of an orphan, causing Cha Ju-yoon to once again feel the pain of eternal loneliness. A generous offer to be a big brother breaks down all the walls of mistrust built by years of betrayal and rejection. The lifeless body of a kind older brother becomes the first victim of the exam, turning a moment of brotherhood into a bloody proof of loyalty. The killer's blank stare freezes on the body of his former friend, while the blood on the blade reminds him of the price paid for the right to be called his father's dog. The brutal truth about the exam is revealed under the watchful eye of the head, whose presence turns murder into a sacred ritual. Quiet words of acceptance escape the lips of the head as the corpse of his best student becomes a pass to the world of celestial dragons. A cold sentence about the price of hesitation cuts through the air, turning the death of a talented fighter into a lesson for the rest of the students. The brutal philosophy of the hunting dogs infiltrates the minds of the survivors, burning out the last vestiges of humanity from their souls. The dagger ceremony turns into a moment of second birth, where the steel becomes an extension of the new assassin's soul. Fangs of steel become a symbol of a new life where every blow must carry death without a shadow of a doubt. Bitter memories of past betrayals dissolve into gratitude to the one person who gave purpose in life. The bloody dance of blades continues under the moon as the words about true father echo off the walls of the night forest. Desperation causes Cha Ju-young's body to bend in unthinkable poses to escape the deadly blades of a fanatical follower. Blind loyalty distorts Cha Ju-yoon's voice as he vows to do his father's bidding, turning his soul into a soulless instrument of someone else's will. An icy indifference to the fate of others oozes through the words of a killer for whom even former comrades have become mere targets on the path of service. A cruel promise to sink his fangs into his opponent's throat sounds a final warning as the steel blades seek a path to their target. Cha Ju-young's inner gut catches the strangeness in his opponent's behavior as his body continues the dance of dodging the deadly blades. An insightful remark about the incongruity of the victim's role hangs in the air, causing the opponents to freeze for a moment in tense contemplation. A deep understanding of the psychology of a driven victim bursts through in Cha Ju-young's words as he notes the unusual resilience of his opponent. A sudden insight into the true nature of the enemy pierces Cha Ju-young's mind as his saw cuts through the night air in search of a vulnerable point. The little boy's memory resurfaces from the depths of consciousness as his father's order to strike echoes in the present moment. The ancient wisdom about the one decisive blow comes through the years as a father's words about vital points take on new meaning. His father's lesson about patiently waiting pierces Cha Ju-young's mind, turning every moment of battle into an opportunity for a deadly counterstrike. The brutal truth about the need to wait for the enemy to make a mistake resounds in the memory like a battle hymn that defines survival tactics. The harsh law of the sword sinks into the soul of the young warrior, turning every fight into a battle to the death with no right to retreat. His father's poignant words about the inevitability of death in a duel of blades become a prophecy that determines the fate of every warrior. Memories merge with the reality of battle when the tactic of waiting becomes the only way to defeat the enemy's deadly blades. Time freezes in the crystal clarity of the moment as the enemy's deadly daggers rush towards Cha Ju-young's vital points. Steely determination fills every muscle in Cha Ju-yeon's body as his father's lessons crystallize into the only true solution to the fight. Cha Ju-yoon's mocking voice cuts through the night air as he notices his opponent's strange tactics, taking all the blows with frightening calmness. The anticipation of victory clouds the mind of an assassin whose daggers are closing in on their target while his self-assured words hang in the air with a fateful prophecy. Cha Juyong's quiet words of discovery penetrate the enemy's mind like the first drops of deadly poison. Horror distorts Cha Ju-yoon's features when the realization of a vital point found turns his superiority into a fatal mistake. The victorious stroke of the saw cuts into the flesh of a cocky killer whose sprawling movement becomes the final mistake in the dance of death. The bitter truth about the advantages of different weapons escapes Cha Ju-young's lips as the defeated opponent realizes the price of his arrogance. Life slowly drained out of Cha Ju-yoon's wounded body, leaning against a tree as his breathing became more and more intermittent. The madness of his father's murderous order is reflected in Cha Hui-yong's eyes, while the ancient law of the sword demands that he finish what he started. Cold words about the benefits of the saw become the prelude to the final act of brutality in this bloody drama. The methodical description of how the saw teeth work turns every word into an instrument of torture for the defeated enemy. The detailed recounting of the saw's suffering tears the night air, turning the killer's final moments into a lesson on the cost of defeat. Contempt for mere blades oozes through Cha Ju-young's words as his saw prepares to teach his father's faithful dog one last lesson. Bleeding by the tree, Cha Ju-young issued one last challenge to his victor, promising to slit the throat of every person close to Cha Ju-young if he stayed alive. The words about ripping his heart out hung in the air like a poisonous mist as Cha Ju-yun fought against the rising rage, realizing the true cost of these threats. The dimly glistening blade swung into the air with a final sentence, ready to sink into the flesh of a murderer chained to a tree whose fate seemed sealed. Time froze crystal dust in the moonlight as the saw froze a millimeter away from his skin, causing Cha Ju-yoon's heart to skip a beat. The ringing of broken metal tore through the night's silence, turning the instrument of execution into a useless piece of iron while the moon indifferently illuminated the scene. Cold words of unexpected good fortune escaped Cha Ju-yun's lips, turning the act of mercy into a new form of psychological torture for the defeated enemy. The grim promise of a slow death from blood loss hung in the air as the shadows of the trees danced across the faces of two warriors bound by fate. The dog's consciousness was feverishly analyzing the moment with the saw, trying to find logic in the actions of an opponent whose mercy seemed unnatural. A sudden insight pierced the mind of the wounded man. The intentionality in breaking the instrument was evident, though the cause remained a mystery. Perplexity ate away at the assassin's soul as his gaze swept into the figure of Cha Ju-yun, whose strength and ability to kill easily made his mercy inexplicable. However, it was obvious that the protagonist had decided to spare his enemy. Memories settled into his soul. A scream of mortal agony broke the prison silence as the guy with the white hair began his dramatic performance. The circle of prisoners witnessed the ridiculous scene of the prosecution, where every word about the non-existent stabbing was broken by Ma Guillaume's contemptuous grin. The medical unit became the target of an absurd spectacle where mental wounds intertwined with fictitious physical ones, creating a chaos of screams and demands. Tension was building in the hospital room as Cha Ju-yun tried to raise himself up on his bunk, and the theatrical cries of the good new guy continued to shake the walls. Ma Guillaume's unexpected question about the ferocity of the fight hung in the air as his discerning gaze studied Cha Ju-young's wounds, hiding the true depth of the conflict. The disturbing news of the enemy's transfer to a major hospital echoed off the walls of the ward, making everyone realize the seriousness of what had happened. The lightning-fast realization of the enemy's survival flashed through Cha Ju-yun's mind, putting together the last piece in the mosaic of his father's plan. The bitter truth about his pseudo-father's goals crystallized in Cha Ju-yun's mind, turning every past event into part of a sinister plan. The first part of the strategy, to hurt loved ones, exposed the cruel logic of the manipulator who uses other people's pain as a tool of control. The second part of the plan, the creation of mortal danger, was designed to cloud the mind, turning the victim into a blind instrument of someone else's will. The third part of the plot revealed the true purpose, to make him commit murder, turning a man into an unwilling puppet of darkness. The last barrier of humanity nearly collapsed before his opponent's lust for death, leaving Cha Ju-yun balancing on the brink of an irreversible fall. The realization of his father's influence, even within the walls of the colony, made his friends' hearts clench with the realization of the depth and scope of the manipulation. Gu Min's sudden question of fear cut through the heavy air of the chamber, exposing the depth of the change that had occurred in Cha Jun. Disgust at his own transformation permeated every cell of Cha Jueyun's being, turning his friend's simple words into a mirror of inner change. The tense dialogue in the chamber was interrupted by Ma Gyum's abrupt order to shut up when the situation threatened to spiral out of control. A new goal crystallized in Cha Juyong's mind, to use his father's rules to seize control of the colony, turning the manipulator's game against himself. In deep thought, Cha Jueyun left the hospital room, his mind mapping out a new strategy where every step would be subject to his own will, not his father's wishes. In the ambulance cabin, smelling of medicine and fear, lay the broken body of Cha Ju-yoon, a loyal dog who had lost his master's favor. The consciousness of the wounded man was torn with horror until a silent scream froze in his throat like a red-hot blade thrust into his heart. The memory mercilessly took him back to his childhood, where men in black suits kept a leashed dog whose eyes radiated the same primal fear of rejection. The animal instinct common to all abandoned creatures screamed in the young fighter's soul, turning every second into a torture of waiting for the inevitable betrayal. The cruel words about the uselessness of hunting dogs that had lost their effectiveness echoed in his mind, reminding him of the fragility of his position. Past and present merged as his father's words of disappointment in another loser turned into a prophecy of his own fate. The fateful phrase about the uselessness of an inefficient hunting dog first entered his mind then, becoming a perpetual nightmare haunting his every move. The primal terror of being abandoned was tearing his soul apart, turning the strong warrior into a frightened child clinging to the last crumbs of hope. Desperation energized his scarred body as his fingers frantically tore down medical equipment, turning every movement into a struggle for recognition. Panic flooded his mind in a murky wave as the thought that loneliness was scarier than death drove him to reckless action. Trembling fingers clawed at the door handle of the ambulance, while her mind screamed the impossibility of returning to her father, defeated and broken. Panic gripped the injured man as the ambulance door defied his desperate attempts, and the ominous figure of an unknown worker materialized behind him. The icy words about trying to escape from his father pierced Cha Ju-yoon's mind like poisoned needles, turning every breath into a struggle against the growing terror. The sentence of eliminating the off-leash dog rang out in the cramped space of the car, where every shadow became a harbinger of death. In the dim light of the parlor, the features of the celestial dragon entrepreneur emerged, whose question of last words was the prelude to the inevitable denouement. Cha Ju-yoon's exhausted lips barely squeezed out a word of gratitude, turning the moment of death into a final act of loyalty. The bitter truth about preferring death to loneliness rang out in the ambulance cabin, causing even the executioner to freeze in bewilderment. Shock distorted the features of the cold-blooded killer as the victim's last words shattered the usual scenario of executing a loyal dog. The car froze at the curb, and a business report on the phone echoed in the night's silence, turning the man's death into a mere checkmark on the task list. The details of the report of the young gentleman's serious but not fatal injuries dissolved into the night air as the car continued on its way. At the sumptuous table in the Chagang residence, Ren took the news with a cold calmness, as if it was a minor business transaction. The promise to call back later sounded like a point in yet another chapter of a cruel game between father and son. The business partner's curiosity about his son's fate broke through the mask of politeness, violating the established boundaries of permissibility. Chagong Ren's unexpected laughter broke the tense atmosphere like a thunderclap, startling those present with its inappropriateness. His interlocutor's awkward attempt to interpret the laughter as a sign of good news only added to the tension at the richly set table. The icy words about outward impressions made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees, turning a business dinner into torture. The businessman's hasty apology was drowned out by the hard stare of the head of the dragons, whose displeasure could be felt physically in the frozen air. A philosophical remark about the difficulties of raising a son sounded the final chord, concealing an abyss of cruelty and manipulation. At the sumptuous table, the head of the celestial dragons uttered words of disappointment about his son, whose inability to kill despite all the opportunities he had created made him despise him. The ominous promise to find a better way of parenting hung in the air like a death sentence, making the business partners inwardly shudder. A phone call from the colony cut through the tense atmosphere of the business dinner, bringing news that could change the course of this family drama. The panic in the caller's voice turned an ordinary report into a harbinger of something truly serious, making even the cold-blooded head wary. The son's name, shouted by the director of the colony, echoed off the walls of the office, accompanied by news of real chaos in the correctional facility. Cold curiosity came through in the father's voice as he demanded specifics about his son's actions, turning the conversation into an interrogation of the frightened principal. The words about the prisoner's sudden rampage hung in the air as the father tried to unravel the new twist in his unruly offspring's behavior. The demand for a normal explanation sounded like an order that made the colony director cringe, even though he was on the other end of the phone line. The mention of mortal danger made even the steely head of dragons raise an eyebrow, giving off a glimmer of paternal concern. The gravity of the situation was emphasized by the trembling voice of the director, whose words about the possible death of the young prisoner filled the room with an ominous foreboding. Memories take us back 10 years, where a black Geländewagen cuts through the winter night, carrying its imperious owner towards his destiny. The vast expanses of eastern Siberia, beyond the control of the federal government, beckoned with their wild freedom and the possibility of a lucrative deal. An arms deal with the Russian mafia seemed routine for the head of the dragons, whose power knew no national boundaries. A picture of mass murder met the chapter at the meeting place where the cooling bodies of mobsters told the story of an unknown tragedy. The true master of the Siberian taiga, a huge bear, became an unexpected adversary, turning a business meeting into a primal fight for survival. In the memory of the head of the celestial dragons comes to mind the grinning face of the bear, the embodiment of primordial horror, whose fangs and saliva became the embodiment of death itself. The memory of how the steel muscles of his mighty body were shackled by animal fear makes the head of the dragons feel again the chilling breath of the Siberian winter. A bearskin, obtained in mortal combat, becomes a silent witness to the story of a father whose eyes burn with the fire of experienced triumph. Pride soaks into every word of the bare-knuckle victory, turning the story of the hunt into a lesson on the power of a true predator for the impressed son. The boy's incredulous admiration is replaced by amazement when his father reveals the secret of being able to defeat the beast without weapons, using only the power of the spirit. The young apprentice's confusion is met with the enigmatic smile of his father, whose words about the proper use of power hold deep meaning. The mention of the impending transition to high school sounds like a prelude to something bigger, making the boy's heart beat faster. The solemnity of the moment of knowledge transfer turns an ordinary conversation into a sacred ritual between father and son. The touch of a child's forehead becomes the seal of ancient wisdom as words of superior intelligence penetrate the young soul. The bitter realization of a father's care, limited by the limits of control, pierces Cha Ju-young's consciousness within the walls of the colony, turning love into suffocating shackles. A desperate determination to choose death over being a puppet crystallizes in the young man's soul, turning every breath into an act of resistance. The inmate's furious questions break the flow of gloomy musings, bringing Cha Jueon back to the reality of prison life. Claims of hidden money hang in the air while Cha Jueon's mind is busy planning the perfect crisis. The plan to create a situation that could throw the father off balance is revealed to the shocked audience as an elaborate mind game. Shocked prisoners try to stop the flow of crazy ideas, not understanding the depth of the idea of their interlocutor. A shocking confession about the money in the washing machine comes off Cha Ju-young's lips, turning every bill into an instrument of his elaborate plan. A wave of panic sweeps through the ranks of the prisoners when the realization of the consequences of being late in handing over the money to the ringleader turns their fear into rage. Cha Jueyun's quiet exhalation, imbued with a chilling calmness, only confirmed his complete understanding of the impending storm. The murderous looks of the prisoners merge into a single sentence as their collective decision to punish the insolent man crystallizes in the air. Cha Ju-young's lightning-fast punch brings down the first attacker, while his defiant words turn the inevitable brawl into an elaborate trap. The four shadows merged into a single vortex of attack, surrounding Cha Juyun like wolves smelling prey in a winter forest. Cha Juyong's superiority is evident in every move as his strikes find their target faster than his opponents have time to attack. The prisoner's rage erupts in a torrent of insults, trying to make up for the humiliating defeat at the hands of a despised upstart. Uncontrollable anger distorts the faces of the attackers, turning their attempts to confront Cha Juyong into a pathetic parody of martial arts. Contempt for the empty bravado of his opponents erupts in Cha Juyong's new crushing blow, turning words into bloody dust. The force of the blow seals his opponent's body into the wall, leaving a silent testament to the superiority of a true warrior. The sudden appearance of a new figure in the doorway changes the dynamics of the conflict, turning the chaos of the fight into a prelude to something bigger. The stranger's short haircut reflects the dim light as his invitation to enter hangs an ominous omen in the air. The dim light of the laundry room reveals an eerie scene, dozens of shadows merging into a single mass of ready-to-battle sixes whose eyes burn with bloodlust. A disdainful calmness oozed from Cha Juyong's every word as he declared the insignificance of their numbers, turning the crowd of opponents into an unfortunate misunderstanding. The wounded bodies of defeated enemies litter the floor of the laundry room as Cha Juyong leaves the battlefield with a bitter realization of the inadequacy of the crisis created. The curly-haired guy, sprawled out on the floor, squeezes out words about an errand completed with the theft of money, realizing the futility of his efforts for a massive plan. The heavy warning of the other boss's inevitable revenge hangs in the air as the blood slowly soaks into the gray concrete of the prison floor. Curiosity eats away at Curly's soul as his question about further plans dissolves into silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the wounded. Mad interest distorts the features of the observer, whose mind tries to anticipate the next move of the man who has turned the prison into the field of his game. The cool air of the prison yard envelops the figure of Cha Juyong, whose motionless body on the bench hides the storm of thoughts inside. The lowered gaze and frozen posture give the deceptive impression of weakness, while the mind calculates the next moves in the deadly game. Other people's voices tear the veil of thought, forcing Cha Juyong to look up to meet the new act of the unfolding drama. The ominous figure approaches leisurely, hiding his hand in his pocket, each step measuring the seconds until the inevitable collision. Wu Guangyun's tattooed face contorts with rage as he utters Cha Jueyan's number and title, turning simple numbers into an accusation. Fury erupts in the words of the head of Cell 21 about the money in the washing machine as his crazed gaze takes in the calm face of his opponent. A mocking reply about laundering dirty money comes off Cha Jueyan's lips, turning a serious accusation into a mean joke. The menace in Wu Guangyun's voice rings with steel as he hints at his true position in the prison hierarchy. An icy threat rings in Wu Guangyun's words about the seriousness of the situation as his fingers nervously play with the sharp object in his robe pocket. Chae Kyung sees the shadows moving like a pack of predators surrounding a lone victim, preparing for a bloody feast. A cruel grin distorts Wu Guangyun's tattooed face as he alludes to the many victims of Cha Juyong's antics with the tainted money. The fury of the gathering of ringleaders erupts in the gloating words of one of the approaching men, whose face is contorted with anticipation of the coming reprisal. The head of the 17th cell examines Cha Jueyan with a twisted smile, his words of attraction turning a tense moment into a creepy parody of flirting. The hysterical cries of the head of Cell 12 about lost money cut through the air as his fingers frantically dig into his own hair. The thundering voice of the big guy in Cell 7 predicts the collapse of the store, making personal revenge a matter of survival for the entire prison economy. Cold calculation is evident in the words of the head of Cell 19 about tenfold revenge as his glasses gleam in the prison sunlight. Anxiety grips the hearts of Cha Juyong's cellmates watching the scene through the bars, turning them into powerless witnesses to the impending storm. The realization of the scale of the confrontation paralyzes the witnesses, all heads gathered against one man, turning the courtyard into the arena of the coming massacre. The unusualness of the unscheduled chapter meeting permeates the air with a foreboding sense of imminent disaster from which there is no escape. Gunamin's animal sense picks up deadly notes in the electrified atmosphere of the courtyard, where every breath could be his last. The mocking question of supremacy over the 65th chamber hangs in the air like a poisoned dagger ready to stab at any moment. Fake mercy oozes from the words of last chance, turning every second of procrastination into an amplification of inevitable reprisal. The serpentine gaze of the yellow eyes of the head of the first cell sinks into Cha Jueyan as his words of acquittal sound like a sentence disguised as mercy. On the line between mockery and defiance, Cha Jun's words of justification hung in the air, turning the courtyard into the arena of the coming fight. The impatient ringleaders, without waiting for the end of the sentence, rushed to attack while Cha Jueyong scornfully noted their inability to dialogue. The ringleader's tattooed fist drew an arc through the air, accompanied by words of broken order that required bloody restoration. The lust for immediate retribution united the assailants in a single torrent of rage aimed at destroying the impudent intruder. Two deadly fists cleaved the air, rushing towards their target as time seemed to slow down before the decisive moment. His father's lessons about fighting a bear surfaced in Cha Jueyan's mind, turning the present moment into another test of a superior mind. The childish incomprehension was replaced by a sudden insight when his father's words about a superior mind took on a new, crystal-clear meaning. The mystery of overcoming human limitations through emotion was revealed in my father's words like ancient sacred knowledge. The promise of multiple enhancement of human abilities sounded like a legend until reality proved it true. The purple glow from his father's blow turned an ordinary workout into a moment of touching something beyond human comprehension. The extinguished candles witnessed the final lesson that transformed the boy into the bearer of the secret knowledge of limitless power. Cha Jun's laughter cut through the tense silence of the courtyard as the realization of his own superiority filled his body with a thrill of anticipation. Bewilderment distorted the faces of the attackers, unable to comprehend the mirth of a man on the brink of death, unaware of his own fate. A blue glow enveloped Cha Jueyong's figure as his body transformed into an embodiment of pure power, ready to rain down on his enemies. In an instant, the bodies of the ringleaders were pressed into the ground with such force that the concrete was covered in a web of cracks as evidence of inhuman might. Terror gripped Cha Jueyong's cellmates as they watched through the bars a display of power beyond their comprehension. The remaining ringleaders froze in a daze, realizing that they had witnessed the awakening of something capable of erasing the boundary between the possible and the impossible. Whispers spread across the prison yard. No one could believe how one man had managed to neutralize two ringleaders in one move without getting a scratch. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of the curly-haired observer, whose keen mind instantly discerned the true purpose of this carefully orchestrated chaos. Admiration mixed with madness oozed from the words of the curly-haired witness, whose heart beat in unison with the growing madness of what was happening. The watcher's gaze swept over Cha Jueyun's figure, realizing that he had no intention of fleeing. Every action was part of a grand plan. The bitterness of denying his father's science escapes Cha Jueyong's lips as his body is already preparing to use the forbidden techniques of the superior mind. Cha Jueyun's eyes flashed with an unearthly light as his lack of choice turned him into the embodiment of the power he had resisted for so long. The story of a mother who flipped over a car to save her daughter was the first testament to a power beyond human capabilities. A desperate 12-hour swim in an icy sea turned an ordinary man into a symbol of the indomitable will to freedom. The legend of the warrior who fought after his heart stopped was a reminder of the boundaries of the possible that a superior mind can shatter. Inexplicable phenomena beyond human capabilities become evidence of the hidden potential dormant in everyone. Emotional extremes, like a key, open the door to a power that can transcend all known limits of the human body. Superior intelligence becomes the only bridge across the chasm between ordinary possibilities and what lies beyond human comprehension. The power bubbling in Cha Jueyong's veins transforms him into the living embodiment of a superior mind, ready to break the chains of conventional limitations. Rage like red-hot lava pulsed through Cha Jueyong's veins, filling every cell of his being with a primal thirst for revenge, directed at the only person he could think of, his own father. A father whose shadow loomed over every aspect of Juyong's life, becoming the embodiment of everything he despised and rebelled against with all his wounded soul. The prison director, gripped by panic, frantically dialed Juyong's father's number, his voice trailing off with excitement as he tried to describe the unthinkable. Shock and bewilderment gripped the director, unable to comprehend how an ordinary kid had managed to unite the prison clan leaders around him. Cha Jue-yong turned to the remaining ringleaders and bitterly admitted that he had spent his entire life hating what he had to become, the power that flowed through his veins like a curse. Each use of this superhuman ability required him to pay an exorbitant price, to fill his mind with the image of his father. Ju Young, through clenched teeth, continued his confession, admitting that the only way to unleash the power dormant within him. This feeling, corroding from the inside like acid, was the worst thing Ju Young had ever experienced, slowly poisoning his soul and mind. He recognized with disgust that in his short life he had never encountered anything more vile and destructive than having to relive this paternal legacy time after time. One of the ringleaders, unable to endure this tense monologue, threw in dismissively that Juyong must have thought he was someone special. Without waiting for Juyong's confession to end, the leader rushed to the attack, shouting that deep down he was a miserable loner like the rest of them, the dregs of society, cornered by their own demons. The ringleader's hand closed around Juyong's throat like a steel vice, trying to press his thumbs into his throat. Wheezing and panting, the ringleader continued to shout that Juyong was doomed to be alone from the beginning, no matter what he did or who he thought he was. In the mind of the ringleader surfaced a long-buried memory, a lonely boy on the playground, longingly watching the merry games of his peers, in which he never had a place. The ringing laughter and joyous cries of the other children echoed bitterly in his heart, giving rise to a dark, all-consuming desire to silence them at all costs. The flash of fury in Juyong's eyes made the head of the 12th cell recoil, as if he had been burned with red-hot contempt. The head, driven by an animal desire to wipe that taunt from Juyong's face, lunged forward, his fingers like steel hooks. The sudden turn of events took the other ringleaders by surprise as they watched the scene unfold in silence, their faces contorted with grimaces of bewilderment and shock. Juyong, looking at his opponent with icy indifference, cut off that he had not the slightest interest in his childhood traumas. From behind Juyong's back, the goggle-eyed ringleader appeared, the sharp blades of his daggers flashing between his fingers, ready to draw bloody furrows across his victim's skin. The ringleader hissed in anticipation, curious to see what symphony of sounds the skillfully sharpened steel would produce from this young body. The head continued to whisper, describing the ominous details of tearing tendons and contracting muscle fibers. With a manic glint in his eyes, the ringleader confessed that he had been obsessed with sounds since he was a little boy, especially those capable of getting under the skin. The past resurfaced in the memory of the ringleader, a child with an unusually acute hearing whom those around him called a musical genius, but whose predilection for dissonance and cacophony caused them only awe and fear. Bitterness contorted the ringleader's features as he remembered how his childhood world had collapsed in an instant, burying all his hopes and dreams under the rubble. Juyong, not dignifying the ringleader's revelation with a fraction of the attention, easily deflected his lunge, knocking the daggers out of his opponent's hands with a swift and precise movement. The defeated ringleader collapsed to the ground, his glasses shattering into shards, symbolizing the collapse of his illusions of his own invulnerability in the face of true power. The stunned witnesses exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how one man could overpower four masterminds in a matter of moments. Juyong cast an indifferent glance over his shoulder at the remaining opponents and gritted his teeth to not waste his time. A sudden blow of staggering force threw Juyong back against the fence, his body crashing into the metal mesh. The assailant's voice boomed over the court, a voice of grim triumph as he confessed that for years he'd dreamed of crossing paths with Juyong in an unequal fight. Ryu Chol, the leader of the second block, announced that he would take the outcome of the battle into his own hands, trusting no one else to finish it. Ryu Chol's frozen gaze drifted back in time, where he, dressed in an impeccable business suit, triumphantly towered over defeated opponents, reveling in absolute power and invincibility. Ryu Chul, blinded by his own invincibility, allowed no shadow of doubt about the outcome of the fight, his past victories forged in the crucible of suffering and sacrifice. Every stroke, every breath was devoted to a single purpose: to the defense of those who were dear to him, as if this was the secret meaning of his existence, carved on the tablets of fate by an unknown carver. Ju Yung, dismissing the pain and disdaining his opponent's sob story, jumped to his feet swiftly, as if the crushing blow had never happened, and struck back with all the rage he had accumulated. The prisoners, who had unwittingly witnessed the incredible spectacle, stood silent, their faces contorted with a primal horror mixed with awe. Ryu Chul, who had been reveling in his own triumph a moment ago, realized with chilling clarity that the hourglass of his invincibility was ticking away its final moments with an ominous rustle. Juyeon's eyes flashed with an otherworldly blue flame as he bared his teeth in a mad grin and growled that the use of this power awakened the darkest, most all-consuming emotions in him. Before he could speak, Juyong found himself attacked from two sides by twin heads whose resemblance was as frightening as it was unnatural. Pain and despair distorted the faces of the twins, the heads of the first cell, as they relived the moment of their birth, rejected by their own mother who would not even look at them. The tiny, helpless creatures, swaddled in rough cloth, trembled with primal fear, unable to understand why they were met with only cold indifference instead of love and warmth. A golden truth bitter as wormwood was imprinted on their unformed souls the moment they looked into their mother's eyes. Over the years, their mother's indifference turned to cruelty, leaving bleeding wounds on the twins' bodies, but far deeper scars lingered in their mangled fates. Juyeon, not wanting to waste a second on another snotty outpouring, knocked them both out in one swift motion, cutting off their pitiful stream of memories at half a word. Spitting contemptuously, Ju-young muttered through his teeth that he would not tolerate the mention of family, be it his own or anyone else's. The curly-haired spectator, looking at what was happening from the height of his perch, did not hide his delight, his face contorted with a grimace of almost pleasure. Glancing around the battlefield strewn with defeated enemies, the curly-haired man whispered that the scale of the coming chaos that Juyeon would unleash upon this world. The curly-haired man smirked like a mad jester and ran his tongue over his lips, realizing that Juyeon's outward equanimity masked an uncontainable rage. The head of the second chamber suddenly appeared, licking his lips and muttering that true power invariably attracted him. Memories came over him in a suffocating wave, the embrace of muscular bodies, male and female, intertwining in a bizarre erotic dance. But no sooner had the lover of carnal pleasures finished his rousing tirade than Juyeon's palm sharply covered his mouth, cutting off the flow of words and bringing him back to the reality of prison hell. Juyeon, feeling the convulsing pulse of his defeated foe beneath his fingers, tightened his grip for a moment. But in the next moment he unclenched his hand, realizing that killing would not quench his thirst, only the full unleashing of his own potential could provide the desired satisfaction. The head, wheezing, rose to his feet, involuntarily recognizing Juyeon's strength through clenched teeth. Another challenger staggered closer, casually noting the ease with which Juyeon had dispatched the 8 ringleaders with his hands in his pockets. The challenge sounded with a faint note of respect when his opponent dropped that he wouldn't mind being in Juyeon's shoes. Juyeon's gaze stopped at the ugly scar and dragon tattoo proudly painted on his opponent's chest. Every muscle in Juyeon's body tensed, preparing for a lightning-fast attack when the realization hit him that he was facing a true dragon king. The king, grinning, warned that in this fight there would be no room for half measures. Only by giving all of oneself without a trace could one think of a chance of victory. The principal, the curly-haired spectator, and Juyeon's 2 cellmates froze in tense anticipation, their faces contorted with the anticipation of a bloody denouement that could turn everything upside down. Juyeon lunged forward, throwing every bit of rage, every drop of pain and despair he had accumulated into the blow, not wasting a moment on idle squawking. The king's body, thrown back by the monstrous force, pierced the space, while Juyeon counted to himself the defeated enemies, 9, the last frontier behind. But even in a moment of triumph, Juyeon acknowledged aloud, the king had lasted longer than one might expect, unwittingly paying tribute to his strength and tenacity. The director exhaled hoarsely into the phone, the madness unfolding before his eyes overshadowing the most poignant action movie. The principal's voice trembled as he confusedly tried to explain an unbelievable situation unparalleled in his entire career. Juyeon's father ignored the principal's babbling and asked the only thing he cared about, the welfare of his own son. Juyung mockingly asked the principal why he had come here, smelling the odor of fear and sweat emanating from him. The headmaster, looking at Juyong approaching, realized that the hour of reckoning for the sins of the past had passed, and fear coursed through his body. Juyong snatched the phone from the principal's shaking hand, cutting short his attempts to explain himself to his father without unnecessary witnesses. Holding the receiver to his ear, Juyong spoke a phrase that held a special meaning. "It's been a long time since we've called you, father." The father froze when he heard his son's voice, surprised and wary of direct contact after so many years of oppressive silence. It was the first time Ju Young had called him father. That simple word hung in the air, filled with hidden meaning and past pain. Suddenly the silence was broken by the hysterical applause of a curly-haired lad, 5521, clapping with frenzied enthusiasm. Through tears of admiration, he cried out that he had witnessed a battle worthy of going down in history. Curly lamented that he hadn't recorded this epical moment, his laughter mingling with sobs as he reiterated its value. Looking at Ju Yong, the curly-haired man realized the insignificance of his own existence, never to reach such heights. A shadow of envy flashed in his eyes, mixed with admiration and bitterness of acceptance of his miserable fate within these walls. Curly realized that in this prison where bestial laws ruled, men like him didn't stand a chance of escaping beyond fate. Ju-young, clutching the phone, turned to his father, hinting with the phrase at a long and agonizing upcoming conversation for both of them. His father froze in amazement when he heard his own son call him his father for the first time in a long time. These words shook him to the core. Pulling himself together, the father said he was listening intently and wondered if his son was being fed well in prison after beating everyone up. The guy, to his surprise, admitted that he even liked prison food, despite all the prejudices and stereotypes about it. He continued by telling us that they have warm water and even exercise sessions to help keep in shape. Juyong added that the conditions here are much better than one could imagine, and this place is superior to their home in many ways. However, he noted that there was one thing that could dilute the monotonous routine, a call from his father, and the boy was grateful for it. Ju-young thanked his father for the recently sent gift, admitting that these things brightened his stay in prison a little and added to the fun. The father, after listening to his son, expressed relief that he was doing well, but still decided to clarify the reason for the strange behavior and beating of the ringleaders. The guy explained that he did it because he wants to leave the place as soon as possible because they are completely controlled by his father and he doesn't like it. His father asked if his son really wanted to leave, to which Ju-young replied in the affirmative and added that he had realized something important during that time. He said he had learned of the existence of a certain place, which made his father go into shock and rage for a moment, not believing his ears. The father exclaimed that it was impossible for his son to know this, his voice trembling with a mixture of surprise and barely restrained anger. Ju-young cut his father off abruptly before he could finish speaking, ordering him to shut up and sit there, turning around until he found him himself. The boy added the ominous promise that he would kill his father with his bare hands if he didn't follow his instructions, every word oozing unconcealed menace. At this point, the conversation was over. My father went to the window, gazing out into the distance and trying to comprehend what he had heard. His thoughts were confused by his emotions. When the conversation was over, my father went to the window, looking out into the distance and trying to make sense of what he had heard, his thoughts confused by his emotions. The director, threatening the prison guards, asked if they were willing to lose their jobs for failing to stop one inmate. The guards apologized in one voice, while the chief, smoking a cigarette, pondered the cruelty and trouble of this young man. The colony had realized that even with these subordinates, he was helpless against Cha Jun. The scale of the incident was too large. Standing up from his seat, the leader plunged into thought, realizing that they had a lot to seriously think about in this situation. Having this guy here can only exacerbate an already difficult situation, making the task of keeping him even more difficult. The guards, standing and apologizing, were perplexed, wondering if the principal was really going to send Cha Jueyun elsewhere. They asked where they could transfer the prisoner to that would be safer because any option seemed risky. The principal, going to the window, said that he wanted to anticipate possible consequences, for anything could be expected from this young man. Cha Ju-young's father also noted that no parent would want to know that their child would end up in a place like this. Cha Guiyun, sitting surrounded by his cellmates, suggested that perhaps they had beaten too many people and asked if they were hungry. The guy brought them a pizza, offering to eat it to their health, much to the surprise and delight of the guys who weren't expecting such a treat. The prisoners, who had not asked for it, were amazed that they had so many people here and so much delicious food. Everyone pounced on the treat with enthusiasm, as they hadn't eaten anything like this in a long time, savoring every bite. One of the guys, munching on a pizza, promised to pay Cha Huiyun a large sum of money in the future for what he had done, expressing his support. Gu Naming intervened, saying that there was no need to pretend to be close with Cha Jian because it was him as a loyal dog that the leader valued the most. The prisoners, observing the unusual behavior of their new leader, discussed Cha Juyong's unique leadership style with awe, recognizing his undeniable superiority and genuine concern for his subordinates. Euphoria swept the cell as the cellmates, intoxicated by their leader's victory, began loudly proclaiming their separation as the new center of power in the prison hierarchy. Ma Jem, who had at first shown restraint toward the treat, confessed his sincere enjoyment of the unaccustomed food of the prison, gradually losing his wariness. The newcomer's attentive gaze snatched up the smallest details of what was happening, trying to unravel the ulterior motives in this unusual situation. Ma's special attention was drawn to the lone figure of Cha Yun, deliberately keeping to himself by the closet, immersed in some sort of reflection of his own. The excited cellmates tried to involve their leader in the general festivities, reminding him to take advantage of the rare opportunity. Yuan, keeping his distance and not turning to his comrades, gently declined the invitation, emphasizing that he had arranged this feast exclusively for them. In the leader's words came the promise of regular food deliveries, marking the beginning of a new era in the life of their cell. Juan's cryptic warning about the need to get full while you can planted seeds of anxiety in the souls of his listeners. The unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise as Cha abruptly turned around and held out a book to Gu, leaving the latter confused. Gu Neimin confusedly twirled the book in his hands, trying to comprehend the strange gift from the man who had just demonstrated his strength. Juan's insight was evident in his words about Gu Namin's remarkable intelligence, to whom he predicted a great future through diligent study. Mentor notes sounded in the leader's voice when he advised Gu to devote his free time to self-education. Excitement overwhelmed Gu Namin when he saw the approving smile on Juan's face when he heard about his potential to enter Seoul University. The leader's attention extended to Ma, who accepted the outstretched books with surprise, not expecting such a gesture of trust. Yuan emphatically handed the training materials to the newcomer, as if laying the foundation for something more than simple prison camaraderie. Cha Jueyong, paying attention to the newcomer's habits, noted his solitary writing in the corner of the cell, suggesting that the young man had a special gift for the epistolary genre. The astute leader touched a sore string by mentioning Ma Guillaume's parents, whose worry must have kept them busy during these difficult days. The young prisoner, lowering his eyes, admitted the absence of addressees for letters, but his attention was attracted by the strange behavior of the cell leader. Ma Guillaume's voice was full of surprise at Cha Jiang's unusual actions, generous treats, gifts, and unusually frank conversations. The cellmates, sensing a change in their leader's behavior, received a vague answer about the existence of special reasons for this transformation. The perceptive Gu Naming, interrupting Cha Jueyun's musings, voiced a general premonition about the impending parting of ways with their unusual leader. The young leader took a deep breath and prepared to share important information with his comrades, changing the way they were used to living their lives. Cha Huiyun, slowly approaching the cell door, hoped his cellmates would understand his decision. The sharp voice of the warden calling the number 7199 interrupted the tense silence of the cell, ordering the leader to pack up. The shocked prisoners realized that their leader's strange behavior was a kind of farewell gesture. The young leader, remaining unperturbed, stood up with a basket of his belongings, leaving his cellmates stunned at what was happening. The anxious cries of the prisoners to be transferred to another cell were met by Cha Jueyon's cryptic explanations of the consequences of his recent actions. The departing leader, without turning to his charges, announced the impossibility of new meetings within the walls of this prison, reminding them of an important mission. Cha Jueyon's last words about the rightness of his decision for the common good were drowned out by the desperate cries of his cellmates. To the inmates' emotional pleas for a dignified farewell, the young leader responded with only a brief thank you, leaving behind an entire era of their prison life. Cha Yong, turning around on the threshold of the cell for the last time, admitted to his comrades that their company had brightened his imprisonment, turning prison life into something more. A sincere smile lit up the young leader's face as he recalled all the bright moments spent with his cellmates in those gray walls. Cha Yong's parting words about meeting him on the outside sounded like a promise, giving hope for a better future outside the prison walls. Gune Ming, not hiding his tears of gratitude, expressed his deep respect for his mentor, whose influence had changed his life behind bars. Ma Jem, doomed for 20 years, recalled their previous conversation, his voice trembling with restrained emotion. The young prisoner, trying to hide his homesickness, invited Cha Juyan to visit them any time, struggling with the realization of his inevitable loneliness. The harsh inhabitants of the cell, seeing off their unusual leader, secretly hoped for a new meeting with the man who had changed their worldview. Cha Yong's father, in a luxurious residence, went into an uncontrollable rage, smashing everything around him and cursing his childish misunderstanding of life. The furious parent could not accept that his son did not appreciate his father's care, rejecting the system of control built up for him. The powerful man, clenching his fists, realized that the time for open confrontation had not yet come. In an angry monologue, the father compared his son to an insect, warning of the existence of more dangerous opponents with murderous venom. The prison guard, bringing Cha Jae-yun out under the cover of night, asked a question about his next destination, voice sounding with a note of curiosity. The guard lowered his voice and hinted at his willingness to share classified information, breaking protocol for the sake of an unusual prisoner. The warden, lowering his voice to a whisper, told of the existence of another penal institution hidden from view in the shadows of the official system. The secret prison, shrouded in the darkness of secrecy, remained unknown to most people, becoming a specter of the penal system. Cha Hui-yun, following the dark corridor, was immersed in thoughts of recent events, each step bringing him closer to the unknown. The young prisoner's thoughts swirled around revenge against his so-called father, whose iron grip of control demanded decisive action. The curly-haired kid, materializing like a ghost from memories, offered to share information, but was met with Cha Jue-yun's cold refusal. The talkative prisoner, not embarrassed by the refusal, went on with a tale of an urban legend wandering the corridors of an ordinary prison. Rumors of the existence of a second juvenile detention facility were whispered among the inmates, growing in gruesome detail. Behind the dense trees, Curly said, was a detention center for especially unruly teenagers, where the most dangerous criminals were sent. Memories of the conversation in the laundry room surfaced in Cha Jue-yeon's mind as the curly-haired man shared his fears about this frightening place. The chatty boy tried to play down the seriousness of the conversation, writing it off as a simple joke, but the anxiety in his voice betrayed his true feelings. The sudden request for a favor sounded like the last chord of their communication, giving special weight to every word of the curly-haired interlocutor. The plan to rob the cell leader's dormitory sounded audacious and reckless, but Curly's eyes burned with determination and thirst for action. The reality of the urban legend materialized before Cha Jue-yun's eyes as the warden stopped at the massive walls of the secret prison. The young prisoner, assessing the impregnable walls of the new place of confinement, felt a chill run down his spine at the realization of the gloomy atmosphere. The second section of the secret prison that had become Cha Jue-yun's new home promised trials beyond all the previous difficulties of his imprisonment. In 2002, the graceful figure of a Girl Scout reclined in a bathtub, lazily sipping wine from a crystal glass, enjoying rare moments of peace. The hot water enveloped her body, allowing her to forget for a moment the harsh reality of their ruthless business. The young woman allowed herself to relax for the first time in a long time, letting go of the weight of responsibility that was pressing on her shoulders in their dangerous endeavor. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a toy shark swimming amongst the foam. This harmless object made her wary. The girl's thoughts turned involuntarily to the young gentleman now in that ominous classified place. She peered intently at the plastic shark, hoping it wasn't an omen of trouble to come. Disturbing rumors surfaced in her mind about a secret juvenile prison where human cruelty knew no bounds. The heavy metal door opened in front of Cha Jueyong, letting him into a new circle of prison hell. The warden, adjusting his uniform cap, reminded the young man with undisguised contempt of the problems he had created in the previous section. The young prisoner met these words with a stony expression, staring at the floor, hiding the storm of emotions within. The guard's warning of the deadly danger of repeating previous mistakes hung in the stale air of the corridor. Cha Guiyun, outwardly indifferent to the threats, mentally mapped out the next stage of his plan, not letting fear take over. The second section of the closed prison, a place outside of laws and rules, loomed before him a grim monument to human cruelty. The young man lifted his head, his gaze radiating determination to face whatever trials were prepared for him within these walls. In the semi-darkness of the corridor, Cha Jueyong saw a figure approaching, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. Cha Jueyun froze in amazement as he stared at the unexpected apparition before him that had disrupted the usual order of prison existence. A long-haired stranger wearing a strange mask attached to his ears, with piercing black eyes, radiated an aura of danger and unpredictability. The mysterious prisoner turned to the newcomer and spoke mocking words with a note of warning, his voice sounding ominous in the droning corridor. Cha Jueyun instantly recalled the rumors of uncontrollable prisoners whose behavior defied any system of supervision. The guard, trying to regain control of the situation, called out to the long-haired prisoner number 4889, his voice betraying tension. The mysterious prisoner, sneezing defiantly, brushed off the warden's remark by mentioning a visit to the nurse and the promise of a future appointment. The guard's anxiety was growing by the second. Doubts about the correctness of the decision to release the strange prisoner tormented his mind. The gloomy corridors of the secret prison absorbed the footsteps of the warden and the newly arrived prisoner, hiding their secrets in the semi-darkness. Cha Guiyun's attentive gaze snatched up details of the surroundings, forming a strange, contradictory picture of reality. The startling discovery made the young man wary. The surrounding prisoners did not fit the image of out-of-control criminals. The inhabitants of the secret prison looked tidier and more collected than ordinary prisoners, which contradicted all the rumors about this place. Watching the inmates busy cleaning, Cha Jueyun tried to unravel the true nature of this mysterious institution. The warden, noticing the newcomer's confusion, commented with a slight chuckle on the unexpectedly civilized atmosphere of the place. The guard promised the young man that the secrets of this establishment would soon be revealed, his tone betraying a strange satisfaction at the anticipation of the newcomer's reaction. Their path lay to the office of the principal, whose authority seemed to permeate every corner of this unusual establishment. The director, contemplating his aquarium, reflected on the harmony of the underwater world, drawing mental parallels between the life of the fish and his institution. A smug smile played on the lips of the executive, reveling in his power over this enclosed world, his fingers lightly touching the glass of the aquarium. The director, absent-mindedly tossing food to the fish, shared his inspiration for creating the Section 2 system, drawing philosophy from the silent aquarium. The leader's glassy eyes reflected a manic desire for absolute order. His vision of the ideal system was based on the principles of austerity and cold beauty. Satisfaction was evident in the director's voice as he compared incident statistics, 20% in a regular prison versus a paltry 0.3% in his secret facility. Cha Jueyun watched in silence as the director reveled in his control system that turned the supposedly unruly prisoners into an obedient herd. The young prisoner's bewilderment, expressed in a single phrase, elicited a condescending chuckle from the smug supervisor. The director, without taking a break from contemplating the aquarium, mentioned the word death with frightening ease, moving on to more straightforward explanations of his philosophy. The measured voice of the leader painted a picture of an imaginary harmony where different species of fish coexist peacefully, obeying the invisible order of the enclosed space. Cha Jueyun absorbed every word of this twisted philosophy while the headmaster revealed the true nature of his experiment on human souls. The metaphor of an overlord predator sounded an ominous omen when the director pointed to the shark lording over the rest of the aquarium's inhabitants. Imprisonment appeared in a new light, as a closed ecosystem where fear of the top predator keeps the others from trying to resist. The director explained with morbid enthusiasm how the presence of a dominant predator creates the illusion of security by suppressing any aggression between victims. The bitter irony of a system where fear of the chief oppressor becomes the guarantor of peace did not escape Cha Jun's attentive gaze. The security camera monitors silently testified to what was happening in the second section while the director eyed the new prisoner with a probing gaze. Cha Joyang's ominous appointment as the new shark of the system sounded like a judgment, revealing the true purpose of his transfer to the secret prison. The Heavenly Dragon Girl Scout, while throwing on her robe after her bath, said the title of the director of the secret prison with poorly concealed disdain. The brilliant career of a former internationally renowned criminal psychologist has suddenly taken an unexpected turn, leading him to the position of director of a secret prison. The international conference in Korea was a turning point in the fate of the scientist, whose radical methods soon shocked even the most experienced prison officials. The brutality of his approaches made even the hardened members of the Celestial Dragon organization shudder, hinting at the monstrous experiments conducted behind the walls of the secret prison. Unlike the corrupt director of the first section, this man remained an incorruptible fanatic of his idea, despising material benefits and corrupt schemes. His obsession with creating an ideal penal system overshadowed all other desires, turning the scientist into a cold-blooded experimenter. The Girl Scout pensively eyed the toy shark, pondering the sinister concept of the shark paradox created by the principal's twisted mind. The brutality of his thinking seemed unnatural, even in the world of criminal psychology, where the boundaries of morality were often blurred. The glass of wine trembled in the girl's hand as she pondered the dark side of a system created by a principal whose seriousness of intent was beyond doubt. A chill ran down the girl's spine at the thought of the constant danger the second section director was in, teetering on the edge of his experiments. A mechanical shark toy choked in a wine bath, symbolically foreshadowing the collapse of a monstrous system created by a mad scientist. Cha Huiyun, hearing his new assignment as the predator of this perverted aquarium, felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. The director took great pleasure in explaining the role of the other prisoners, the Willis fish in his grand experiment. The prison system was an artificial microcosm where every element, from temperature to the smallest grain of sand, served the ultimate purpose of control. A sinister smile played on the principal's lips as he once again emphasized Cha Huiyun's role as the top predator in this enclosed world. The words about absolute freedom of movement within the tight confines of the aquarium sounded bitterly ironic, emphasizing the perversity of the whole system. The young prisoner remained silent, his mind feverishly processing what he had heard, trying to find weaknesses in the headmaster's insane philosophy. The disdainful indifference to the principal's philosophy resounded in Cha Huiyun's voice as he challenged the system with simple words. The young prisoner, showing a defiant disregard for authority, turned toward the exit, as if rejecting the very existence of this perverse experiment. The headmaster, maintaining his outward composure, uttered an ominous prophecy about the practical comprehension of his theory, his voice oozing with anticipation. The suddenness of the attack caught Cha Jun by surprise. It was as if time had frozen in this moment of absolute shock. The kick of the director's foot came exactly to the young man's back, demonstrating the unexpected physical strength of the psychopathic scientist. Cha Jun's heavy breathing echoed off the walls of the office as his body recovered from the treacherous blow. The principal's steely grip on the prisoner's throat was accompanied by an almost affectionate promise of help in understanding his twisted philosophy. The brilliant education and dual citizenship of the director of the second section concealed the dark side of his experimental methods. The American Academy once applauded his accomplishments, unaware of the future application of his knowledge. Institutes of social progress offered him prestigious positions, but the obsessed scientist chose the path of dark experiments. Memories of the meeting over a cup of yugubas, where he was thanked for choosing Korea, now seemed an ominous omen. The doubts of high-ranking officials about his methods in Special Prison Number 2 proved prophetic. Violent incidents and uncontrolled prisoner behavior set the stage for the mad scientist's radical experiments. An ambitious plan for the social correction of difficult prisoners turned into a monstrous experiment on human nature. Fear permeated the voices of officials refusing permission for his radical methods of control. Anxiety about the consequences of the possible failure of the experiment in Prison 2 made their hearts beat faster. The state machine bowed to the director's monstrous experiment not because of his scientific achievements, but under the pressure of the latent military power lurking behind the scientist's mask. High army connections were the leverage that made officials turn their eyes away from his insane methods, fear of his capabilities overpowering common sense. The headmaster's steel fingers dug into Cha Jue-yun's throat as he hissed his twisted theories through his teeth, enjoying the young prisoner's helplessness. The young man's name escaped the madman's lips in a whisper full of pained admiration, heralding a new wave of violence ready to descend upon the victim. Instincts worked faster than thought. Cha Jue-yun dodged the blow, causing the headmaster's fist to meet the cold wall, triggering a fit of uncontrollable rage. The young prisoner feverishly analyzed the scientist's rapid transformation from cold-blooded theorist to obsessive sadist. The air in the office thickened with tension as the mad headmaster raised his fist again, preparing to continue his cruel experiment. The blow had reached its target, and Cha Jue-yong's body flew to the opposite wall, revealing the beastly strength hidden under the mask of an intellectual. The massive headmaster's desk took the fall of the young body, creaking under the weight of the unexpected burden. The principal's voice was ringing with excitement as he talked about the 4 sharks already imprisoned in his perverted aquarium. The mad glint in the scientist's eyes intensified at the mention of his success in creating the perfect predator, his fist once again searching for its target. The blackmail of survival sounded in the principal's words, demanding that the young man understand his role in this monstrous experiment. Manic delight distorted the features of the scientist's face, classifying Cha Ju-yong as the 5th unknown predator type in his system. The order to demonstrate his true nature was accompanied by another blow, as if the headmaster was trying to physically beat the desired reaction out of the young man. The sudden change in the expression on the madman's face gave away the sudden revelation that made him interrupt his series of blows. The principal's manic laughter filled the office as he contemplated something mesmerizing about his victim, his delight bordering on insanity. Cha Hui-yun watched in silent amazement at the transformation of the headmaster, whose image of an intellectual scholar had crumbled, revealing the personality of a possessed madman. A hysterical note cut through the director's voice as he demanded that the guards bring the cherished box, his fingers tapping nervously on the tabletop in anticipation. The solemnity of the moment was emphasized by the director's measured speech explaining the prison ranking system, where special management sounded like a euphemism for something more sinister. The unhealthy gleam in the supervisor's eyes intensified at the mention of his favorite shark term, whose true meaning remained a mystery to most of the prisoners. The black numbers on the special management uniforms were like a branding iron that singled out the chosen prisoners. The director's color hierarchy of the prison system reflected his manic desire for order, from white for ordinary criminals to ominous black for his special charges. The escorts led Cha Jun out of the office to the accompaniment of the director's prophetic words about the young prisoner's impending epiphany. The heavy door slammed shut behind the young man's back, leaving him alone with dark premonitions about his future in this realm of madness. The headmaster, left alone, savored the memory of the 21st instance of insubordination, finding particular pleasure in the insolence of his new ward. A manic smile played on the leader's lips as he pondered the uniqueness of Cha Huiyan, defying the usual predator categorization. The thirst to uncover the true nature of the new exhibit fought the need for careful analysis, forcing the director to restrain his sadistic impulses. 2 prisoners, huddled in a cell, discussed a plan to massacre the new shark, blind, beat, and dispose of the body through the sewers, unaware of the consequences of their scheme. Desperation was evident in their voices as they recognized the folly of their plan, but the lack of alternatives pushed them to extreme measures. Cha Jae-yong's appearance in the doorway made prisoner number 1228 flinch, realizing the reality of his situation in the face of a new threat. A chilling horror gripped the hearts of the conspirators as they turned around and met the gaze of the one the director had designated as the new predator in their cage. Panic gripped the minds of the 2 prisoners, but the instinct of self-preservation forced them to suppress their original plan of attack. Wu Te-san, prisoner number 1228, instantly switched to an obsequious tone, proclaiming himself and his comrade to be the loyal dogs of the new master of the situation. Chu In-ho, a blond man with a hysterical gleam in his eyes, was sprawled out pleading for a quick death, his psyche clearly fractured under the oppression of a prison existence. Cha Jue-yun froze in bewilderment as he observed the irrational fear of the cellmates whose behavior contradicted his ideas of a secret prison. The newcomer's piercing gaze slid over the faces of the maddened cellmates, and the director's words about the fish in his perverted aquarium came to mind. The cramped space of the cell, which was now his new home, pressed its grim atmosphere of fear and subjugation. Cha Hui-yun's close inspection of the room and its inhabitants led him to an unexpected conclusion. The situation looked less threatening than expected. A simple question about sleeping space caused a wave of confusion among the cellmates, who had not expected such a routine from a shark. The ingratiating fussing of the two prisoners around their new cellmate's bed gave away their desperation to please a potential predator. Nervous chatter about the quality of the mattress was met with an indifferent response from Cha Jue-yun, whose calmness only made the cellmates more anxious. The question about the evening inspection sounded like a thunderclap, revealing the stark differences between an ordinary prison and this secret institution. Fear of possible punishment paralyzed the minds of the two prisoners, turning them into trembling shadows of themselves. Trembling voices reported unprecedented freedom within these walls, where even the guards seemed to play a decorative role in a terrible experiment. Cha Jueon's bewilderment was growing by the minute. The paradox of absolute freedom in a place reserved for the most dangerous criminals was not settling in his mind. As dusk settled on the bunk, Wu Tae-san made a macabre joke about acid and dismemberment, his nervous laughter echoing off the cell walls. Chu In-ho was shivering under the thin blanket, his fragile psyche unable to withstand the presence of a new predator. In the night silence of Cha-jun's cell, he lay with his eyes closed, his heightened consciousness registering the abnormal absence of the usual prison supervision. The young prisoner's heavy thoughts were not resting on the hard mattress, his silhouette casting an ominous shadow on the gray wall of the cell. The mystery of the low-level incidents kept him busy, the presence of the four mysterious sharks that the mad headmaster was talking about. With a determined move, Cha Hui-yun headed for the door, ready to uncover the secrets of this perverted aquarium and come face to face with the other predators assigned by the system as prison guards.